Chapter 1. Fire Dragon Continent, House of Aries, Tsang City. Tsang City was located to the south of the House of Aries. It was one of the 6 main cities in the house. It was also the territory of the Yi family, one of the 5 main families of the House of Aries. It was already late autumn. Although Tsang City was located to the south, it was still chilly. On a street in front of the mayor's mansion, a young man in green clothes hurried over. The young man was about 15 or 16 years old. His delicate face was filled with coldness and anxiety. He carried 2 bags of medicine in his hands. Ignoring the shocked looks of the passers-by, he walked straight to the mayor's mansion. Mother, Qinghan has bought medicine for you. You will definitely get better, the young man murmured as he walked. Looking at the 2 huge stone lions in front of the mayor's mansion not far away, he couldn't help but hasten his steps. In front of the mayor's mansion stood 8 valiant warriors with sabers and armor. These 8 people were all tall and mighty. Their backs were straight and their expressions were stern. They were like door guards, dignified and domineering. The 8 of them took turns to guard the mayor's mansion. Although being a doorkeeper wasn't a dignified job, it was easy to associate it with some reptilian watchdogs. But the 8 of them didn't care at all. Their stern faces had a tinge of pride. Because the door they were guarding was the door of the Yi family. As the actual ruler of the south of the House of Aries, the Yi family, one of the 5 main families, it was easy for them, the servants, to obtain some vanity in certain aspects, so the 8 of them felt that guarding the door was very dignified. Then, the way the 8 of them looked at the passers-by on the street was a little arrogant and a little condescending. Swish, swish. Someone was coming. Hearing the approaching footsteps, the 8 of them immediately tensed up. This was the mayor's mansion. Ordinary people couldn't and wouldn't dare to go near this door. So it was definitely not an ordinary person. So the 8 of them straightened their backs, the corners of their lips curled up, and they looked over with gentle smiles. But when they saw a delicate young man in green clothes carrying a bag of medicine, their expressions changed instantly. In the blink of an eye, he returned to his previous cold and dignified expression. The speed at which he changed was amazing. I was wondering who it was. So it's the useless 7th child who can only do small things like buying medicine by himself. One of the 8 said in a low voice. His eyes were filled with disdain. 6th brother, don't say too much. No matter what, he's still a young master. If the clan finds out, they'll punish him. What was that? Everyone, prepare to welcome the 2nd young master back. The hearts of the 8 of them tightened once more. Their gazes softened as they looked at the luxurious carriage galloping over from afar. But when their gazes stopped at the small character, Xian, under the large character, Yi, on the black flag on the carriage, their gazes became even gentler, and seemed to carry a hint of charm. Welcome back, 2nd young master. 8 loud voices rang out at the same time, startling the passers-by. The green-robed young man holding a bag of medicine also paused. Sweeping his gaze over the luxurious carriage and the 8 charming faces, he smiled self-mockingly and continued walking toward the gate. Yi Qingxian was in a bad mood. As the 2nd young master of the Yi family, the core disciple of the family, he always thought that there were very few things in this world that could make him angry and unhappy. But that whore from the intoxicated smoke pavilion last night really made him very angry, and also very unhappy. Who was he? He was the 2nd young master of the Yi family, Yi Qingxian. What was the Yi family? The Yi family was one of the 5 great families of the House of Aries, the real ruler of the southern region. That whore actually rejected him? Artist. Damn artist. How could the number 1 brothel in Tsang City, the drunken smoke pavilion, have artists? Selling their skills but not their bodies? Which one of the people who went to that place was an artist? All of them were King good at the art of the human body, yes. If it wasn't for the fact that I was afraid of the family's punishment hall finding out, if it wasn't for the fact that there were so many famous people in Sang City there last night, if it wasn't for the fact that I wanted to maintain my good demeanor, if it wasn't for... I would have raped that whore and torn down that drunken smoke pavilion. Yi Qingxian jumped off the carriage and quickly walked toward the gate. His face was gloomy, but in his heart, he kept trying to find some reason to comfort himself. When his gaze swept towards the door, he saw the 8 pairs of eyes that were trying to flatter him. His mood, which had been bad for a long time, became a little better. These 8 people were really adorable. It was hard to imagine that these 8 tall and mighty men, who were like death gods, could actually smile so enchanting. Thus, he stretched out his hand and patted on the shoulder of one of the door gods, signaling them to behave well. He chuckled softly and walked inside with his head held high. However, his good mood only lasted for a dozen seconds before he became extremely unhappy. From the side of the gate, a young man in green suddenly walked in quickly. The young man carried 2 medicine bags in his hands. His expression was anxious as he walked toward the gate like the wind. Perhaps because he walked too hastily, or perhaps because he was too anxious, he actually didn't see Yi Qingxian in front of him. He actually, directly bumped into him from behind. Ugh! Although Yi Qingxian didn't really like to cultivate, he also vented his bad mood last night. He successively had sex with a few girls, causing him to tremble as he walked. However, he was still a core disciple of the family and a commander realm expert. After being bumped by the young man in green, he only staggered 2 steps forward before stabilizing his body. He was a little surprised and turned around in shock, wanting to see what had happened. However, when he saw the young man in green with a trace of guilt and apology on his pale face, his face immediately darkened and his mood immediately turned from good to cloudy. He opened his mouth and scolded, "Yi Qinghan, you bastard, are you blind?" I'm sorry, I walked too fast." The young man in green, called Yi Qinghan, was obviously a little embarrassed. There was a trace of panic and uneasiness on his slightly ashamed face. Sorry? If sorry was useful, there wouldn't be so many people dying in the Fire Dragon continent every day. Yi Qingxian smiled coldly. He thought of the whore in the drunken smoke pavilion last night, who also used this tone to say, sorry, to him. His mood worsened, and he couldn't help but scold even more fiercely. What? Why are you in such a hurry? Are you going back to attend your mother's funeral? You. Yi Qingxian, I only bumped into you. I already said sorry. Don't go too far. My mother is your elder after all. Yi Qinghan was a little ashamed at first, but after hearing Yi Qingxian's last words, he couldn't help but feel angry. He bulged his small eyes and glared at Yi Qingxian. Elder? Looking at Yi Qinghan's slightly angry expression, Yi Qingxian felt a little happy in his heart. But it didn't seem to be enough. He continued to tease, I don't have an elder who used to be a prostitute. Yi Qingxian. Looking at the inadvertent smiles in the eyes of the 8 door gods who had gathered around to watch the show, Yi Qinghan was completely angry. He loudly defended himself and roared, my mother was an artist, not a prostitute. If you insult my mother again, don't blame me for being impolite. Bah! Hearing the word artist again, the beautiful face from last night and the cold refusal appeared in Yi Qingxian's mind again. His face suddenly became ashamed and angry. He roared, artist? I slept with an artist last night. Insult? So what if I insult you? Trash. A trash from a prostitute. What? Do you still want to hit me? You. Yi Qinghan was completely enraged after being called trash and prostitute. He placed the medicine bag on the ground and kicked off with his hind legs. His whole body was like a sharp sword as he dashed towards Yi Qingxian. Yi Qingxian, I want to duel with you. Left uppercut. What's wrong? What's wrong? The excitement here had already attracted the attention of countless servants in the castellan's mansion. Seeing that a fight was about to start, everyone rushed over and surrounded the 8 door gods to ask. Oh. I see. I was wondering why the usually honest 7th child wanted to duel with the 2nd young master. It turned out that the second young master scolded his mother. Humph. So be it. His mother was originally an artist. After the death of Yi Qinghan's father, Yi Dao, he was the only one left in the second branch, and he is also a cultivation trash. I think in a few years, the second branch will be kicked out of the Castellan's mansion. Shoo, lower your voice. Let's not talk about these things. If the punishment hall finds out, they will be punished. Let's bet on how many moves Yi Qinghan can take from the second young master. Bah, that trash Yi Qinghan is only at the first level of the elite realm. Although the second young master likes to play, he is talented. A first-level commander against a first-level elite, the difference is 3 levels. I think he can be defeated in 3 moves. Look, the second young master sent 7th child flying with 1 punch. Everyone stopped talking and turned to look, just in time to see the scene of Yi Qinghan flying in the air. Bang! Yi Qinghan smashed hard on the ground without raising a trace of dust. The gate of the Castellan's mansion was an important place. It had to be cleaned several times a day. How could there be dust? Everyone can see that this is a duel proposed by Yi Qinghan himself. I officially announce that I agree to the duel. In the future, he will sue the punishment hall. Everyone, please testify for me. Yi Qingxian clapped his hands and said nonchalantly. For a trash like Yi Qinghan, he could easily beat 7 or 8 of them. Of course, when he was in a bad mood, someone came to his door to vent his anger. He was very happy. Ugh! Yi Qinghan rubbed his knee, lowered his head, and snorted. His eyes stared at the proud Yi Qingxian, and he quickly pounced. Left uppercut. Yi Qingxian smiled contemptuously. He tilted his body slightly and dodged the oncoming punch. He raised his right leg and quickly swung his left fist toward Yi Qinghan's belly. Bang! Yi Qinghan curled up his stomach and flew backwards again. However, after struggling for a moment, he continued to stand up. With a kick of his hind legs, he pounced forward again. Left uppercut. Bang! It's still a left uppercut. Bang! Left uppercut. Bang! Looking at Yi Qinghan pouncing over and flying back again and again. The surrounding servants and guards couldn't help but feel pity for him. But, this 7th child was too weak. He couldn't even take 1 move from the second young master. Did he only know 1 move? Although this left uppercut is not bad, you always use left uppercuts and left uppercuts. You might not be tired of using it, but we are tired of watching it. Huh, little bastard, can you still do it? If you can't, I will leave. Find another artist to serve me tonight, haha. Not far away, Yi Qinghan curled up on the ground. He frowned in pain. His face was blood-stained and swollen. There wasn't a single piece of good flesh on his face. But hearing Yi Qingxian's insults again, he roared and scratched the ground with both hands. He struggled to stand up. His face was ferocious and he roared angrily, Yi Qingxian, today I will make you never forget it. After saying that, Yi Qinghan turned into a violent bear. He raised his left fist and punched at Yi Qingxian like a cannonball. Ha, today I will also make you never forget it. Yi Qingxian laughed loudly. Anyone could talk big. With that stupid left uppercut of yours, I can send you flying even with my eyes closed. This time, I will hit hard and end this boring game. Although bullying people was fun, he had spent a lot of energy and stamina last night. It was time to go back and take a nap. Left uppercut. Looking at the charging Yi Qinghan and his raised left uppercut, Yi Qingxian narrowed his eyes. Hearing the familiar left uppercut, he sneered. His body subconsciously moved to the right quickly. Then, he raised his right leg and swung his left fist quickly. Huh? Why didn't it hit? Yi Qingxian looked up in confusion. What he saw was a sneering face and a huge brick. Left uppercut, and right brick. Boom! The huge brick slammed down heavily. Yi Qingxian felt a sharp pain in his head. Then, his vision went black and he fainted. But before he fainted, his mind kept thinking. Why wasn't it a left uppercut? Why did it become a right brick? How could he be so shameless? Ugh! Looking at the second young master slowly falling to the ground, and the ferocious seventh child holding the brick in his hand. The onlookers were also dumbfounded. At this moment, there was an unprecedented silence. A level 1 elite realm martial artist actually knocked out a level 1 commander realm martial artist. This subverted the previous understanding of martial artists. Although the seventh child's sneak attack was despicable, he still won, didn't he? Wasn't he the one standing on the ground? Being able to sneak attack and knowing how to sneak attack was a kind of strength in itself, wasn't it? But what happened next surprised them even more. The usually honest seventh child actually threw the brick away and sat on the second young master. His left and right fists moved at the same time, swinging fiercely at Yi Qingxian's handsome face. I said that today will be an unforgettable day for you, seventh child, stop fighting. Something bad will happen. The onlookers were anxious. The 8 door gods took 2 steps forward and one of them said, "Stop." Yi Qinghan turned his head and glared fiercely at them. He shouted, "What? You want to go against your superior? You want to be exiled for 3,000 miles? This is my duel with Yi Qingxian." Although the second young master's position is low, he is still a young master. If you don't want to be exiled tomorrow, come over. The 8 door gods immediately stopped. The rules of the Yi family were very clear. They didn't dare to violate it openly. They could only stand still and explain anxiously, "Ugh, of course we don't want to go against your superior. We just want to dissuade seventh child. After all, it wouldn't be good if something bad happened." "Humph." Yi Qinghan sneered. He raised his fist and hammered it hard. He stood up hatefully, dusted his hands, and walked to the side to pick up the medicine bag on the ground. "Brother," at that moment, a girl in white quickly walked over from afar. The girl was in a hurry and even stumbled a little. Her body was trembling slightly, and she was shouting as she walked. Her voice was full of sadness and helplessness. "Huh?" Yi Qinghan heard the sadness in the voice. He turned his head and looked at the girl running from afar. He felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding. "Brother, mother passed away, Pa." The medicine bag that he had just picked up fell heavily on the ground. The outer layer of paper split open, and the root-like herbs scattered all over the ground. Chapter 2. At night in Sung City, the weather was getting colder. At this time, it was drizzling, adding a bit of coldness to the atmosphere. It was already 3:15 in the morning. In the vast Sung City, there were basically no pedestrians on the streets. Only the dim candlelight of a few nightclubs swayed in the wind, adding a bit of bleakness to the bleak winter night. But in a small courtyard of the Yi family castle, the Castellan mansion of Tsang City, there was a completely different scene. The candlelight in the small courtyard was bright, but the door was tightly shut, and a young man in green was kneeling outside the door. In the cold rainy night, the brightly lit courtyard, the young man kneeling in the rain, and the occasional lightning from the sky, such a scene was exceptionally strange and different. "Please grant my wish, Elder Hall." Yi Qinghan will be a slave for the rest of his life to repay the family. The young man in green stubbornly knelt on the ground, letting the rain fall on his head and body. But he didn't care about it at all. He just kept kowtowing to the courtyard and shouting loudly. His hoarse voice was unusually prominent in the quiet night. However, the courtyard was so quiet, and the door was still tightly shut, as if nothing had been heard. The reflection of the candlelight kept jumping and swaying on the paper window. For a long time, the young man in green shouted himself hoarse, and crawled on the ground, as if he had fallen asleep. Occasionally, he raised his head. That delicate face, washed by the rain, was exceptionally pale. Under the illumination of the candlelight, his face was full of determination and bitterness. The door was still tightly shut, and there was no sound. The rain, however, was getting heavier and heavier. The sky was already bright, and the rain had stopped. Inside the courtyard, there were remnants of the storm everywhere. The young man in green was still kneeling on the ground, motionless. His slightly trembling body and the trace of blood in his squinted eyes let people know that he was awake, and was still struggling. Creak. The courtyard door finally opened. Looking at the two middle-aged men standing at the door, the young man in green suddenly opened his eyes wide. The desire in his eyes couldn't be more obvious. He moved his dry lips, wanting to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything. He just deeply kowtowed to the two middle-aged men again. "Kid, why are you so stubborn? You don't want your body anymore?" The two middle-aged men were both in their 40s. They were big shots in Song City and even in the House of Aries. One of them was dressed in a long gray robe. He had a high nose, hawk-like eyes, and a faint scar from the corner of his mouth to the base of his ear. His name was Yi Rong. He was the deputy elder of the Yi family's torture hall and a member of the elder council. The other one was dressed in a white robe and had a golden crown on his head. He held a folding fan in his hand and looked like a distinguished scholar. His name was Yi Chang, and he was the vice elder of the battle hall of the Yi family. He was also the third son of the head of the Yi family. The one who spoke was none other than Yi Chang. His hand trembled as he put away his folding fan. Then, with a pained and reproachful expression, he reached out to help the green-robed youth up. Unexpectedly, the young man did not seem to appreciate it and continued to kneel stubbornly. He licked his dry lips and stared blankly at Yi Chang. Third uncle? What do you think? Did the Hall of Elders agree? This? Alas. The pale-faced, scholarly Yi Chang shook his head. His face was a little gloomy and helpless. Obviously, it was not going to work out. "Yi Qinghan, you don't have to kneel anymore. Go back." At this time, Yi Rong, who was standing behind him, continued to speak. His hawk-like eyes revealed a trace of ruthlessness, and the scar on the corner of his mouth looked even more ferocious. He said in a cold tone, "Your mother was a famous prostitute in a brothel. That year, your father disregarded the public opinion and ransomed her and married her back to the Yi family. This matter had already caused a great uproar in the family and violated the rules of the family. The head even wanted to expel your parents from the Yi family. Fortunately, the family was lenient and did not pursue the matter. However, they did not recognize your mother as the daughter-in-law of the Yi family. Later, your father became arrogant. He broke into the Goddown mountain alone to search for treasures. In the end, he was seriously injured and died. The family did not mistreat you and your mother. They still gave you the annual tribute every month. Otherwise, you would have been living on the streets. Now that your mother has died of illness, the family understands your filial piety and helps to bury her. But you do not know how to be grateful. You even asked for your mother to be buried in the ancestral grave together with your father? I think you've lost your mind, haven't you? The ancestral grave is the place where the heroic ancestors of the Yi family are buried. Your mother is a prostitute in a brothel. She has not even been recognized by the family, and you still want to be buried in the ancestral grave? Quickly retreat. If you continue to make noise and disturb the elders, don't blame me for punishing you according to the family law. You. Yi Qinghan was angry. He suddenly stood up and glared at Elder Rong. Unexpectedly, because he had knelt for too long and was drenched in the rain for a night, cold air entered his body. His body trembled and his head became dizzy. He almost fell down and retreated several steps before he could stand firm. What about you? Yesterday, you used despicable means to sneak attack Yi Qingxian and seriously injured him. Seeing that your mother had just passed away, the torture hall pardoned your crime. Today, you came to disturb the elders' hall. Do you think that the torture hall does not dare to punish you? Why haven't you left yet? Haha. The family is really good to me and my mother, really good. Elder Rong, don't worry. I will not disturb the respected elders in the future. Elders' hall. Haha. Yi Qinghan looked at the sneering elder Yi Rong and the helpless third uncle Yi Chang. He laughed bitterly. His voice was filled with desolation. He raised his head and stared blankly at the three magnificent words, Elders' Hall, on the gate of the courtyard for a long time. The corner of his mouth revealed a hint of ridicule. He wiped the rain off his face and turned to leave. Qinghan, third uncle, has already tried his best. It's just that your first uncle Yi Jian and elder Yi Rong are suppressing us. The elders are also very helpless. Moreover, you have also violated the family law. Now, as long as you work hard and break through to the commander realm before the age of 16, or summon a 6th grade beast during the Fiery Dragon Festival, you can join the ranks of the core disciples of the family. At that time, I will speak to the Elders' Hall. At that time, there is a high chance that you can fulfill second sister-in-law's last wish. Yi Qinghan stopped walking. A secret voice rang in his ears. It was the voice of the third uncle Yi Chang. He turned his head and nodded to Yi Chang gratefully. Then he disappeared in the vast morning fog. The Yi family castle was the residence of the governor of Tsang City. It was the residence of the direct and core disciples of the Yi family. It covered an area of hundreds of acres. There were dozens of courtyards of different sizes. From afar, it looked like a small palace. The castle was divided into the east courtyard and the west courtyard. Usually, all the senior members of the Yi family lived in the west courtyard. The east courtyard was the residence of some guards and servants. In the east courtyard of the castle, there was an independent small courtyard. Next to the courtyard were fields and houses. Obviously, the people who lived here were not important people of the Yi family. The morning fog gradually thickened. However, the small courtyard was still lit with dim candles. The white fog and the red candlelight intertwined. Together with the indistinct cries of a young girl, this place looked especially mysterious and strange. In the thick fog, a black figure gradually walked over and walked straight into the small courtyard. The hall of the courtyard was not very big. It was about 20 square meters. The miscellaneous items inside had been cleared away. There was only a big black coffin in the middle of the hall. Next to it, a young girl was kneeling and burning paper money. The young girl was about 14 or 15 years old. She wore a pure white mourning dress that was tightly wrapped around her body. She had delicate and small facial features. Her skin was whiter than snow. Her hair was like black silk. There were 2 faint tear stains on her face, which added a bit of delicate and charming charm to her. Seeing someone coming in, the young girl hurriedly tidied up her clothes and wiped the tear stains on her face. She stood up and saw a young man in green walking in. His figure was full of loneliness and desolation. Tears fell like rain. She called out softly, "Brother." The person who came was Yi Qinghan. Hearing his sister Yi Qingyu's cry, he looked at his sister's haggard and thin face. He couldn't help but wipe the corner of his eyes. He straightened his back and forced himself to pull himself together. He walked over and took his sister Yi Qingyu's hand. He picked up the incense on the ground and lit it. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times. Then he motioned for his sister to continue burning paper money for his mother. He himself knelt in front of the coffin in a daze. "Your son is unfilial and failed to fulfill mother's last wish. At present, I can only bury mother in the West Mountain. May mother's soul rest in peace. Mother, don't worry. Your son will take good care of myself and my sister. I will work hard to cultivate and restore the prestige of our second branch." As he spoke, the depression and loneliness on Yi Qinghan's body gradually disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a face of determination and determination. After a long time, he seemed to have thought of something. He suddenly stood up and picked up the wine bowl on the ground. He forcefully twisted it and actually pulled out a piece from the bowl. He raised his left hand and used the bowl piece to cut it. Immediately, blood splattered on the ground. However, he only frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "With the heavens as my witness, today, I, Yi Qinghan, swear that I will work hard for the rest of my life to worship my parents' memorial tablets in the Divine City's Holy Spirit Hall. Every year, they will be worshipped by tens of thousands of people. If I break my promise, I will have this bowl." After speaking, Yi Qinghan used his 5 fingers and crushed half of the bowl piece into powder. The white pieces of the bowl fell to the ground and were stained with the blood on the ground. The alternating red and white color was actually very shocking. Ah! Brother, you're crazy. Yi Qingyu, who was at the side, shouted. An oath in front of the memorial tablets. This was the most solemn oath in the Flame Dragon continent. Worshipping the memorial tablets in the Divine City's Holy Spirit Hall was the highest honor in the Flame Dragon continent. Only people who had made great contributions to the continent or super experts were qualified to worship it. Brother, he was forcing himself into a dead end. Yi Qinghan shook his head and actually smiled. His whole body had a kind of tragic and resolute temperament. He looked into the distance through the door and said in a deep voice, since they won't even let us enter a small ancestral grave and are afraid of dirtying it. Then I will bet my life and be poor for my entire life. I will worship my parents' memorial tablets in the Holy Spirit Hall. I will enjoy the glory of being worshipped by tens of thousands of people. I will also want you, a group of high and mighty people, to worship them every year. The young and tender voice was sonorous and powerful. It passed through the small courtyard and spread into the distance. In the distance, the morning sun broke through the morning mist and slowly rose. Chapter 3. Sangqing West Mountain. Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingyu were kneeling on the ground silently. In front of them was a tall grave. The color of the grave was bright, and there were traces of excavation on the turf beside it. Obviously, this was a new grave. Mother, Qinghan has brought my sister to see you. Today is your 7th Memorial Day. I hope that Mother's soul will return to you soon and find a good family to reincarnate into. Yi Qinghan and his sister kowtowed respectfully a few times, and then burned some joss paper and incense. Today was the 7th day after his mother's death. Although the family had helped to bury his mother, they definitely wouldn't have arranged for this 7th Memorial Day. Therefore, Yi Qinghan had brought his sister early, bought some joss paper, and went up the mountain to pay respects to his mother. Looking at the pile of yellow soil in front of him and his sister who was sobbing softly beside him, Yi Qinghan's mind was in a whirl. He had been in this world for a whole 15 years. He seemed to have forgotten about the place called Earth. That's right. He was a shameless man from another world. A man from another world who wore the skin of the fire dragon continent and hid the soul of Earth. The accident 15 years ago had brought his soul to this strange world. After 15 years of being influenced by what he saw and heard, he seemed to have integrated into this magical world. Well, presumably there would also be a pile of yellow soil on Earth with his name written on it. Perhaps, after his mother died, she would also travel to another world and start a brand new life. As he thought about it, he began to feel less sad. Yes, the dead were gone, and the living had to live well. But, could he live well with his sister in this world? In this fire dragon continent where martial arts were supreme and the strong preyed on the weak, could he, a cultivation trash, live well? The Yi family was a big family that could shake the continent. And as the 7th child of the Yi family, perhaps many people were envious of his life and identity. Bullshit, young master. The corner of Yi Qinghan's mouth raised slightly, revealing a trace of mockery. Perhaps even a young master from a side branch of a small family had a better life than him. Sigh. Let's go. Even if I can't live well, I still have to live lowly. Life had to go on, right? Could it be that he should abandon his sister and die again to see if he could transmigrate again? However, if he couldn't transmigrate, then wouldn't he have died for nothing? Sigh. Qingyu, I have to go back. A moment later, the 2 thin and weak figures disappeared from the vast path of the western mountains. Yi Qingxian was in a bad mood. Ever since he was rejected by that whore at the drunken smoke pavilion, his mood had never been good. Whore, prostitute. I hate prostitutes the most in my life, and Yi Qinghan, you little bastard, how dare you sneak attack me? One day, I'll make you die a horrible death. Ever since he was knocked out by Yi Qinghan with a brick, he had been severely scolded by his father, Yi Jian, when he returned home. He was also grounded for a month and was not allowed to leave the Yi family castle. If he was not allowed to leave, then so be it. Although he missed the smooth and tender bodies of those little whores in the drunken smoke pavilion, he didn't dare to disobey the orders of his father, the current leader of the Tsang city's Yi family. However, the gazes of those servants made him feel very uncomfortable. Obviously, these lowly servants were still recalling the embarrassing scene of him being knocked out by Yi Qinghan. I have to get back my face, I have to. Yi Qingxian told himself that he had to fight with Yi Qinghan again to get back his face. Therefore, he began to wander around the Yi family castle. He wanted to find Yi Qinghan and get back at him. The current Yi family was the world of the first branch. Ever since the death of Yi Qinghan and Yi Dao's father, the old patriarch, Yi Tianlong, had retired. The family affairs were basically managed by Yi Qingxian's father, the Tsang city's castellan, Yi Jian. Yi Qinghan's father had suppressed his father's generation for decades. Now that Yi Dao was dead, his generation should suppress the second branch for the rest of their lives. That was why his father was so angry when he found out that he, a level 1 commander, was knocked out by Yi Qinghan, a level 1 elite. Therefore, he had to find Yi Qinghan and knock him out as well. Isn't that? Looking at Yi Qinghan and his sister, Yi Qingxian's eyes began to glow. He clenched his fists and greeted them. Huh? Yi Qinghan knew that something was about to happen when he saw Yi Qingxian walking over aggressively from afar. Thus, he pulled his sister to the side and went up to him alone. Oh. Yi Qinghan, you little bastard. Why didn't you run when you saw me? Yi Qingxian calmed his anger and said in a deep voice. Yi Qinghan smiled. I'm here to see if the scar on your head has healed. You. Yi Qingxian's face changed. His pretentious temperament was beaten back to its original state by Yi Qinghan's words. He scolded, F***CKU. That day, I was ambushed by you. Today, I want to fight with you again. I guarantee that you will be in a worse state than the other day. Yi Qinghan sneered. Ambush? If you were ambushed and killed by the family's enemies outside, would you crawl out of your grave and scold others for ambushing you? Do you want to do it again? Do you think this is what you did with those whores in the drunken smoke pavilion? That you can do it again if you have premature ejaculation? You're good. However, do you only know how to talk with your glib tongue? If you're a man, then do it again. Yi Qingxian was so angry that he couldn't even speak coherently. He had actually said, fight, as, do. I won't fight. I don't fight with people who have premature ejaculation. Yi Qinghan rolled his eyes and said coldly, don't fight. The 26th rule of the family, if there is a conflict between the children of the family, both sides must agree and there are witnesses. Then, a duel can be held, but the other party cannot be killed. Otherwise, they will be expelled from the family. Yi Qingxian, a duel requires both sides to agree. Today, I'm in a bad mood and don't want to fight, so I don't agree. If you want to fight, then just wait to be expelled from the family. You. Motherf asterisk cur. Coward, trash. Yi Qingxian saw that the distance between him and his fists were about to hit, but when Yi Qinghan silently recited the 26th rule of the family, he put down his trembling fists. The family rules didn't matter if he was the second young master or not. He couldn't fight, and he couldn't win an argument. Yi Qingxian suppressed the anger in his heart but had nowhere to release it. He could only curse non-stop, trash, bastard, beast. Humph. With your current state, I will definitely surpass you in 3 years. If we don't fight today, then we'll meet again in 3 years at the family competition. Yi Qinghan sneered and prepared to leave. You're not allowed to leave. You must fight with me today. You trash, the trash of prostitutes. Seeing that Yi Qinghan was about to leave, Yi Qingxian jumped up and cursed even more fiercely. Yi Qinghan, who had just turned around, stopped and turned his head. His eyes were bloodshot and his expression was even colder. My mother has just been buried, and you dare to curse her again? Looks like you've forgotten the pain after the scar healed. Call the witness, I'll fight you. Good, you've got guts. Yi Qingxian was stunned for a moment, then instantly became happy. He rubbed his palms together and waved at a team of patrolling guards not far away. Those guards happened to be the 8 door gods that guarded the door that day. Today, they changed shifts to patrol. The 8 of them had long been paying attention to the situation here. Seeing the second young master wave his hand, they hurriedly ran over. Greetings, second young master. And seventh child. N. Yi Qingxian nodded faintly. He didn't look at the charming smiles in the eyes of the 8 of them. He pointed at Yi Qinghan and said, "You guys can be witnesses. I want to fight with Yi Qinghan." The 8 of them looked at Yi Qinghan with bewilderment, thinking that water had entered his brain. That day, he was lucky enough to sneak up on him. Did he really think that he could beat the second young master again with his elite realm cultivation? However, when they saw Yi Qinghan nod faintly, they had no choice but to step back and give the field to the 2 of them. The 8 pairs of eyes were filled with smiles at the same time. There was a good show to watch again, eh? However, they noticed a strange phenomenon. After Yi Qinghan nodded, he actually didn't prepare to fight. Instead, he looked behind them with a serious face and suddenly knelt down on one knee. "Greetings, Castellan." "Greetings, Castellan." Yi Qingxian was also puzzled. Why did Yi Qinghan suddenly kneel down to him? Did he admit defeat? However, he suddenly heard Yi Qinghan say respectfully, "Greetings, Castellan." Yi Qingxian panicked as if he was suddenly discovered by the girl's parents when he was having an affair. He quickly turned his head while trembling. However, why was there nothing behind him? Suddenly, he seemed to wake up. Not good, he was tricked. However, just as he was about to jump away, a huge force came from the back of his head. There was another wave of pain in his head, and then he fainted again. Before he fainted, he seemed to see a huge fist ruthlessly smashing the back of his head. "You idiot, with your current strength, forget about the commander realm, even if you're an emperor realm, I can still defeat you, ugh." The 8 gate gods stared dumbfounded. Yi Qinghan cursed while clapping his hands. Then, as if he still felt that it wasn't enough, he raised his leg and stomped hard on the unconscious Yi Qingxian on the ground. Another sneak attack? Shameless, shameless. How could the 7th child be so shameless to this extent? The 8 of them thought in unison. At the same time, they felt a trace of coldness blowing on their backs, as if the winter wind had arrived early. Chapter 4. Yi family's East Courtyard. Yi Qinghan was bored alone in his small house, feeling extremely vexed. "Sigh, I've already boasted, but how am I supposed to improve my strength?" Yi Qinghan sighed in distress. In order to give himself pressure, and also to make the second branch proud, he had already boasted twice in these few days. He swore in front of his mother's coffin that he would complete his mother's dying wish, and even put his parents' memorial tablets in the Holy Spirit Hall. This was completely forced by the big shots in the family. 10 years ago, his father died, his 4th uncle went missing, and his grandfather went into seclusion. The first branch, led by his first uncle, had grasped the power of the family. His second branch had become an abandoned child that his grandmother didn't care for, and his uncle didn't love. His status in the family dropped drastically, and as a direct descendant, his life was even worse than that of a collateral descendant. Now, the second branch only had him and his younger sister left. His younger sister was brought in by his father many years ago. It could be said that he was the only bloodline left in the second branch. Hence, he naturally shouldered the heavy responsibility of revitalizing the second branch without hesitation. Hence, he wanted to be more ruthless to himself, just like what his younger sister said, and force himself into a desperate situation. Today, when he beat up Yi Qingxian, he boasted that he would surpass him in 3 years. However, he was very clear that the reason he could knock Yi Qingxian unconscious on the ground twice was not only because of his good tactics, but also because Yi Qingxian was an idiot. However, there were only a few idiots in the Yi family, and there were so many strong people in the Fire Dragon continent. If he wanted to live happily, then he needed to have great strength. In this world, strength was the foundation. The House of Aries had 6 main cities. Other than the Dragon City in the center, the other 5 main cities were occupied by the Feng, Hua, Shui, Yu, and Yi families. The Dragon City's lord changed one after another, but the other 5 main cities had always been occupied by the 5 families for thousands of years. The reason why the 5 families could control the 5 main cities for thousands of years was because each of them had their own unique skills. Moreover, each family had a set of strict methods to nurture the next generation. Hence, the 5 families had many experts, dominating the various places. The Yi family's ultimate skill was summoning beasts. It was said that the Yi family possessed the bloodline of the ancient beast god. Each of them had 3 chances to awaken their bloodline and summon their beasts. Beasts could fight alone, and could even fuse with their masters. After fusing, his strength, agility, speed, and attack power would be greatly increased. There were even some beasts that could produce powerful skills after merging with their master. For example, the current patriarch of the Yi family, Yi Tianlong, possessed an 8th-tier beast, the Earth Bear. He also had the fusion skill, Earth Armor. He had become a top-notch expert in the House of Aries' Heaven leaderboard in one step. He was known as the best in the Saint Realm in terms of defense even though he was only a Saint Realm level 1. That was why the Yi family was able to occupy Tsang City and dominate the south of the House of Aries for thousands of years. On the other hand, the Yi family's requirements for core disciples were to summon a beast that was at least level 6, or to train their battle chi to the elite level before the age of 16. Being able to summon a beast that was level 6 and above meant that the god's blood essence in your body was very powerful. If your martial arts talent wasn't good enough, the Yi family would use elixirs to forcefully raise your level. Being able to break through to the commander level before the age of 16 meant that your martial arts talent was very good. It didn't matter if your beast was weak. My martial arts talent isn't that good. I started cultivating when I was 6, and it took me 10 years to reach the elite level 1. There's still 1 more year? How can I break through to the commander level? The concentration of the god's blood essence in my bloodline is too low. I failed to awaken my bloodline twice at the age of 5 and 10. It seems that the 3rd summoning of the Moon Queen on the Fiery Dragon Festival won't be successful either. What should I do? Sigh. If only Qin Yu was my biological sister. At least I would have a chance. It's a pity that she doesn't have the bloodline of the Yi family. Yi Qinghan calculated silently in his heart. He frowned and his face was full of bitterness. Every disciple of the Yi family had 3 chances to awaken their bloodline at the age of 5, 10, and 15. It was held once every 5 years. Basically, if the first 2 awakenings failed, the chance for the 3rd one would be slim. This was because if the first 2 awakenings failed, it meant that the god's blood essence in the bloodline was too low to resonate with the summoning ceremony. Although Yi Qingyu's surname was Yi, she wasn't a disciple of the Yi family. She was adopted by her father. She wasn't a disciple of the Yi family, and her body didn't contain the god's blood essence. Therefore, she didn't even have the chance to cultivate the Yi family's techniques and awaken her bloodline. As for Yi Qinghan, he only reached the elite level 1 at the age of 15. He failed to awaken his bloodline at the age of 5 and 10. His martial arts talent wasn't very good either. Therefore, the family basically believed that his achievements in this life would be limited. That was why he was living in a small courtyard, kneeling in the elder's hall for an entire night. They even reprimanded him for disturbing the elder and punished him according to the family rules. Creak. As Yi Qinghan's imagination ran wild, the door was pushed open. Yi Qingyu, dressed in white, walked in like a night elf, holding a box. Qingyu, you haven't slept yet? Yi Qinghan said softly. His sister's frail body and delicate temperament could always awaken the tenderness in his heart. Yes. I haven't slept yet, have I? Yi Qingyu said softly and put the box in front of the desk. She straightened her clothes and coughed softly. With a solemn expression, she said, "Brother, let me ask you a question. If I want you to take me away from the Yi family and find a remote town so that we can spend the rest of our lives in peace, would you be willing?" Seeing his sister's expression, which had never appeared before, Yi Qinghan knew that his sister was serious. He couldn't help but think about his sister's question seriously. After thinking for a while, he still didn't know what to say. He had no choice but to say casually, "This question, I really haven't thought about it." "Yes, if Qingyu, you really want to live such a life. Yes, I will seriously consider this question." Hee hee. It seems that mother was right. Brother still likes to live a hot-blooded and extraordinary life. When brother swore in front of the coffin, I could see that. Since it's like this, I'll give this to you. Yi Qingyu smiled slightly. Her smile was a little forced and helpless, and she gently pushed the box on the table forward. "This is?" Yi Qinghan's eyebrows slightly wrinkled, and he asked doubtfully. Yi Qingyu smiled and said, "Mother's original intention was that your talent wasn't good, and you were stubborn and aggressive, so you wouldn't have any achievements in martial arts in this life. She hoped that you would live a peaceful and ordinary life, so she told me not to give this to you, lest you become distracted. In the future, if your descendants are talented in martial arts, then I will give it to you. Forget it, since brother is determined to cultivate martial arts, and you swore in front of the coffin, I can only go against mother's wishes. This is a treasure that father exchanged for with his life in the god-slaying mountain." Yi Qingyu seemed to have let go of a burden, and her whole body relaxed. In the past 7 days, she had seen Yi Qinghan's helplessness and bitterness. She had wanted to give this thing to her brother, but because of her mother's dying request. Now that she had finally handed it over, she also felt relieved. She hoped that these things would be useful for her brother's martial arts cultivation. Cultivation experience? The treasure that father exchanged with his life in the god-slaying mountain? Yi Qinghan looked calm on the surface, but his heart was in turmoil. His father was Yi Dao, ranked second in the family, and was a rare martial arts genius in the family. He started practicing martial arts at the age of 6, broke through to the soldier realm in a month, opened all 12 meridians in his body in half a year, and broke through to the general realm. At the age of 28, he entered the emperor realm, and at the age of 3, he summoned the 8th grade war beast Longshi, becoming the first genius in the family in 100 years. He was even ranked first on the terrestrial rankings. Unfortunately, he was rebellious by nature, did not listen to the family's arrangements, and repeatedly went against the wishes of the family and Yi Tianlong. He even secretly promised to marry his mother, a prostitute, and married back to the Yi family. The family loved and hated him at the same time. His grandfather, Yi Tianlong, was so angry that he almost vomited blood several times. Then, he went alone to the top of the 3 forbidden lands, the god-slaying mountain, to search for treasures, and finally died. The family hated, loved, and lamented his father, loved his talent, hated his character, and lamented his fate. But no matter what, Yi Dao's martial arts talent and achievements were recognized by the entire continent. Yi Qinghan never thought that this small box would contain the cultivation experience of his father, a level 3 Emperor Realm warrior, and even the treasures of the top forbidden land, the god-slaying mountain. Logically speaking, these things should have been confiscated by the family long ago, but they had been kept by his mother all this time, and now they were in his hands. "Brother, take your time to read it. I'm going back to my room to sleep." Yi Qingyu saw her brother's surprised expression, smiled slightly, and left. Yi Qinghan responded in a low voice and quickly opened the box. There was a yellow manuscript and a bright golden dragon ring in the box. Martial Path Heart Sutra. Golden Dragon Ring. TSK. Yi Qinghan was even more excited. Martial Path Heart Sutra was the cultivation experience of his father, who was number 1 on the Earth ranking. It was priceless. And the Golden Dragon Ring was even more incredible. Anything that could be carved with dragons and phoenixes were basically all good stuff. And this ring came from the God-slaying mountain, one of the 3 forbidden lands of the continent. He took out the manuscript and flipped it open. The first thing he saw was a strong handwriting of dragons and phoenixes. Martial arts cultivation, defy the heavens and change fate. Below the general realm, it all depends on one's talent and hard work. There are no shortcuts. Those with poor talent will never reach the peak. Above the general realm, it all depends on one's intelligence and luck. Those with great intelligence and luck have a chance to become a god. I've cultivated for more than 20 years and entered the 3rd level of the Emperor realm. I have an 8th level beast, Dragon Lion. I've dominated the House of Aries, fought the 3 demon emperors of the demon god manor, killed countless demon emperors, barbarian sovereigns, and demon emperors. I've written down my cultivation experience for future generations. As expected. Although he was shocked by his father's achievements, Yi Qinghan still felt sad. Those with poor talent will never reach the peak. Cultivation still depended on talent. If one didn't have good talent, they wouldn't be able to achieve much just by hard work. Yi Qinghan felt bitter. He thought about the blocked meridians in his body and felt sad. Originally, he thought that his father, Yi Dao, was a genius of a generation. He would definitely have a shortcut to cultivation that ignored talent. But the first sentence of his father's cultivation experience was a death sentence for him. Talent. Talent. Without talent, it seemed that even if he worked hard his whole life, it would be good if he could reach the 3rd level of the commander realm. There was no other way. There were too many blocked meridians in his body. According to his current cultivation speed, he would probably stay at the commander realm for the rest of his life. It seemed that there was no hope for martial arts cultivation. Let's see what else is there. Yi Qinghan held on to a fluke mentality as he continued to pick up the letter and read on. This manuscript is divided into 2 volumes. One is the Heart of Martial Arts, which focuses on martial arts. The other is the Secrets of God's Blood, which can increase the concentration of God's blood essence. There is a high chance of summoning a beast above the 7th level, or even a 9th level holy beast. What? Secrets of God's blood? To be able to summon a beast above the 7th level. Haha. Haha. Yi Qinghan's heart, which had already dimmed down, immediately surged violently like a burst dam. Chapter 5. Divine Blood Secret Book. It could increase the density of divine blood? It could increase the chances of summoning 7th ranked beasts and above? What kind of heaven-defying secret skill was this? Yi Qinghan's heart skipped a beat. If this was true, it would cause an uproar in the Yi family, the House of Aries, and even the Fire Dragon continent. After living on this continent for more than 10 years, Yi Qinghan had some understanding of the continent's situation. The continent had 1 city and 3 prefectures. They were the Divine City, House of Aries, Demon God Prefecture, and Barbarian God Prefecture. The Divine City's status was extraordinary. God's radiance covered the entire continent, but it never participated in the disputes of the prefectures. The 3 prefectures didn't dare to be enemies with the Divine City. 3 prefectures, 3 races. The House of Aries was a pure human race that knew how to cultivate and was extremely intelligent. The Demon God Prefecture was a hybrid between an ancient demon beast and an ancient god. It was half human and half demon, and its demonic power was unparalleled. The Barbarian God Prefecture was a remnant of the ancient barbarian race. It was tall and strong, and could split mountains with a single punch. 1,000 years ago, the 3 prefectures had different races and different beliefs. Battles broke out all year round, and the people had no way to live. Then, the Flame Dragon God, too, appeared and suppressed the 3 prefectures. Under his overwhelming power, he asked the 3 prefectures to stop fighting. The 3 prefectures came to an agreement and stopped fighting. They agreed to hold a prefecture battle every 20 years to settle their disputes. In the chaotic battle thousands of years ago, 5 peerless experts appeared in the divine battle abode. They were Lord Feng, Flower Empress, General Shui, Moon Queen, and Night Emperor. The 5 masters were extremely powerful, and each had their own unique skills. In the end, they occupied a main city of the House of Aries, and founded the 5 families. As a direct descendant of the Yi family, Yi Qinghan knew a little about them. In fact, these 5 masters were descendants of ancient gods. Their bodies contained ancient god blood, and each had their own secret skills. The Feng family were descendants of the sword god. They had the imperial sword communication skill. The Hua family were descendants of the assassin god. Their assassination skills were unparalleled. The Shui family were descendants of the Gu god. The Yu family was the descendant of Soul god. They could charm all living beings and devour their souls. The Yi family were the descendants of the beast deity. They had merged with their beasts and were able to conquer the world. The 5 great clans each had their own secret techniques, which was why they had occupied the 5 main cities for thousands of years and enjoyed glory for generations. As soon as the descendants of the various clans were born, they had an absolute advantage over the others. This was because their bodies contained divine blood essence, more or less. It was equivalent to standing on the shoulders of giants to cultivate, so it was very common for experts to emerge. For example, if a member of the Yi family possessed God's blood essence and could summon an 8th-ranked beast, it meant that they didn't need to cultivate at all. They only needed to take good care of the beast. When the beast reached adulthood, it would have a pet that was as strong as a human emperor. He didn't need to cultivate to have the strength of an emperor. How could others compare to him? The existence of the 5 great clans was a heaven-defying thing in itself. Fortunately, the heavens were very fair. Normally, it was very rare for disciples of the 5 great clans to appear with a dense amount of divine blood essence. Take the Yi family for example. According to Yi Qinghan's understanding, there hadn't been a level 9 holy ranked beast in the past 300 years. The most powerful beast they had was a level 8 beast like his father and grandfather. At this moment, the small handbook in Yi Qinghan's hands actually contained a secret manual that could increase the amount of divine blood essence in one's body. But if this secret manual was real, what did it mean? It meant that he could possibly summon a high-level beast and possess great strength. His talent wasn't good, so it was difficult for him to have great achievements in his battle aura cultivation. However, if he could summon a powerful beast, he could use it to strengthen his strength. His position in the Yi family and even in the House of Aries would also rise rapidly. There was also a high chance that the vow he made in front of his mother's coffin would be fulfilled. A beast that was above level 7. The requirements for the clan to recruit core disciples were to summon a level 6 beast or to reach the commander realm at the age of 16. Reaching the commander realm at the age of 16 was 100% impossible. However, if he could summon a beast that was above level 7, then he would definitely be able to become a core disciple of the clan. Furthermore, this secret manual also meant that the blood essence in every disciple of the Yi family would thicken. It meant that every disciple of the Yi family would be able to summon a high-level beast. It meant that super experts from the Yi family would appear one after another. It meant that the entire House of Aries and the entire Fire Dragon continent would change. It was too nature-defying. Yi Qinghan held his breath and tried his best to stop his hands from trembling. He flipped open the handbook and found the secret manual, reading it word by word. The disciples of the Yi family, the legacy of the beast god, contain the blood essence of the god. The blood essence of the god, under a special secret technique, can awaken the bloodline and temporarily possess the power of the beast god. The summoned beast will follow them for life. The amount of blood essence will directly affect the amount of the beast god's power and the quality of the summoned beast during the blood awakening ceremony. Hence, the amount of blood essence is especially important to the disciples of the Yi family. I have been cultivating for more than 20 years. I have read all the books of the Yi family, traveled around the world and visited famous people. After thinking hard for 10 years, I have finally created this technique. I named it the Secret Manual of the God's Blood, hoping that it would be of some use to the Yi family. Remember, since this technique has been created, it has not been put into practice. After careful consideration, the success rate of this technique is 50%. If it succeeds, it will be good for you, me, and everyone. If it fails, there is a 50% chance that you will either become immortal, lose your mind, or even float away to the west. IXXXXX, bang! Yi Qinghan directly threw the book on the ground and shouted loudly. He was completely speechless towards this expert father. What good for you, me, and everyone? Wasn't this just bluffing? What do you mean by becoming immortal, lose your mind, float away to the west? Just say that you lost all your martial arts, become a vegetable, or die. The success rate was 50%. Furthermore, it was his own estimation. This was obviously a super secret manual that no one had ever practiced before. The current situation was as if someone had given Yi Qinghan a sunflower manual and told him to castrate himself first. After castrating himself and practicing this secret manual, he would have a 50% chance of becoming the second invincible East. How could Yi Qinghan not feel depressed? Not go crazy? The most painful thing in life. It was nothing more than giving you hope and making you despair. Yi Qinghan completely agreed with this sentence. Falling down the cliff and grabbing a rope, he found that the rope was actually a venomous python. What did I say? How could there be such a good thing? God is indeed fair. He closed the door, but opened a window, and outside the window was indeed a bottomless cliff. I wonder if it's a pool of water or sharp rocks below the cliff? Should I jump or not? Yi Qinghan felt as if he had become a blind man standing at a crossroad. He did not know whether he should walk on the left or the right. If he took the wrong path, it would be just like what his father said, he might float away to the west. He did not care. In any case, there were still more than 20 days before this year's bloodline awakening ceremony. He should first see if there was any other way. Wasn't there still a treasure from the god-slaying mountain? Yi Qinghan's heart was very hesitant. He decided to put aside the handbook and picked up the other thing in the jade box to carefully look at. This was a ring. It was a dazzling, golden ring with a coiled golden dragon on it. Tisk, tsk. Good stuff, good stuff. This is the treasure of the god-slaying mountain. The most dangerous treasure on the continent, the god-slaying mountain is said to be the burial place of the ancient gods. Look at this color. This golden dragon is not ordinary at first glance. Could it be that there is also a master of the divine domain inside? Or perhaps there is Yao Lao's soul. Yi Qinghan completely forgot about the divine blood secret manual and concentrated on studying this ring. He was extremely excited. This ring did look very good. It was shining with golden light and the golden dragon coiled around it was as if a small pocket-sized golden dragon was coiled there. This was the treasure of the god-slaying mountain. Yi Qinghan swallowed his saliva and stared at the ring without blinking. He was afraid that the soul of Grandpa Doring or Yao Lao would suddenly come out and take his hand, desperately trying to teach him all the secret skills of its life. Creak. Suddenly, the window next to him opened and a gust of cold wind blew in. Yi Qinghan shivered and his hand trembled. The ring suddenly fell to the ground. Who? Is it Grandpa Doring or Yao Lao? Disciple Yi Qinghan pays his respects to you. At this moment, Yi Qinghan's soul seemed to have left his body. He hurriedly bowed his head, cupped his hands in salute, and said fearfully. But an elf-like girl appeared in the window. Seeing Yi Qinghan acting like this, she raised her eyebrows and asked in confusion, "Brother, what are you doing? Why are you shouting and not letting me sleep?" Yi Qinghan looked around in confusion. After a while, he came to his senses. He smiled awkwardly, scratched his head in embarrassment, and turned to look at the ring. Unexpectedly. A moment later, he squatted on the ground as if he had been struck by lightning. He did not come to his senses for a long time, but he shouted angrily, "What the f***ck, what kind of treasure of god-slaying mountain is this? It's just a knockoff. Father. I've seen through you. You're just a vagabond, a pirate." That gorgeous, glittering golden dragon ring was the treasure of the god-slaying mountain left to him by his father. It was just a light fall, but a large piece of paint had fallen off, revealing the rusty bronze and iron inside. Even the shining golden dragon head had fallen off, leaving only half of the dragon's tail and a black hole. Chapter 6. The sun set, the moon hung high in the sky, and the stars twinkled like naughty children, teasing the world. In the small courtyard, Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingyu sat side by side on a stone chair, leaning against each other, looking up at the stars, thinking about their own things. Huff. Yi Qinghan panted from time to time, his fingers rubbing a bronze ring on his ring finger, extremely depressed. After an entire afternoon of appraisal, he finally determined that this ring had no magical function, no economic value, and no ornamental value, a no-waste brand ring. Simply put, it was an ugly broken bronze ring, a waste that no one would check even if it was thrown on the ground. In the afternoon, when the ring fell on the ground and broke the golden dragon head, he was sure that it was a fake. But he was still not satisfied, and hoped that a miracle would happen. So he carefully hung off the golden outer layer of the ring. He had obtained this ordinary-looking bronze ring. The whole ring was made of bronze, black, and did not have any blue dragon or phoenix engraved on it, only a big word, soul. Usually, when a ring was made, there would be some words or something, which was very common. But Yi Qinghan did not believe in fate, and always hoped that a miracle would happen. In his previous life, he had read a lot of online novels, and the artifacts in them looked very ordinary, and needed special methods to activate and recognize the owner. So he used the simplest method, which was to drip blood to recognize the owner. So he endured the pain, cut his finger with a knife, and dripped a drop of blood on it, but there was no reaction. He gritted his teeth, afraid that the blood was not enough, so he squeezed hard and continued to drip. After dripping half a bowl of blood, there was finally a reaction. The ring was fine, but he was in trouble. His head began to feel dizzy, and his feet were light, and he was seeing stars. Obviously, he had lost too much blood. Okay. Dripping blood didn't work, so he changed the method. So he roasted it, smoked it, and even ran to the latrine, threatening to throw the ring down if it didn't work. After messing around for an entire afternoon, the ring was still the same, but a little darker. It was roasted by the fire. In desperation, Yi Qinghan finally gave up. Since this was the only thing his father had left behind, he thought about it and decided not to throw it away. He would wear it whenever he had nothing to do and treat it as a souvenir. His father, the number one on the earth ranking and a third-level emperor, had left him two precious treasures. One was a semi-finished product, and it was unknown if it was dangerous or not. The other was a complete knockoff. It looked bright on the outside, but it was a bag of grass inside. That was why he had been depressed for the whole afternoon. Brother, you said before that people will turn into stars in the sky after they die. Is that true? Yi Qingyu sat quietly. She was dressed in a white dress, and her face was tranquil and elegant. Under the moonlight, she looked like a fairy that had fallen to the mortal world. Turn into a *T star. It's more like turning into mud. Yi Qinghan was depressed at this time and could not help but mutter in a low voice. When he was young, he told his sister some fairy tales when he was bored. In the end, his innocent sister believed them. However, when he turned around and looked at his sister's eyes that were as black pearls, without any impurities, he tilted his head. He did not have the heart to destroy the beautiful fantasy in her heart, so he tilted his head and said, what I mean is, if the body turns into spring mud, and the soul ascends to the sky and turns into stars, people as good as our mother and father will definitely turn into stars. Yes, they will. Father and mother are such good people. They will turn into stars in a while and never fall. If father didn't adopt me back then, who knows where Qingyu would have been a long time ago. Father passed away early, and mother treated me like her own. She raised me, loved me, and taught me. Qingyu will not be able to repay their kindness even if I die 1,000 times. It's a pity that before I can repay them, they are already gone. As Yi Qingyu spoke, her voice gradually became choked with sobs. She lowered her head slightly and placed it on the crook of her arm, crying softly. Ugh! Women are indeed made of water. Yi Qinghan sighed in his heart and patted her back lightly, comforting her. All right, the dead are gone. Don't you still have me as your brother? We will depend on each other in this world from now on. Yes. Yi Qingyu nodded her head lightly and looked at Yi Qinghan with infatuated eyes. That tearful and pitiful look touched the softest part of Yi Qinghan's heart. At this moment, Yi Qinghan felt that nothing was important anymore. Even the oath he made in front of his mother's coffin was a little hazy. He was thinking, was his decision really correct? Not to mention anything else, he didn't have the slightest bit of nostalgia for the Divine Blood's secret manual that his father had left behind. He was thinking, if something were to happen to him, he would be fine. As someone who had already died once, he closed his eyes, kicked his legs, and floated to the west. But, what about his sister? She was a mentally retarded woman with no martial arts and no means of survival. She lived in this world where the strong preyed on the weak. She lived in this cold and indifferent family. She had no one to rely on and could only go with the flow. Sigh. Yi Qinghan let out a long sigh. His heart was getting more and more melancholic and lost. The next day, it was a sunny day with no clouds in the sky. Tsang City, Niulan Street was bustling with people and carriages. It was very lively. On both sides of the street, all kinds of hawkers had set up stalls and called out to the passers-by from time to time. "Brother, hurry up. There's a lot of fun over there." A man and a woman walked over from the intersection. The man was dressed in green and had a delicate face. He looked like a weak scholar. Although the woman was younger, she was already like a budding lotus flower. She was already showing her beauty. They were the siblings, Yi Qinghan and his sister, who were out for a stroll. Yi Qingyu held Yi Qinghan's hand and looked left and right on the street. She was like a bird that had been trapped in a cage for a long time and was finally released. She was full of joy. Yi Qinghan looked calm and serene. He seemed to have forgotten all his worries and was just quietly accompanying his sister as they strolled around. His sister saw that he had been very depressed and troubled these few days. Therefore, she found an excuse to buy something and dragged him out for a stroll. He knew about it. He was also gratified to have such a gentle and considerate sister. Although his sister was sent here, she had been with their mother since young. She was like their mother, quiet, gentle, and considerate. There were many books for sale here. Yi Qinghan stood beside a small stall. The stall was set up by an old man who looked like a scholar. The stall was very small, but there were many books on it. It was a total of 3 layers. The old man was sitting behind the stall, reading a book with great interest. Seeing that there was a customer, he didn't even greet them. He just took a glance and continued reading his book. Continental Geography, Introduction to Official Battles, Summary of the 3 Great Forbidden Lands. There was a dazzling variety of books. Yi Qinghan's eyes were dazzled. Although the Yi family had these books, with Yi Qinghan's qualifications, he definitely didn't have the chance to read them. However, most of the books in his father's house were actually poems and songs. Therefore, Yi Qinghan was very happy to read. "Brother, you can choose from here. Buy a few books if you like. I'll go over there to buy something." Yi Qingyu, who was at the side, casually flipped through a few books. She felt that it was boring, so she said something to Yi Qinghan and walked forward. In front of them were a few female rouge stalls. This was something that little girls loved. Yi Qinghan turned his head to take a look. He responded and continued reading. Official battle started 3,000 years ago. It was a prophecy issued by the divine city to quell the endless wars between the 3 prefectures. Once every 30 years, each of the 3 prefectures would send people to participate in the battle. Based on the points obtained by the participants, they would be ranked as high-class, medium-class, and low-class prefectures. High-class prefectures would enjoy annual tributes from medium-class prefectures and low-class prefectures. The points accumulated by the participants in the official battles could be exchanged for rewards from the divine city. Yi Qinghan picked up a book, Official Battles, and read it with great interest. In the past, he only knew about the official battles. However, this book summarized the contents and rules of the official battles. Old mister, I want all these books. How much are they? Yi Qinghan picked 6 books and asked the old man. 5 crystal coins for one. The old man said coldly without raising his head. Yi Qinghan threw 30 crystal coins and ignored the old man's unreasonable words. He wrapped the 6 books in a cloth bag and turned to leave. "Let me go. Brother. Suddenly, just as Yi Qinghan turned around, a familiar voice came from afar. Yi Qinghan was stunned. He suddenly raised his head and widened his eyes. His eyes were filled with shock. This was his sister's voice. In the distance, Yi Qingyu's silhouette could be vaguely seen. Beside her, a white silhouette was grabbing her hand. Yi Qingyu was struggling with all her might while shouting at Yi Qinghan. Swoosh! Yi Qinghan put the book into his bosom, and like a crazed leopard, he fiercely rushed towards that direction. Chapter 7. Yi Shanhu was in a good mood. He was a branch disciple of the Yi family, and his battle beasts were not of high quality. After cultivating for more than 20 years, he finally broke through to the second level of the general realm a dozen days ago, and was bestowed the position of captain of the city guards by the Yi family. Hey, Captain, the little fiend from the Spring Rain house on the 13th Street was not bad, right? At this moment, Yi Shanhu led his team and patrolled the southern part of the city. He was resting in a tea house. A member of the team lifted the teapot and respectfully poured a cup of water for him, saying flatteringly, "Hee, boundless spring, ecstasy in the middle of the night, the taste is not known to outsiders." Yi Shanhu chuckled and took a sip of the tea. He closed his eyes and looked like he was enjoying it very much. Captain is indeed the captain. He's really smart. We brothers have been thinking about that little fiend for a long time, but we couldn't get it. Captain, you actually threw yourself into our arms the moment you took office. Sigh, we are all humans, but why is there such a big gap between us? Another member of the squadron let out a long sigh and shook his head with a hateful expression on his face. Everyone burst into laughter, and Night Mountain Tiger had a complacent look on his face. Let go of me, brother. Just as everyone was chatting idly, a young girl's sudden cry from not far away caught their attention. It was a man in white who was pulling the young girl. The young girl screamed in fright. Then, a young man in green suddenly rushed over from afar like an injured leopard. Without saying anything, he leaped into the air and chopped at the man's neck with his palm like a knife. Bang! The man in white didn't even raise his head. He casually raised his palm, and a milky white airflow came out of his palm. The airflow collided with the young man's palm knife. After a loud sound, the man was unharmed, but the young man in green was like a kite with a broken string. He spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward, crashing onto the ground. Earth-splitting chop. A disciple of the Yi family, humph. There is actually someone in Sung City who dares to hurt a member of the Yi family. Don't you want to live? Releasing your battle chi? A mere general dares to be presumptuous in Sung City? Yi Shanhu recognized the green-clothed youth at a glance. The palm blade that sliced through the air was the earth-shattering slash of the Night Emperor's 7 styles. Seeing that a disciple of the clan had been injured, a murderous look appeared in Yi Shanhu's eyes. He slammed the table and rushed out with his men. Stop! Let go of that girl! Yi Shanhu shouted a very fashionable slogan. He unsheathed his cold saber and called everyone to surround the man in white. Xiao! The white-robed man didn't move at all, but 2 black-robed old men came out from the side. They held long swords in their hands and stood guard at the side, coldly looking at Yi Shanhu's group. Put down your weapon and follow me to the city lord's mansion to await punishment. Otherwise, I'll kill you. Yi Shanhu coldly harumphed. He was quite displeased that there was someone who dared to point a sword at him in his territory. Oh? You want to take me? The white-robed man sneered. He let go of the white-robed girl's hand and slowly turned around. The white-robed man was in his 20s. He had a handsome face and looked like an elegant young master. However, when Yi Shanhu looked into the white-robed man's eyes, he was so shocked that his mouth opened wide. His face was full of shock. The hand that was holding the saber was trembling slightly. He swallowed a few times and stammered, "Natural dual eyes, young master of the Shui clan, Shui Wuhan?" Looking at the eyes under the white-robed man's sword-like eyebrows, the 2 grayish-black pupils glinted with a cold light. He stood there proudly with a domineering look. Yi Shanhu couldn't help but feel bitter in his heart. Why was he so unlucky? How could he resolve this matter peacefully after meeting this malefic star? Xue Wuhan, natural dual eyes. He was a genius of the House of Aries and the young master of the Xue clan, one of the 5 major clans. He was ranked 10th on the terrestrial leaderboard. He broke through to the general realm at the age of 24. His clan's secret art, gu rearing technique, was rumored to have surpassed the ordinary elders of the clan. He was known as one of the geniuses of the House of Aries' new generation. At the age of 25, he was directly appointed as the young master by the Xue clan's elder hall. Being ranked 10th on the terrestrial leaderboard represented a person's strength. The Sky leaderboard and the Earth leaderboard were the rankings of the House of Aries' experts. They were changed every year and were absolutely authoritative. Those who entered the Earth leaderboard before the age of 30 were the new talents of the House of Aries. Those who entered the Sky leaderboard after the age of 30 were the strongest in the entire House of Aries. Yi Tianlong was one of the top experts on the Sky leaderboard, and Yi Qinghan's father, Yi Dao, was even more impressive. He had occupied the first place on the terrestrial leaderboard for many years with his absolute strength. Those who could enter the top 100 of the Sky leaderboard and the Earth leaderboard were all extraordinary figures. As for Xue Wuhan, he was ranked 10th. He was even more impressive. His strength was extraordinary. This young master was even more talented than the Xue clan's young master, Yi Qingquang. He was the next clan leader of the Xue clan. Even the elders of the Yi clan had to speak to him politely. However, today, he had flirted with the Xue clan's young lady on the street and even injured the Xue clan's disciples. Moreover, he was a Tsang City protector. If he didn't make a move to capture him, it would disappoint the hearts of the Yi clan's disciples and the people of Tsang City. However, with his strength of a level 2 general realm, he probably couldn't even defeat the 2 protectors in black. Moreover, even if he summoned his beast fusion, he still wouldn't be a match for the level 3 general realm Xue Wuhan. Xue Wuhan had the ultimate insect gu technique that was comparable to the Yi clan's beast. His overall strength was comparable to a martial realm. Hence, Yi Shanhu stood there, not knowing whether to leave or not. He didn't know whether to go up or down. It was really awkward. "Brother, how are you?" The 2 boys and girls were the Yi Qinghan siblings who came out for a stroll. After Xue Wuhan let go of Yi Qingyu's hand, she immediately rushed to Yi Qinghan's side and carefully helped him up. She hurriedly used her sleeves to wipe the blood on the corner of her brother's mouth. Her face was full of panic. Cough, cough. Yi Qinghan stood up with difficulty and coughed heavily. He looked at his sister's snow-white hand, which was actually covered with a circle of dark red bruises from Xue Wuhan's grip. His face was full of anger. His parents had passed away, and his sister was his only sore spot. Now that she was being flirted with on the street, how could he not be angry? He touched his chest, which was still aching. He knew that he was definitely not a match for this Xue Wuhan in front of him. This person actually released his battle aura and injured him with a casual strike. This was already the performance of a general realm. Even 10 of him wouldn't be a match for him. Hence, he took out a golden token from his waist and said to Yi Shanhu and the rest, "Brothers, this person is flirting with my sister on the street and even injured me. Please help me capture this person and hand him over to the family's torture chamber to give justice to my brother and sister." Golden token? Yi Shanhu's eyes flashed with a hint of doubt. The golden token represented the identity of a direct descendant of the family. For example, he only had a silver token, while the core descendants had an emerald token. However, why did this direct descendant look so unfamiliar? There were more than 20 direct descendants in the family, and he basically knew all of them. Furthermore, wasn't this direct descendant's cultivation a little too low? However, suspicions were just suspicions. The shining golden token in front of him was the real deal. In an instant, Yi Shanhu made a decision. These 3 people openly challenged the Yi family's dignity in Tsang City. Send a red signal to inform the Tsang City wolf guards to prepare for battle. Combine all your beasts and surround them. Shadow Wolf, my partner, combine. Yi Shanhu shouted loudly, and a ball of air suddenly emerged from his chest. It actually slowly condensed into the shape of a wolf, and just as this wolf took shape, it suddenly burrowed into Yi Shanhu's body. After a moment, Yi Shanhu's body underwent a drastic change. His hands actually slowly became sharp, and his 10 fingers turned into 10 sharp claws. Moreover, his ears actually became elongated, and a tattoo in the shape of a black wolf suddenly appeared on the left side of his forehead. Beast fusion. Yi family's unique secret technique. At this moment, Yi Shanhu looked like a wolf in human form, fierce and tyrannical, and his aura skyrocketed. This was what Yi Shanhu looked like after summoning his beasts and combining. After combining, Yi Shanhu, who was at the 2nd level of the general realm, could now reach the peak of the 3rd level of the general realm. Fire-wolf fusion. Leopard fusion. More than a dozen experts in the company all unsheathed their cold swords, and their aura surged. Those with beasts all summoned their beasts and combined. They were ready to charge with their lives at the command of the captain. One of the team members took out a signal flare from his pocket and was about to release it. They were just ordinary Tsang City guards. Usually, their job was to maintain the security of Tsang City, and in special situations, they had to summon the family's guards, Tsang Wolf Guards. Everyone, stop. Just as that team member was about to release the signal flare, a loud roar came from afar. 2 figures flew over from afar. Just as the sound rang in everyone's ears, they had already arrived at their side, and their speed was shocking. Greetings, Elder Rong, greetings, Child Kuang. When Yi Shanhu saw who it was, his face lit up, and his body relaxed. He immediately dispelled the fusion state and hurriedly called everyone to greet them. Of the 2 figures, one was a tall middle-aged man with hawk-like eyes and a hooked nose. A hideous scar stretched from the side of his mouth to the back of his ear. It was the family's vice-elder, Yi Rong. The other was a young man in his 20s, dressed in embroidered clothes and a purple gold crown. His face was as white as jade, and his lips were slightly thin. His eyes were always filled with arrogance. He was the family's young master, Yi Qingquang. Yi Rong and Yi Qingquang actually ignored everyone's greeting and Yi Qinghan, who was standing at the side with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. He only cupped his hands at Shui Wuhan and greeted them. Then, Yi Rong actually scolded everyone, all of you, put away your weapons. Young Master Shui is a friend that Child Kuang invited to Tsang City as a guest. How can you be so lazy? This Elder Rong, this young Master Shui, just teased this lady, and injured this young master in the castle. Yi Shanhu coughed awkwardly and whispered to Yi Rong and Yi Qingquang. Yi Shanhu thought that Yi Rong and Yi Qingquang didn't see Yi Qinghan, so he pointed at the golden token in Yi Qinghan's hand. The person holding the golden token was a direct descendant of the family, which meant that he was the young master of the family. Now that the young master of the family was beaten, he thought that the family's elders would definitely protect him. After all, this was a matter of the family's dignity. Oh. So it's Child Kuang, the young master of your family. That's my fault. I was playing a joke on this little sister just now. I didn't expect that this little brother would suddenly attack, so I accidentally injured him. I hope you don't blame me. Shui Wuhan smiled when he saw Yi Qingquang and Yi Rong coming over. His brown eyes flashed with a trace of smile. He cupped his hands and said, "It's okay." Qingquang came late and startled young Master Shui. Yi Qingquang waved his hand and showed an indifferent expression. He turned his head and glanced at Yi Qinghan with disdain. He snorted and said in a low voice, "Humph. What young master? A piece of trash who only knows how to sneak attack. You are a disgrace to our Yi family. Why don't you go back now? You." Yi Qinghan's footsteps trembled. He was furious. Yi Qingquang was the eldest son of his uncle, Yi Jian, and Yi Qingxian's eldest brother. He had an amazing talent in martial arts. Moreover, he could summon a 7th-ranked violent bear at the age of 5. His strength was tyrannical and he was ranked in the Earth ranking. Usually, he was arrogant in the family. He looked down on him. He didn't expect that today, he didn't care about their brotherly relationship. Not only did he not help, but he also insulted him. It seemed that he had knocked Yi Qingxian unconscious twice. As his eldest brother, Yi Qinghuang must hate him very much. At this time, the scar-faced elder Rong waved his hand and interrupted Yi Qinghan's words. He said coldly, "That's enough. Yi Qinghan, this matter will be decided by the family's torture hall. You go back first and get a healing pill from the torture hall. Jianghu, escort the seventh child back." "This? I will follow your orders." Night Mountain Tiger hesitated for a moment before he hurriedly answered. He looked at Yi Qinghan and sighed in his heart. It seemed that this young master wasn't doing very well in the family. But it was no wonder. It would be strange if he was valued by the family with such weak strength. Hee. I don't need to trouble you to send me off. I'm not dead yet. I can walk by myself. Elder Yi Rong, Yi Qinghuang, Shui Wuhan, very good, very good. Yi Qinghan was so angry that he laughed. His childish voice actually carried some vicissitudes of life. His delicate face was full of malevolence. He squinted his eyes and stared coldly at Shui Wuhan, Yi Rong, and Yi Qinghuang. It seemed that he wanted to engrave them in his mind. At this moment, he was extremely angry. After more than 10 years of suppression and silence, his heart finally exploded. At that moment, he seemed to have made some kind of decision. With a cold smile, he held his sister's hand and walked slowly, step by step. His footsteps were heavy and unsteady at first, but they slowly became firm and decisive. Chapter 8. In the Yi family castle, in another courtyard. Shui Wuhan stood quietly in the small courtyard. His demonic eyes flickered, as if he was thinking about something. Not far away, 2 black-robed old men stood guard at the side. "Young master, what are you doing today?" One of the old men kept silent for a while, but still couldn't help but ask. Shui Wuhan didn't seem to understand. He frowned slightly and turned to look at the black-robed old man. The old man pondered for a while, then cupped his hands and said, Young master seems to have acted rashly today. This time, the clan leader sent us here to discuss with the Yi family about next year's elite school battle. If you offend the Yi family for a little girl, it won't be worth it. Oh. Old Mo thinks that I like that girl? Take liberties with her? You're looking down on me, Shui Wuhan. I, Shui Wuhan, can't have any woman I want? Shui Wuhan raised his eyebrows, but a trace of greed flashed in his eyes. He smiled evilly and said, "However, this girl is unique in this world." "Old Sher, did you find out anything?" The other old man nodded and said, "Yes, this girl is called Yi Qingyu. The young man that young master injured today is called Yi Qinghan, Yi Dao's son. Yi Qingyu is Yi Dao's adopted daughter. After Yi Dao's death, his brother and sister's status in the Yi family is very low." "Oh. Yi Dao's son. He has Yi Dao's temper, but not Yi Dao's talent. He's just a waste, nothing to worry about. Yi Dao's talent is superb, and he has surpassed my father's generation by more than 20 years. I didn't expect him to have such good foresight. Could it be? He had already seen through it? Deliberately left it for his son? No." Shui Wuhan shook his head. After thinking for a while, he said in a low voice, "Old Sher, you go back to the Yi family and ask my grandpa for 20 bottles of snow panacea. I want to propose to Yi family. I want to marry Yi Qingyu." 20 bottles of top-grade snow panacea? Marry Yi Qingyu? Shui Wuhan's words shocked Old Mo and Old Sher. What was snow panacea? That was a peerless high-grade pill. The medicinal pills in the fiery dragon continent were divided into upper, middle, lower, and divine-grade medicinal pills. They were the best tonics for cultivating battle chi, but they required a lot of materials and were complicated to refine. Usually, a bottle of lower-grade medicinal pills would be worth 100 crystal coins in the market. Snow Panacea was a top-grade medicinal pill, which was exclusive to the Shui family. It was priceless. Just now, the elder of the Yi family, Yi Rong, asked Yi Qinghan to go to the torture hall to get the healing pill, which was the lowest low-grade medicinal pill. Even Yi Qinghan was only given one, which showed how precious medicinal pills were. Now, Xue Wuhan gave out 20 bottles of snow panacea. How could Old Shi and Old Mo not be shocked? What? Old Shi hesitated for a while. Then, he thought of something and said, "Is there something special about this girl?" Hee hee. Others might not be able to see it, but I can see it with my natural dual eyes. This girl has the peerless jade spirit body. Xue Wuhan looked calm, but the joy in his voice couldn't be more obvious. Ah. Jade spirit body, one of the two sacred bodies. Old Shi and Old Mo exclaimed at the same time. They looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with shock, which turned into ecstasy in an instant. In the east courtyard of the Yi family castle. "Brother, lie down for a while. I'll go to the torture hall to get some medicinal pills." Yi Qingyu helped her brother back to their courtyard. She fetched some water and wiped her brother's wounds. Then, she laid him down on the bed and signaled him to rest. "Don't go." Yi Qinghan grabbed his sister and said with a self-deprecating smile, "Qingyu, we don't need their pity. We may be poor, but we need to be brave. Besides, this injury is nothing. I'll be fine after a day or two of rest. You go out first. I'll be fine after some rest." "But, brother, your injury." Yi Qingyu's beautiful brows were knitted together. She was worried. However, when she saw the determination in Yi Qinghan's eyes, she held back her words. She pursed her lips, said a few words, and walked out of the room helplessly. Phew, after his sister went out, Yi Qinghan let out a long sigh. He sat on the bed like a fool, as if he was suffering from dementia. Kind people will be bullied, and kind horses will be ridden. In this world, without strength, you'll always be bullied. Without dignity, you're like a fish on a chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. What happened today touched Yi Qinghan a lot. Originally, he had a thought of living a quiet life, but now it was gone. He and Yi Qingquang were both direct descendants of the family. Why did everyone in Yi Qingquang's family know each other and call Yi Qingquang, eldest young master, respectfully when they saw him? He and Xue Wuhan were both descendants of the 5 families. Why did Xue Wuhan come to Tsang City with guards, tease his sister, and injure him? Why did Yi Shanhu not dare to touch him? Yi Rong and Yi Qingquang both wanted to protect him. Why? At the end of the day, it was all about strength. Yi Qingquang was 25 years old, a level 1 general with a 7th-ranked beast. After merging with his beast, his strength was comparable to a peak general, and he was ranked in the Earth ranking. As for Xue Wuhan, he was a genius that was hard to come by in 100 years. At the age of 26, he was already at the 3rd level of the general realm. Coupled with his family's insect breeding technique, even a 1st-level martial might not be able to defeat him. He was ranked 10th on the terrestrial rankings. And himself? He was about to turn 15, and he barely broke through to level 1 elite. The martial man realm, the soldier realm, the elite realm, the commander realm, the general realm, the martial realm. The difference between the elite realm and the martial realm was not just a little, but a whole 3 realms, 9 heavens. Moreover, he couldn't even summon the symbol of the Yi family, the beast. Now, both his parents were dead. To put it bluntly, he was a marginal descendant with no power, strength, and ability. He was a poor fake young master. A peaceful life? Hee hee. Yi Qinghan's eyes flashed, and his face was determined. He made a decision in his heart. He clenched his fists, looked at the wooden box on the table, and said word by word, "God. Blood. Secret. Book, don't let me down." After his father's death, the 2nd branch's status was lowered, the elders pleading in the rainy night, the oath made in front of his mother's coffin, and the humiliation on the streets. All of these left Yi Qinghan with no other choice. Strength, powerful strength. Yi Qinghan had never felt such a strong need for strength. He decided to cut off all means of retreat and cultivate the god's blood secret book that his father left behind. Gamble. There was a saying in his previous life, gamble with cabbage for tofu, and gamble with a bicycle for a motorcycle. He had no other way out. He could only take the risk and exchange his life for a future. Yi Qinghan climbed up from the bed with difficulty, opened the wooden box, took out the yellowed book, and returned to the bed. He flipped open the book, found the god's blood secret book, and read it carefully. The god's blood secret book is based on hundreds of books left by my ancestors, and my own cultivation experience. I studied it for many years, and went through a lot of hardships. Hundreds of words omitted below. If this skill is mastered, not only will one's physique be greatly improved, one's talent for cultivation will be greatly increased, and one's blood will be refined. Hundreds of words omitted. In short, once this skill is mastered, it can be said to have the ability to change one's fate. Damn. Father, Father. Today, I finally see you clearly again. Not only are you a vagabond, but you are also a part-time insurance salesman. Yi Qinghan shook his head helplessly. It could be said that he admired his father, Yi Dao, whom he had never met before. He had flipped through the book for a full hour, and read more than 1,000 words, but all he saw was nonsense. He endured it, calmed his heart, and continued reading patiently. The 5 great families, descendants of the ancient gods. There is more or less God's blood in their bodies. The 5 great families all have the ancient god's secret awakening skill. The purpose is to stimulate the blood in their bodies, to resonate with the ancient god's power, and borrow the ancient god's power to obtain their own power. For the Yi family is the descendant of the ancient god beast god. If the secret awakening skill can resonate with the ancient god's power, they can obtain the help of the ancient god's power and summon beasts from the Beast Valley. The amount of God's blood in one's blood determines the amount of ancient God's power that can resonate with the ancient God's power, which determines the level of the beast summoned. When I said that as long as I successfully master this skill, I can summon a beast above the 7th tier, it was not just empty words, there was a certain logic behind it. However, this skill is against the natural order, and the process of practicing it is extremely dangerous. If you insist on practicing it, please write your will, in case of any accidents. The training method is as follows. First step, let out blood. Let out 1/4 of the blood in your body. The danger of this step is that it is easy to lose too much blood, and have a high fever. Second step, replenish blood, eat the secret medicine for 15 days. The danger of this step is that it is easy to lose your mind, and become crazy. Third step, refine blood, use silver needles to stimulate 12 acupuncture points in your body, 3 times a day in the morning, noon, and night. The danger of this step is that it is easy to prick the wrong acupuncture point, and lose your martial arts. Fourth step, cut off blood. During the blood awakening ceremony, directly seal the blood vessels and cut off the flow of blood, triggering the god's blood in the body to save itself, and thus greatly resonate with the ancient god's power. The danger of this skill is that it is easy to cause the blood to flow backwards, or break the meridians, and directly float to the west. XXXXX, Father. You are indeed not an ordinary person. Is this skill meant for humans to practice? Chapter 9. 3 days later. In the eastern courtyard of the Yi family, it was night time. Drip, drip. Yi Qinghan sat alone by the bed with his eyes closed. His sleeves were rolled up, and his right hand was holding his left hand. His left hand was flat, and there was a glaring knife wound on his wrist. Blood was dripping from it. At the foot of the bed, there was a black wooden bucket. The bottom of the bucket was soaked with blood. It was estimated to be at least 1/2 kilogram. It was already nighttime. The Yi family castle, which had been noisy for a day, finally quieted down. Outside the window, the moon was hanging in the sky, and the night was dark. Phew, Yi Qinghan let out a long breath. His face was pale, and he felt dizzy. He forced himself to control himself. He picked up the gauze on the side of the bed and tied up the wound to stop the bleeding. Looking at the bright red blood in the wooden bucket, he estimated that it was about enough. He stretched out his legs with difficulty and kicked the wooden bucket out from under the bed. Only then did he collapse onto the bed as if he had lost all his strength. After a while, he fell into a deep sleep. The next day, the sun was high up in the sky. "Brother, what's wrong? Wake up." Yiqingyu gently pushed the door open and smelled a faint smell of blood. She entered and saw her brother lying on the side of the bed. The bandage on his left hand was stained with blood. She was so scared that her face turned pale. She quickly shook Yi Qinghan and called out softly. "Huh?" Yi Qinghan opened his eyes in a daze. He saw stars and felt dizzy. He couldn't tell north from south. He closed his eyes and rested for a while before he came back to his senses. He saw his sister, Yiqingyu, sitting on the side of the bed anxiously. She looked worried and lost. He felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He smiled and said, "Little girl, I'm fine. I bled a little that day. Don't make a fuss." But, brother, you look so weak." "I'm fine. I'm probably too tired these days. I'll be fine after some rest." Looking at his sister's innocent eyes filled with worry, Yi Qinghan showed a gentle smile and comforted her. Yi Qinghan heaved a long sigh of relief when he finally managed to coax his sister away. Last night, he finally made up his mind and began the first step of the divine blood secret tome, bloodletting. He closed his eyes and rested on the bed for a while. Only then did he rub his temples and forcefully pull himself together. He secretly took out the blood under the bed and poured it out. He walked out of the Yi family castle after many twists and turns. He walked to the market of Tsang City and bought a few kilograms of animal livers. Then, he went to the medicine shop to buy a few different powders according to the instructions on the God's Blood secret book. Using a knife, he chopped the internal organs evenly into pieces, then sprinkled the medicinal powder on them and stirred. Just like that, the powerful blood supplement recipe recorded in the Secrets of the God's Blood was completed. Can this thing be eaten? Yi Qinghan felt his stomach churn as he looked at the bloody pieces of internal organs in front of him that were red and black in color, giving off a fishy and inexplicable smell. He felt like throwing up just by looking at it, not to mention eating it raw. "Oh." Yi Qinghan closed his eyes, grabbed a piece with his hand, and threw it into his mouth. After chewing it casually, he swallowed it. Unexpectedly, his stomach churned and he felt a strong urge to vomit. In an instant, he vomited out everything that he had just eaten. What should I do? The second step was clearly stated in the Secrets of the God's Blood secret book. This secret recipe had a strong blood supplement effect. Yesterday, he had released a quarter of his blood. If he didn't replenish his blood, he wouldn't be able to proceed to the third step of blood refining. This was because it was clearly stated in the Secrets of the God's Blood secret book. The first and second steps, releasing blood to replenish blood, were all for the third step of blood refining. This was because during blood refining, the blood vessels had to continuously produce new blood, and the new blood contained ordinary blood and God's blood essence. Through blood refining, it was equivalent to refining the ordinary blood, leaving behind the God's blood essence in the blood. If it was not refined properly, the God's blood essence would be left behind. This way, the God's blood essence in the body would become thicker and thicker. There was no other way. He could only eat. Scenes of the past flashed across Yi Qinghan's mind, and his expression gradually became determined. For his dead father, eat. For his loving mother, eat. For the years of humiliation he had suffered, eat. For his gentle and cute sister, eat. 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 Yi Qinghan mechanically grabbed a piece of the internal organs and threw it into his mouth. He chewed hard and swallowed quickly. At this moment, it was as if he had turned off his taste buds, and there were no adverse reactions. He just kept grabbing, chewing, and swallowing. His hands and the corners of his mouth were filled with the blood of the internal organs, and there were even a few small pieces of flesh at the corner of his lips. However, he himself didn't have any reaction, and only chewed and swallowed numbly. Occasionally, he would suddenly smile, making him look very scary. After a while, the big bowl of internal organs was finished. Yi Qinghan was already prepared. He picked up a big bowl of water and drank it quickly. Then, he picked up a tablecloth and wiped his hands and mouth clean. Only then did he sit on the bed and take off all his clothes, leaving only a pair of shorts. He took out the silver needles that he had prepared from the bedside, and carefully inserted them into the 12 acupuncture points of his body according to the diagrams in the secret book. These 12 acupuncture points were 2 on the head, 2 on the hands and feet, and 2 on the body. All of them were where the blood vessels intersected. Fortunately, these acupuncture points were on the front of the body. What if they were on the back? Yi Qinghan didn't know how to wipe them. After inserting the silver needles, Yi Qinghan clearly felt that these 12 acupuncture points began to heat up, and there was a slight itch. It felt as if these 12 acupuncture points were being bitten by 12 ants. It worked. Yi Qinghan was pleasantly surprised. Although he didn't know whether this reaction was good or bad. But at least, there was an effect. Itch. 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 Suddenly, starting from the 12 acupuncture points, all the blood vessels in his body began to heat up. Itch. At the beginning, it was like 12 ants were biting him. Now, it really felt like there were tens of thousands of ants biting him. That kind of pain and itch, although not particularly painful, was still abnormally uncomfortable. Most importantly, Yi Qinghan couldn't grab or touch them. Because it was clearly written in the secret book. This was a normal symptom of blood refinement. In other words, the secret book was working and was producing blood. Pain and happiness. This was what Yi Qinghan was feeling right now. Pain was physical discomfort, but happiness was spiritual happiness, because he felt hope. The secret book of God's blood was working. It meant that he had a chance to summon a high-level beast during the clan's bloodline awakening ceremony 10 days later. It meant that he had a chance to become a core disciple of the clan. It meant that he could fulfill his mother's dying wish. It meant that he could take revenge for the slap he gave him that day. It also meant that he had a chance to become a person above others and control his own life. When a person was alive, there was hope. Only then would there be motivation and passion. Fortunately, this feeling of being bitten by tens of thousands of ants only lasted for a short 10 minutes before it gradually faded away. As for Yi Qinghan, he felt like a few years had passed. His whole body was drenched in sweat. His hair looked like it had just been washed. Even the bed sheet under his body was wet. Phew! Yi Qinghan let out a long breath. In his heart, he thought, "Father, father. You are indeed a genius that only appears once in 100 years in the clan. At least the secret book you created, although I don't know how effective it is, just the 3 parts of bloodletting, blood replenishing, and blood refinement are already earth-shattering. After the first day of cultivation, the rest of the cultivation would follow naturally." Yi Qinghan locked himself in his room every day. If he wasn't training his battle chi, he was training the secret book of God's blood. His days were busy and fulfilling. As for his sister, Yi Qingyu, she was very worried at first. On the 3rd day after Yi Qinghan started training the secret book, he finally couldn't stand his sister's endless questions and told her that he was training the secret book. Yi Qingyu saw that her big brother's willpower was strong and that he had already cultivated for 3 days. Apart from his pale face and skinny body, he was fine, so she didn't try to stop him. She just silently prayed for her big brother every day when she offered incense to her parents. On the 15th day of training the secret book of God's blood, Yi Qinghan silently put the silver needles into a cloth bag. After 15 days of training, Yi Qinghan had lost a few kilograms of weight. In the past 10 days, Yi Qinghan only ate a small amount of vegetables and fruits every day. He had to replenish his blood and eat raw animal organs every day. How could he have the appetite to eat meat? Therefore, it was normal for him to lose weight. However, after 10 days of training, he became more refined. His face was no longer pale. Instead, it became rosy. His eyes became sharper. Phew. I finally finished training. These 15 days were really hard for a human. Whether I succeed or not depends on tomorrow. Yi Qinghan sat by the window and looked at the bright moon in the sky. He let out a long breath. The hellish days were finally over. After more than 10 days of torture, he was on the verge of a nervous breakdown. Tomorrow. Tomorrow was the annual bloodline awakening ceremony of the clan. It was also the last chance for him to awaken his bloodline at the age of 15. 15 years of hard training, 15 days of torture and hellish life, his mother's last wish, and his sister's future life. Everything, his hopes and dreams would come to an end tomorrow. Chapter 10. The next day, when the sun was just starting to rise, the entire Tsang city became noisy. Today was the first day of year 9998 of the Flaming Dragon calendar. It was the annual Flaming Dragon Festival, the most important festival for humans in the Flaming Dragon continent. Crackle. The sound of firecrackers and children's laughter could be heard from outside. The joyous atmosphere of the festival enveloped the entire city. At this moment, the Yi family castle, the Castellan's mansion in Tsang City, was already bustling with noise and excitement. Countless servants and maids were busy. They were cleaning up and decorating the halls. The entire castle was in a festive mood. In front of a courtyard in the north of the castle, dozens of young children were already standing. Including the parents who accompanied them, there were probably more than 100 people. Different from the noise and laughter outside, everyone here looked serious and solemn as they stood quietly outside the courtyard. Even the 5 to 6-year-old children in the front row stood quietly under the whispers of the adults beside them. There are so many people this year. Yi Qinghan stood quietly at the left corner, while Yi Qingyu stood quietly beside him. The two looked at the dense crowd in front of them silently. That's right, this group of people were all descendants of the Yi family. They were here for the bloodline awakening ceremony. For the descendants of the Yi family who couldn't summon their beasts, the Flaming Dragon Festival was the most important moment in their lives. That was because the Flame Dragon Festival was the time that the Yi family would awaken their bloodline once a year for their 5, 10, and 15-year-old disciples. Every Yi family descendant had 3 chances to awaken their bloodline 3 times in their lives. From there, they could summon their beasts with the help of the ancient god's power. Of course, they couldn't awaken their bloodline a second time after awakening. Beasts. Beasts that were similar to beasts belonged to the ancient god's deep care and blessing to the Yi family. This was because as long as a beast could be summoned, it would basically have strong attack power and special abilities. Even if one was lucky enough to summon a powerful beast, such as the level 8 earth bear of the Yi family's current leader, Yi Tianlong, one didn't need to cultivate. As long as the beast naturally matured, it would have the attack power of an emperor. Thinking about it, a person didn't need to cultivate, as long as he was lucky enough to summon a high-level beast during the blood awakening ceremony. You are destined to have an extraordinary life. You are destined to become one of the upper echelons of the Yi family and an influential figure on the continent. Power, status, money, beauties. Everything was because of the existence of beasts. Who? I must succeed, I must succeed. Yi Qinghan took a deep breath and stared at the gate of the courtyard, telling himself in his heart. Everyone stared at the door. On the door, there were 3 words, War Beast Hall. Creak. The door finally opened and 4 old men walked out. Greetings, elders of the War Beast Hall. Everyone bowed and said in unison. Yi Qinghan also bowed and said. He already knew these 4 people. They were the elders of the War Beast Hall. They specialized in helping the younger generation to awaken their bloodline. Yi Qinghan's awakening ceremony when he was 5 and 10 years old were also held by them. Dispense with the formalities. Everyone, please come in with us. The 4 elders smiled. The one who spoke was the elder on the left, whose hair and beard were as white as snow. You are all early. Just as everyone followed the 4 elders and prepared to enter the War Beast Hall, a loud voice came from afar. Everyone looked towards the direction of the voice and saw a blue figure carrying a 5-year-old child flying towards them. In the blink of an eye, they were already above everyone's heads and slowly landed. Flying in the air, an emperor realm. Yi Qinghan was shocked. Only an emperor realm ranker could fly in the air. However, when he saw the face of the middle-aged man in the blue robe, he only laughed coldly. "Greetings, city lord." Everyone and the three elders hurriedly bowed and greeted. The white-bearded elder only smiled and nodded at him. On the other hand, Yi Qinghan and his sister just casually cupped their hands in greeting. The person who came was the city lord of Tsang City, Yi Qinghan's uncle, Yi Jian. The leader of the Yi family, Yi Tianlong, had not been involved in the affairs of the world for many years. The position of the city lord of Tsang City had been passed on to his eldest son, Yi Jian. The first branch that Yi Jian represented had always been at odds with the second branch that Yi Qinghan's father belonged to. Not long ago, when Yi Qinghan's mother passed away, it was because of Yi Jian's strong opposition that his mother couldn't enter the family's ancestral grave. Therefore, Yi Qinghan didn't like Yi Jian very much, let alone respect him. Greetings, Elder Tian Qing and the three elders. Everyone, please do as you please. Today, I'm here to awaken my son, Qingfeng. You don't have to worry about me. Yi Jian was tall and majestic. Under his thick eyebrows, his tiger-like eyes shot out cold light. He didn't look angry, but when he casually glanced around, everyone felt as if his gaze could see through people's hearts. No secrets could be hidden in front of him. He looked heroic and domineering, like a formidable person of the generation. Although he said this, everyone was obviously cautious. Most of the people present were 10-year-olds. There were only a few 5- and 15-year-olds. To them, the four elders of the War Beast Hall were already big shots. As the city lord of Tsang City, Yi Jian, who could fly in the air, was even more superior. His aura alone was enough to make people feel pressured. Although the Yi family was a big family, there were only a dozen Imperial Realm experts in the Yi family who could fly in the air. On the other hand, Yi Qinghan glanced at his younger cousin, Yi Qingfeng, who was being pulled by Yi Jian. He looked like a tiger, but the arrogance in his eyes and the disdain that leaked out from time to time made Yi Qinghan feel disgusted. As expected. He was just like his brother, Yi Qingquang, Yi Qingxian, proud and arrogant. While thinking, they had already stepped into the War Beast Hall. The War Beast Hall was the same as before. It was a wide hall with 3 huge and complicated ancient altars in the center. Rows of seats were arranged neatly in front of the altars. Yi Qinghan looked around and pulled his sister to the left corner to sit down. Cough. The 4 elders and Yi Jian sat in a row of seats at the front of the hall. The white-haired, white-bearded elder Tian Qing cupped his hands towards the 4 of them and walked to the front of the crowd. He first coughed lightly to attract everyone's attention, then said with satisfaction, "You're right. You are all descendants of the Yi family. I'm sure you all have a certain understanding of the bloodline awakening ceremony of the Yi family. I will briefly explain. Later, the 3 elders will open the altars and carry out the ceremony. You will be divided into 3 groups and enter one of the altars. Each of you can only stay in the altar for 15 minutes at most. Remember, when the bloodline awakens, your mind will enter a magical place. Don't panic. It is a summoning space. There is no danger. What you need to do is very simple. You only need to use your family's secret summoning method to summon the beasts, animals, and even moving plants that you can see. Fuse them into your mind and bring them here. This way, you will succeed. One more thing. Don't force yourself. If you force yourself too much, you may be seriously injured or even die from the backlash. Pay attention to the time. Each person only has 15 minutes. Now, those whose names are called will enter the altar. The first group is Yi Qingfeng, Yi Qingyun, and Yi Xiaohu. After Elder Tian Qing finished speaking, he took out a thin piece of paper and began to read the names. When Yi Jian, who was sitting at the head of the table, saw that the elder had arranged for his son to be in the first position, he looked at the elder gratefully. Then, he looked at Yi Qingfeng, who was already standing on the altar, and gave him an encouraging look. let's begin." Seeing that the three of them were already in place, Elder Tianqing turned his head to look at the other three elders at the front desk and said lightly. The three elders nodded and each stood beside an altar. They took out a crystal item from their bosoms and raised it in the air. Suddenly, the crystal emitted a dazzling light. Everyone who was bathed in the light felt a sacred and tranquil aura. Suddenly, the three altars slowly emitted a gentle light, forming a circle of light, wrapping the three altars into three oval circles of light. It was like an egg standing there. On the surface of the halo, there was a ripple-like fluctuation. Phew! After the halo was formed, the light from the round sticks in the hands of the three elders gradually disappeared. Finally, it became calm again. The three elders were all pale and exhausted, and they slowly walked back to their seats. "Thank you for your hard work, elders." Yi Jian smiled and expressed his gratitude to the three elders in a low voice. "I don't dare, this is what I should do." The three elders hurriedly waved their hands and said modestly. In just a moment, the three elders gradually recovered, and their faces slowly became ruddy. "Lord, I think Qingfeng is born with a strong spiritual aura, he will definitely succeed." An elder glanced at the altar and said with a smile. "That's right. I think Qingfeng can at least summon a battle beast of level 6 or above. He might even be able to summon a battle beast of level 7 like his brother, Qingquang." Another elder hurriedly flattered. "Hee, thank you for your kind words, this will depend on his own luck." Lord Yi Jian said with a smile, but his eyes glanced at the altar where Yi Qingfeng was from time to time. Suddenly, abruptly, the altar that Yi Qingfeng was on was undergoing a special change. The white halo on the outside started to turn red, then orange, then yellow, then green, and finally purple. Then, it stopped changing. "Congratulations, Lord, Qingfeng has a high chance of summoning a level 7 war beast." "Lord, your sons are all so talented. Congratulations, Lord, congratulations, Lord. Young Master Feng's future is limitless." For a moment, all kinds of praises and flattery were heard. The hall immediately boiled up. Even the white-bearded elder Tianqing, who had been silent all this while, smiled and nodded. Yi Jian's face was filled with joy. The Yi family's war beasts were the same as the warriors in the continent. They were divided into 9 levels, from level 1 to level 9. Level 9 was also known as Saint level. They corresponded to the warrior realm, soldier realm, elite realm, commander realm, general realm, martial realm, duke realm, emperor realm and saint realm in the House of Aries. As a member of the Yi family, anyone who knew a little about the Yi family's bloodline awakening ceremony would know. During the awakening ceremony, the halo outside the altar would change into different colors. From low to high, they were red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, black and gold. Most importantly, the higher the color of the halo, the higher the possibility of summoning a higher level war beast. This was not set by anyone, it was the experience of the Yi family that had been passed down for thousands of years. For example, when the Yi family's current master, Yi Tianlong, awakened his bloodline, the halo outside turned black, so he was lucky enough to summon a level 8 war beast, the Earth Bear. Yi Qinghan's father, Yi Dao, also had a black halo, so he was able to summon a level 8 war beast, Draconic Lion. Yi Jian and his eldest son both had a purple halo, so they were able to summon a level 7 war beast. The Yi family only had a few high-level war beasts. There were only 2 level 8 war beasts in the family, and only a few level 7 war beasts. As for a level 9 holy beast, it had only appeared once in the family's history. That time, when the family's senior awakened his bloodline, the color of the halo was a dazzling golden halo. Now that a purple halo appeared at the beginning of the bloodline awakening ceremony, it was a good omen, so everyone was extremely excited. Just as everyone was discussing, the 2 altars at the side also started to change colors. However, it was obvious that they only changed colors 3 or 4 times before stopping. The one in the middle, Yi Qingxian, was yellow, while Yi Xiaohu, who was at the side, was green. Seeing that their colors no longer changed, everyone fixed their eyes on Yi Qingfeng's altar again. After all, the level of the war beast summoned by the yellow and green halos would definitely not be too high. However, the purple halo was different. It meant that the probability of summoning a level 7 war beast was very high. Suddenly, on the altar that Yi Qingfeng was at, the halo shook for a while, and the purple color gradually dissipated, returning to white. And from within the halo, a thin and small figure carrying a strange animal walked out. That is? It's a level 7 war beast, Ash Wolf. An elder of the war beast hall was the first to shout. Wow! It's indeed a Ash Wolf. The family has produced another high-level war beast. Congratulations. Xiao, Yi Jian was like a phantom, directly flashing from the front of the hall. He carefully looked at the war beast in Yi Qingfeng's arms, and immediately smiled like a flower. He lightly patted Yi Qingfeng's head and laughed out loud. Not bad, Fenger, you actually summoned a level 7 war beast. When we go back, father will reward you well, haha. Immediately, the hall became lively again. Countless people surrounded Yi Qingfeng. They were either curious, flattering, or trying to establish a relationship with him. After all, if Yi Qingfeng could summon a level 7 war beast, his position in the family would definitely not be low. Just as the crowd was surrounding Yi Qingfeng, 2 people from the 2 altars beside him walked out. Each of them was carrying an animal cub. Seeing the 2 people walk out of the altar, the elder Tian Qing coughed heavily and said indifferently, "Everyone return to your seats. The 3 of you, each carry your own war beast and come forward to register." After a while, the voice of the elder Tian Qing resounded in the hall again. Yi Qingfeng, level 7 war beast, Ash Wolf. Yi Qingyun, level 3 war beast, Shadow Mouse. Yi Xiaohu, level 4 war beast, Sword Pig. Next group, Yi Xiaoyan, Yi Sun Air, Yi Xiaomei. Chapter 11. Brother, why isn't it your turn yet? In a small corner on the left side of the war beast hall, Yi Qingyu said angrily with her hand supporting her chin. Indeed, it was already afternoon, and the afterglow of the setting sun filled the entire room. There were about 60 to 70 descendants who needed to awaken their bloodlines today. More than half of them had already awakened, but it was still not Yi Qinghan's turn. The elders definitely want to awaken the descendants with the greatest potential first. There's nothing strange about this. Yi Qinghan rubbed his sister's hair, not minding at all. According to his observations, the descendants who awakened their bloodlines in the morning were mostly very young, and all of them could summon decent beasts. Although they did not summon a 7th-ranked beast like Yi Qingfeng, they still summoned 3 6th-ranked beasts. However, after everyone hastily finished their lunch in the war beast hall, the descendants who continued the awakening ceremony were obviously much worse than in the morning. For an entire afternoon, the highest level was the younger brother of one of the core descendants, Yi Xianxia, Yi Qingchen, who summoned a 6th-ranked beast. There were a few people who failed to summon their beasts even though their halos did not change color. On the other hand, they had failed to summon their beasts when they were 5 or 10 years old. It was obvious that the family had decided that they were useless descendants and had no hope of awakening. Yi Haiyun, summon a 1st-ranked beast, Spotted Pig. Yi Hua Tian, summon a 2nd-ranked beast, Earth Dog. Yi Jianhong, summon a 2nd-ranked beast, Demon Chicken. The last group, Yi Xiaosa, Yi Qinghan, Yi Yanyu. Elder Tian Qing announced with a smile. His expression also relaxed. It was the last group. After the awakening, today's matters had come to an end. Although he was not very satisfied with the beasts summoned by the descendants in the afternoon. But no matter what, he was already very satisfied with being able to summon a 7th-ranked beast this year. After all, beasts that were 7th-ranked and above were considered high-level beasts. If the Yi family could summon a 7th-ranked beast every year during their awakening ceremony, then the Yi family would be rich. A matured 7th-ranked beast's strength was comparable to a duke's. Phew. Finally, it was his turn. Yi Qinghan let out a long breath and calmed down the excitement in his heart. In his mind, however, he was reciting the last part of the blood-severing technique from the Secrets of the Divine Blood. The 4th step of the Divine Blood Secret Manual, blood severing. During the bloodline awakening ceremony, one would directly seal the bloodline and cut off the flow of blood. This would trigger the divine blood essence in one's body to save themselves, which would greatly resonate with the ancient god's power. The danger of this technique lay in the fact that it could easily cause the blood to flow backwards or the meridians to be severed, causing the person to float to the west. Drifting to the west. Yi Qinghan turned his head and looked at his sister who was sitting quietly next to him. He didn't know what he was feeling. There was a bit of reluctance, a bit of guilt, and an inexplicable feeling in his heart. Yi Qingyu was dressed in a white dress and looked like a fairy. Seeing her brother looking at her like that, she mischievously blinked her eyes. "What's wrong, brother? Go, it's not your first time awakening. Believe in yourself, you will definitely succeed." "Okay." Yi Qinghan nodded his head heavily and walked forward resolutely. His back was straight and his sleeves fluttered in the wind. It was as if he was about to step on the brambles of the Yi River. There was a feeling of a warrior going on a journey that would never return. Through the white halo, Yi Qinghan walked into the altar. Even though he had awakened twice, this complicated and mysterious altar was still unfamiliar and mysterious to him. The altar wasn't big, only a meter in radius. Beneath his feet was a stone slab made of an unknown mysterious material. There were many inexplicable runes engraved on it. There were 4 white crystals placed in the 4 corners of the altar. At this moment, it was the white crystals that were emitting a faint white light that formed this magical white halo. Gradually, a white mist was produced in the halo, and this white mist actually slowly seeped into his body. The white mist became thicker and thicker, and his body absorbed more and more of it. 3 minutes passed, and there was still no reaction from the halo. It was still milky white, with ripples on it. Looks like even without the secrets of the divine blood, the summoning will still fail like the previous 2 times. I'll give it my all. Dad, I hope you don't disappoint me. Yi Qinghan thought to himself. 3 minutes had passed, and it was still the same as the previous 2 times. He decided to give it his all and began the 4th step of the secrets of the divine blood, blood severing. Sitting in the middle of the altar, Yi Qinghan used the Night Emperor mantra to seal the meridian connecting the yin and yang meridians in his body, directly cutting off the blood flow between the 2 meridians. Suddenly, Yi Qinghan's body gradually turned red, and the blood vessels on the surface of his body bulged. So uncomfortable. Is this blood severing? It feels like someone is squeezing my neck and I'm about to suffocate. Ah. Why is my head so dizzy? Why isn't the divine blood saving me? At this moment, Yi Qinghan felt like someone was holding his head and sinking it into the water. The feeling of suffocation was so terrifying. His head also began to feel dizzy. This was a symptom of his brain lacking oxygen. Persevere, persevere. Persevere was the only word left in Yi Qinghan's mind. At the last moment, he chose to believe in his powerful old man. Tightly controlling the Night Emperor mantra, he resolutely sealed the meridians and cut off the blood flow. And at this moment, if an outsider saw Yi Qinghan, they would definitely scream. Because at this moment, Yi Qinghan no longer looked like the handsome young man from before. All the veins on his body were bulging, densely covering his entire body. His skin was all red, and blood slowly seeped out of his ears, mouth, and nose. His entire body looked ferocious and terrifying, like a demon. Oh no! Yi Qinghan's heart was in knots, and he secretly cried out. At the same time, large amounts of blood came out of his mouth. Due to the long-term sealing of his meridians finally could not withstand the heavy load and exploded. It's over. This time, he really floated to the west and died. Yi Qinghan let out a long sigh in his heart. At this moment, his mind was abnormally clear, as if he had reached the final radiance of a setting sun. In a daze, he seemed to be able to see the yin meridians in his body explode inch by inch, and large amounts of blood gushing out. And at this moment, he seemed to be able to see through the thick white fog, and see the different expressions of the people in the war beast hall. He also saw his sister, Yi Qingyu, standing in the corner, looking at his halo from afar. Her face was full of hope and tenderness. Just as Yi Qinghan was about to fall into a coma due to the large amount of blood loss, the bronze ring on his left hand suddenly flashed with a white light. The bronze ring on his left hand suddenly shone with a white radiance. Following that, a silk-like white stream of air slowly emerged from the ring and flowed into Yi Qinghan's body from his finger. Suddenly, the white stream of air rapidly flowed from his left hand to his body. The most surprising thing was that wherever the white stream of air flowed through, Yi Qinghan's muscles would emit a faint milky white light. His skin, which was originally covered with dark red veins, would quickly recover. The white stream of air did not stop. It quickly circulated around his body and finally stopped near Yi Qinghan's heart. And that was where the yin meridians were broken. In just a short while, wherever the white stream of air flowed through, the skin and muscles had completely recovered. There was no difference from before. Only the place where the yin meridians were broken on his chest were still emitting a faint milky white light. At this moment, Yi Qinghan was completely unaware of the abnormality that was happening to his body. This was because he had already fainted before the white stream of air gushed out. It's been more than 5 minutes, why is there still no reaction? At this moment, Yi Qingyu, who was standing in the left corner of the hall, frowned, her face full of worry. She could see how much importance Yi Qinghan placed on this awakening ceremony. She did not care about this awakening ceremony. What she cared about was her brother. If it failed, her brother would definitely be very sad, right? Ah, it changed color. Someone beside her exclaimed softly. Yi Qingyu suddenly raised her head and happily looked at the circle of light in the middle. It was the altar where Yi Qinghan was. She then lowered her head in disappointment. The circle of light that changed color just now was the circle of light on the left. And the circle of light in the middle was still dazzling white. Sigh. How should I comfort my brother later? Yi Qingyu was distressed. A trace of blurriness and loneliness flashed through her eyes. Just as her eyes casually swept across the circle of light, she suddenly became dazed. Her brain seemed to have slowed down by half a beat. Then, she suddenly jumped up and shouted, "It changed, it changed. My brother's circle of light changed color." The sudden voice resounded through the hall, causing everyone's attention to be fixed on the circle of light in the middle. In the empty hall, there were 3 circles of light. The circle of light on the left had already changed color, and now it was fixed at yellow. And the circle of light in the middle began to slowly change from white to red. If it changed, then it changed. Why are you so excited? I think he can at most turn orange. If he can turn yellow, that would be the most he can do. Everyone was shocked and subconsciously stunned for a moment. Then, someone immediately reacted and said with dissatisfaction. After all, they had been sitting here for a whole day. They were already used to this kind of situation. Oh, you're right. It turned yellow. Everyone was shocked and began to chat and laugh again. As for Yi Qingyu, she looked at the circle of light in a daze. 2 lines of hot tears flowed down her eyes. She did not hear the words of others at all. Her brother was finally going to succeed. She was very excited at this moment. As for the 4 elders, they sat quietly at the head of the table, drinking tea and chatting happily. They did not care at all. After all, the disciples in the afternoon had disappointed them too much. It's still changing. It turned green. Which family's disciple is this? His talent is not bad. The circle of light slowly turned from yellow to green. Everyone below also began to pay attention and asked who was the person in the circle of light. After all, the green circle of light could summon a 4th-ranked beast. There was still a future for him. It's still changing. It's green. How is that possible? Everyone shifted their attention to the circle of light in the middle. Among the 3 circles of light, the circle of light in the middle was shining with a faint green light. And the elders at the head of the table also stopped drinking tea and began to pay attention. Let me see who is in the middle altar. His talent is not bad. Oh, he's called Yi Qinghan. He's already 15 years old, and there's still a green circle of light? Could it be that he's a late bloomer? Elder Tianqing opened the manual and nodded with a smile. After an entire afternoon, there was finally a decent one. He looked very pleased. Just as Elder Tianqing lifted his cup of tea in satisfaction and was about to drink it, the hall suddenly burst into an uproar. Ah, everyone look, it changed again, oh my god. It turned blue. It turned purple again. It's the same purple circle of light as young Master Feng. This is a joyous occasion. We must hold a banquet tonight to celebrate. Elder Tianqing could no longer sit still. He threw away his cup of tea and stood up. The three elders beside him had already stood up. Their eyes were shining as they locked onto the altar in the middle. On the altar in the middle, the green slowly faded away and a purple circle of light slowly formed. It looked like a standing purple egg. It stood alone in the middle of the hall. Oh my god. It's still changing. And just when everyone was extremely happy that the Yi family had produced another genius, a voice rang out as if they had seen a ghost. Following that, a voice suddenly rang out in everyone's mind. Everyone quickly held their breath and shut their mouths, not daring to breathe loudly. Everyone, quiet down. Whoever makes another sound will be punished according to the clan's rules. Secret voice transmission. Next to the altar in the middle, four figures appeared out of thin air. Elder Tianqing's eyes shone coldly as he glanced at everyone. It was obvious that Elder Tianqing had used an extremely high-level skill to directly transmit his voice into everyone's ears. The four elders looked serious as they separated and surrounded the altar in the middle. On the altar in the middle, the purple circle of light began to slowly turn black. Finally, it completely turned into a black circle of light. It looked like black water flowing on the circle of light. Black circle of light. There was hope that they could summon an 8th-ranked beast like the current clan leader. However, what made everyone even crazier was that the circle of light did not stop changing. The black circle of light actually changed rapidly and actually turned into a golden color. Then, the dazzling golden color flashed and the circle of light actually had 9 different colors. On the circle of light that looked like an egg, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, black, and gold, 9 different colors intertwined and released a dazzling radiance. 9-colored circle of light. What was going on? Everyone looked at each other as if they were fools, as if they wanted to find the answer in each other's eyes. However, all they saw was confusion and confusion. And the 4 elders' eyes were also filled with confusion. Not to mention that they had presided over the awakening ceremony for so many years, this kind of situation had never happened in the history of the clan. Suddenly, Elder Whitebeard Tianqing seemed to think of something. His eyes shone brightly and his whole body trembled with excitement. He turned to the elder beside him and said urgently, "Second brother, quickly go and invite the clan leader, the Grand Supreme Elder and all the elders here. If my guess is correct, something big is going to happen." In less than 2 to 3 minutes, the War Beast Hall gathered a total of more than 10 clan leaders, including City Lord Yi Jian and Vice Elder Yi Cheng of the Hall of War. Clan leader Yi Tianlong and the 2 Grand Supreme Elders were in closed-door training. They had sealed the back mountain and were directly told not to disturb them unless it was a matter of life and death for the clan. Everyone stood solemnly around the 9-colored circle of light. Everyone, the reason why I invited you here today is because of the special light emitted by this special altar. This is something that the clan has never experienced before. As everyone knows, the most special light in the history of the clan is the golden light produced when ancestor Yi Ruoshui awakened. At that time, he summoned the first and only 9th-grade holy beast in the history of the clan, the White Tiger. This 9-colored circle of light is obviously a level higher than the purple circle of light. So, Elder Whitebeard Tianqing was the first to speak. He looked very excited and in high spirits as he spoke. Could it be? It can't be. The legend is actually true. When the elders heard this, all their faces turned pale as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. They were extremely surprised and could no longer remain calm. This was because they all thought of a message left behind by an ancestor of the clan. That ancestor was the only one in the clan who could summon a holy beast, Yi Ruoshui. It was said that ancestor Yi Ruoshui had not only summoned the holy beast White Tiger, he had also cultivated to the peak of the Saint Realm and was half a step into the God Realm. Not only was his cultivation level unparalleled, he had also done a lot of research on the clan's beasts. In his later years, he once said, if the 9-colored circle of light appears during the awakening ceremony, there is a high chance of summoning a God-ranked beast. It's a pity that I don't have the chance to see it. God-ranked. What was a God-ranked beast? God-ranked was equivalent to the God realm. God-ranked was the highest realm. If the Yi family could have a disciple who possessed a God-ranked beast, then the Yi family would definitely be above the other 4 great clans. So much so that the Yi family would become an existence equivalent to the God City. The one inside is Yi Qinghan. Not bad, not bad. I say, Yi Dao is such a genius, his son would definitely be a peerless genius. Yes, I knew that Qinghan was not a simple child. Originally, I wanted to suggest to the Elder Guild to recruit him as a core disciple in advance. This child's parents died early, he is quite pitiful. The clan should take good care of him. This awakening was successful, the clan should greatly compensate this child. Yes, not long ago, this child even requested to move his mother into the ancestral grave or something. I think it's definitely possible. All the elders were smiling brightly and nodded continuously. They were all immersed in a cheerful atmosphere. The only person who had a gloomy expression was City Master Yi Jian. Yi Jian had been suppressed by Yi Qinghan's father, Yi Dao, since young. The first branch and the second branch had a deep grudge against each other. Not long ago, it was also Yi Jian who had suppressed the elders to reject the suggestion of moving Yi Qinghan's mother into the ancestral grave. Seeing the elders like this, he was naturally embarrassed and unhappy. He couldn't help but snort coldly and said, "Everyone, don't be anxious. Everything can wait until the ceremony is completed and the summoning is successful. The appearance of the ultimate circle of light does not mean that a high-level beast has been summoned." Only then did the elders slowly calm down. In the past, there were many low-level beasts that were summoned when a high-level circle of light appeared. The appearance of the highest 9-colored circle of light now was only a guess of their ancestors. They might not be 100% sure. Everything would have to wait until the ceremony was successful. But even so, the passion in everyone's eyes was obvious. In the middle of the altar, the 9-colored circle of light was still dazzling. Chapter 12. Time returned to the moment when Yi Qinghan was unconscious and the bronze ring emitted a white stream of air, automatically healing Yi Qinghan's body. After the white stream of air flowed through his body, his entire body returned to normal, except for the broken meridian in his chest. The white stream of air stayed on his chest for a moment, leaving a trace of air around the broken meridian. Then, it quickly turned around his chest, passed through his arm, and disappeared into the bronze ring on his ring finger. At this time, Yi Qinghan slowly woke up. At this moment, his body felt warm and indescribably comfortable. What's going on? Why is my body completely healed? Even the broken meridian is almost healed. Yi Qinghan exclaimed in his heart. He suddenly opened his eyes wide, not daring to believe it. And at that moment, suddenly, the halo shook, and the thick white fog began to disappear. The image in front of him changed, and the inside of the halo began to glow with 9 colors. Then, the image in front of him changed, and Yi Qinghan felt as if he had come to a dreamlike world. It was a small valley with beautiful scenery, and different kinds of flora and fauna were everywhere. The Divine Blood's secret codex was effective. He had succeeded. Was this the so-called summoning space? Yi Qinghan was overjoyed, as if he could not believe what he had just seen. However, when he carefully looked at the small animals in the small valley, it was as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. His entire brain was like a stuck machine, and it instantly stopped working. The valley was not big, about a mile in radius. It was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, and only the north side had a small path, and there was a small lake in the middle. The valley was actually full of animal cubs. And these cubs were basically divided into a few groups. The east side of the valley was full of beasts. Violent bears, wolves, blood lions, and other high-level magical beasts were actually quietly lying on the periphery. In the middle, there was a snow-white tiger, proudly standing in the middle, emitting a fierce and domineering aura of the king of beasts. And the north side of the valley was full of the scaled species. Brown pythons, tyrannosauruses, three-headed pangolins were everywhere. And in the middle, there was a small green dragon that was curled up, sleeping soundly. Although his eyes were closed, the ancient, majestic, and imposing dragon might was still present. The west side of the valley was filled with birds. Green eagle, red swan, lightning bird, and many other unknown birds. However, the most dazzling thing was a firebird surrounded by flames on a fiery red tree in the center. Damn you! Did I come to the wrong door? Could that be white tiger, blue dragon, and fire phoenix? This couldn't be a holy beast breeding ground, right? I'm rich, I'm rich. Pfft! He had struck it big this time. If I bring any of the beasts here back, I'll be rich. Yi Qinghan felt like an old man who had been buying lottery tickets for decades. The biggest prize he had won in decades was $5. But one day, someone suddenly told him that he had won 5 million, and it wasn't just one bet, although he wasn't too sure if the three exotic beasts before him were the legendary white tiger, blue dragon, and phoenix. His position in the family wasn't very high, so he wasn't qualified to know many secrets. However, he could feel that these three exotic beasts were definitely not ordinary. What was the feeling of happiness? Yi Qinghan felt that it was happiness now, but it was too happiness that he didn't know how to choose. Blue dragon? White tiger? Or fire phoenix? He immediately filtered out the other exotic beasts, ash wolf, Tyrannosaurus rex, and so on. If he had to choose, he would definitely choose the best. If he didn't choose the best, he would be a fool. Well, that small beast that looked like a blue dragon. No matter what, bringing a dragon out for shopping would definitely be extremely eye-catching. Moreover, in China, where Yi Qinghan lived in his previous life, he had a special liking for dragons. Dragons were a supreme existence. Yi Qinghan made up his mind and prepared to summon the blue dragon. However, just as he was about to execute his family's secret method to summon the blue dragon, something happened. All of a sudden, the lake in the middle of the valley suddenly rippled. Immediately, a black animal broke out of the water and floated above the valley for a long time before slowly landing on the lake. Lion-nosed dog. No, there's actually a horn on its head. Its tail is also a little short. Why is it only the size of a fist? What kind of magical beast is this? I've never heard of it before. It can actually float in the air for so long. Yi Qinghan was shocked. However, he had already been shocked enough today. He felt a little numb and didn't care about it. There wasn't much time left. He prepared to execute his secret method to summon the blue dragon back as soon as possible. However, what made him dumbfounded was that the beasts in the east and the birds in the west were all rushing towards the north. As for the scaled beasts in the north, they were all running towards the small path at the entrance of the valley. And the one running at the front was actually the simple, majestic, and imposing blue dragon. Ah, my little blue dragon, your second masters. Little white tiger, little phoenix, don't run. What's going on? Why are you all running? In the blink of an eye, more than half of the beasts in the valley had actually run away. Only two slow beasts, the violent bear and the gibbon, were left. And just as Yi Qinghan was confused and sad, something strange happened again. Suddenly, the little black unicorn roared strangely. When the violent bear and the gibbon heard the roar, they seemed to be frozen in place. They stood motionless on the small path in the valley as if they had been petrified. Strange, too strange. Such a small beast actually has such a strong deterrent force. Forget it. There's not much time left. Yi Qinghan looked at everything in a daze. Everything in front of him surpassed everything he had seen in the past 10 years. Although he was extremely shocked and surprised, he was very lucky that his perception of time was still very accurate. If he was not wrong, he had already been in the altar for more than 10 minutes. And the white-bearded elder had clearly stated that the awakening time would not exceed 15 minutes. This unicorn that looks like a lion's nose was able to scare away the blue dragon and the others. It must be extraordinary. Although it's very small, but I'll choose it. Yi Qinghan did not care so much. He used the family's secret summoning method and focused all his attention on the unicorn. Ah, not good. Time's up. Just as Yi Qinghan started the summoning, the scenery in the valley suddenly started to fade. Yi Qinghan was shocked. He knew that time was up. He could not care less about his regrets and complaints. He focused all his attention and used his telekinesis to summon the unicorn. Why hasn't it succeeded yet? It won't fail, right? Ancestors of the Yi family, please bless us. We must succeed. Outside the nine-colored halo, the elders stood outside anxiously. The time was almost up, but the nine-colored halo was still not moving. How could they not be anxious? After all, this was the only time in the history of the Yi family that a nine-colored halo had appeared. Ancestor Yi Ruoxue had summoned a holy beast, the white tiger, when the golden halo appeared. It had swept through the 3 prefectures and brought glory to the family for hundreds of years. And now, it was a 9-colored halo that was 1 level higher than the golden halo. What kind of beast could be summoned? If they could also summon a holy beast, then the Yi family would sweep through the 3 prefectures again within a few hundred years. And if they could summon a holy beast? No one dared to think about it. They just stared at the 9-colored halo with tender and affectionate eyes, not daring to look away for even a moment. Brother, you will definitely succeed. Father, mother, please bless me from heaven. In the corner of the hall, Yi Qingyu looked calm as she prayed silently. Regarding Yi Qinghan's awakening of his bloodline and the appearance of the 9-colored halo, she only smiled happily and did not pay too much attention to it. Because to her, no matter how strong Yi Qinghan was, he was still her brother. A brother whom she could only depend on. Buzz, the 9-colored halo finally changed color under the anticipation of countless pairs of eyes. When it returned to a pure white color, everyone felt as if a few centuries had passed. It's been about 15 minutes. Did he succeed? Why isn't he coming out yet? He couldn't have failed, right? Yeah, the awakening ceremony is over. Why isn't he coming out yet? Just as everyone's hearts were in turmoil and anxiety, a green figure slowly walked out from the circle of light. A pitch-black cub was lying peacefully in his arms, snoring away in deep sleep. Wow! Success! Huh. Not bad at all. God bless my Yi family. Why does the beast in his arms look so familiar? It does look familiar. Ah. Why does it look like a lion-nosed dog? It can't be. God. It's really a rank 4 lion-nosed dog. How is that possible? I'm so angry. What a complete wastrel. He's so disappointing. The 9-colored halo only summoned a lion-nosed dog. Sorrowful cries, sorrowful cries. Seeing Yi Qinghan walking out with a fist-sized cub in his arms, dozens of sharp gazes immediately locked onto the black small beast. In just a short moment, the entire combat beast hall burst into an uproar. Because the small beast that Yi Qinghan summoned was exactly the same as the rank 4 lion-nosed dog that a disciple of the family had summoned in the morning. The only difference was that it was a size smaller and looked like it had just been born. Chapter 13. The sky was getting dark, and a bright moon was rising up. The Warbeast Hall was brightly lit at the moment. The children and their parents who came to awaken had already been sent out. Only a large group of elders and Yi Qinghan, who was holding the small beast, were left in the hall. Ah, it's a lion-nose hound. It's indeed a lion-nose hound. God is not blessing our Yi family. Several elders took turns to check. Finally, they all confirmed that the small beast that Yi Qinghan had summoned was a lion-nosed hound. After the confirmation, some of the elders were depressed, some were disappointed, and some even looked at Yi Qinghan with hatred. At this time, Elder Tianqing had regained his composure. He looked at the small beast in Yi Qinghan's arms and said softly, "Kid, don't be nervous. Tell me everything that you saw when you awakened. Don't leave out any details." Yi Qinghan stood there quietly. His eyes were calm and profound. Since he came out of the altar, he had been observing everyone's expression. He saw the regret and pity on the faces of many elders. He also saw the disappointment and sigh on the face of the deputy elder of the Hall of Battle, the third uncle, Yi Chang. He also saw the relaxed and sarcastic faces of his first uncle, Yi Jian, and the elder of the Hall of Torture, Yi Rong. In a short time, he seemed to have seen all kinds of things in the world. After hearing Elder Tianqing's question, he thought for a while and said, "Yes, Elder." Everyone looked away from the small beast and sat down. They were ready to listen to Yi Qinghan's story. When this kid awakened, there was a 9-colored halo. Everyone was very curious about it. When I entered the altar started to emit white fog. This white fog was different from the white fog outside. It was very strange. How should I put it? It felt like rain and wind. This white fog, it's actually starting to enter my body. Yi Qinghan was in a good mood. His expression was intoxicated, as if he was still immersed in that strange feeling. Humph. Stop talking nonsense and get to the point. A piece of trash will always be a piece of trash. He can't even speak properly. Yi Qinghan was in a good mood, but some of the elders were very displeased. They were big shots, and they didn't have the time to listen to nonsense. An elder with a scar on his face snorted coldly and said with dissatisfaction. He was the vice elder of the disciplinary hall, Yi Rong. "Oh, it's simpler, right?" Yi Qinghan smiled and said indifferently, "There was a flash of white light, and I saw a valley. There were many small beasts inside. I used my family's secret summoning method to summon the beasts. There was a flash of white light, and that's it." Everyone frowned and carefully considered every word Yi Qinghan said, hoping to find something different. But at this time, Yi Qinghan closed his mouth and said no more. "And then what?" Yi Rong hurriedly asked. "And then?" "There was no then." "Oh. Then I summoned this small beast and came out." Yi Qinghan looked at Yi Rong with a puzzled expression, as if Yi Rong's question was very stupid. "That's it?" "That's it. *T, that's it?" Yi Rong was so angry that the scar on his face twisted. "That's it. Didn't you say it was simpler? Is it very complicated to summon the beasts?" Yi Qinghan looked innocent and confused. Everyone also looked at Yi Rong as if they were idiots. Indeed, the awakening ceremony was very simple. If they wanted to put it simply, they would enter the altar, then the altar would be activated. The disciples of the Yi family would borrow the ancient god's power to break through the space and enter the summoning space. Then, they would summon the beasts. It was that simple. "Bastard, I'm not talking about this simple." Yi Rong saw everyone's expression and became even angrier as he scolded them. "Humph, that's enough." Elder Tianqing, who was sitting beside City Master Yi Jian, snorted coldly and looked at Yi Rong indifferently. Yi Rong's body turned cold and immediately quietened down. Elder Tianqing then turned to look at Yi Qinghan and said, "Child, don't be nervous. I'll ask you and you'll answer. Try to be as detailed as possible. What did you say about the valley just now?" "Oh, the valley is very big. It has a circumference of around 1 mile, and there's a lake in the middle." Yi Qinghan didn't dare to mess around and answered honestly. "So big?" Elder Tianqing and the 3 elders of the War Beast Hall looked at each other in shock. Others might not know, but as the elders of the War Beast Hall, they knew a lot of secrets. The bigger the summoning space, the more extraordinary it was. Elder Tianqing nodded and continued to ask, Then what small beast did you see in the valley? If you don't know them, try to describe their appearance. There were a lot of them. I don't know many of them, but I think there was the ash wolf summoned by Yi Qingfeng this morning. There was also Yi Qingquan's violent bear. There was also a three-headed pangolin. Before Yi Qinghan could finish, Yi Rong sneered and said mockingly, Ash wolf? Violent bear? Three-headed pangolin? Why don't you say you saw a blue dragon? Humph. Yi Rong, if you don't want to hear it, you can leave now. This is the war beast hall, not your torture chamber. Elder Tian Qing's face was cold. His white beard fluttered in the wind, and his aura was extraordinary. Yi Rong, be quiet. Elder Tian Qing, don't get angry. Yi Jian, who was sitting in the middle, glared at Yi Rong, hinting him to stop talking. Although Elder Tian Qing's strength wasn't very high, he was from the same generation as his father. When he was young, he was already an elder of the War Beast Hall. Even Yi Jian didn't want to offend him. At this moment, a voice rang out. It was earth-shattering, and it stunned everyone present. Are you talking about a green snake-like animal with scales all over its body, 4 legs, and 2 horns on its head? What? A green snake? Oh my god, it can't really be a blue dragon, right? It's possible. After all, there was a 9-colored halo phenomenon. Everyone's expression changed. Regarding the sacred beast, the blue dragon, people of their level knew a lot about it. This was because there was a 9th-tier sacred beast on the mainland. The Misty Valley where this sacred beast resided was one of the 3 most dangerous places on the mainland because of the existence of the blue dragon. For thousands of years, the blue dragon's information had been collected in great detail. According to Yi Qinghan's description, the green snake that he saw in the summon space was undoubtedly the little blue dragon. This was because everyone knew that with Yi Qinghan's strength and status, he didn't have the right to know about the sacred beast, the blue dragon. Then? Why didn't you summon it? Elder Tian Qing sighed softly, disappointment written all over his face. Reporting to Elder, I did summon it, but that big snake, It was the blue dragon that didn't react at all. I don't know why either. Yi Qinghan made up a story. Anyway, everyone couldn't see what was happening in the summon space. He also sighed endlessly about the blue dragon suddenly running away. It's God's will, it's God's will, it can't be forced. Forget it, forget it. You should go back first. Tomorrow, go to the War Beast Academy to learn about beasts and train well. Elder Tian Qing's body was limp, as if he had aged 10 years. He sat on the chair powerlessly. Everyone in the hall also didn't have the mood to continue asking questions. After all, no matter how many questions they asked, they couldn't turn back time and let Yi Qinghan summon the blue dragon. They could only sigh endlessly and walk out one after another. All right. Elders, first uncle, third uncle, Qinghan will go back first. Yi Qinghan bowed slightly and said indifferently. Train well, don't disgrace your father's name. Before Yi Qinghan left, City Master Yi Jian stood up and patted Yi Qinghan's shoulder lightly. Then, he took the lead and left. Humph. Trash is trash. Such a good opportunity to summon a holy beast, but you can't even grasp it. What a waste of the family's food. Yi Rong snorted coldly and walked away. The third person to stand up was the scholarly Yi Chang. Yi Chang had a gentle expression on his face as he smiled and walked in front of Yi Qinghan. He said, Qinghan, don't be discouraged. This holy beast can only be found by chance. Train hard, I have high hopes for you. Thank you, third uncle. Yi Qinghan nodded. Although the third uncle represented the third uncle in the conflict between the first uncle and the second uncle, he had always been a bystander. He didn't get involved, nor did he offend them. However, this scholarly third uncle had always been good to him since he was young. He would always try his best to help him. Yi Qinghan was very grateful to him. After the elders left, Yi Qinghan slowly walked out of the War Beast Hall. At this time, the sky was already densely covered with stars and clouds, and the night was as dark as water. Under the milky white moonlight, a white figure stood quietly outside the door, like a blooming epiphyllum in the night. "Brother." Hearing this faint call, Yi Qinghan's eyes became misty. He stepped forward and pulled Yi Qingyu's hand. His voice was filled with emotion and excitement as he said with a slightly choked voice, "Little girl, you must be anxious from waiting. Let's go back, brother will show you my mysterious beast." Chapter 14. The east courtyard of the Yi family was still that small and secluded courtyard. "Brother, is this cute little dog the terrifying unicorn you were talking about? But why doesn't it have a horn? Also, it's so small." Yi Qingyu's eyebrows arched and her lips curled into a peaceful smile. Her pearl-like black eyes were filled with doubt. Why would I lie to you? It has just been summoned and is in a weak state. It's like a newborn baby, its horn hasn't appeared yet. Let me tell you, according to my estimations, this unicorn is at least a level 8 beast, and it might even be a level 9 holy ranked beast." Yi Qinghan gently stroked the small beast in his arms, his face filled with joy. Thinking about how the unicorn could actually scare away the azure dragon in the summoning space, he reckoned that this little beast's rank was definitely not low. It was very likely to be a 9th tier holy beast. Of course, it would at least be a powerful 8th tier beast. As for a god-ranked beast, he didn't dare to think about it. After all, he had never even heard of a god-ranked beast appearing on the continent, let alone a god-ranked beast. Level 8 or level 9? So powerful. But brother, why didn't you tell the elders about this unicorn's identity? If you told the elders about this unicorn's identity, you would definitely become a core disciple of the Yi family. Yi Qingyu exclaimed in surprise, but the doubt on her face became even thicker. Tell them? If I tell them, I'm afraid that this beast won't live for more than 3 days. Yi Qinghan shook his head coldly. In his mind, he recalled the moment when he summoned his beast in the afternoon. It was when the awakening ceremony was about to begin. When his divine sense returned to his body, Yi Qinghan thought that the summoning had failed. His heart was filled with regret and helplessness. However, at that moment, a ray of white light pierced through the sky and entered his divine sense, dissolving into his mind. At the last moment, the summoning was successful. At that moment, Yi Qinghan's joy and happiness were indescribable. When the small beast entered his mind, it was equivalent to him and the small beast forming a soul contract. He could easily know all the information about the small beast. Even it didn't know what kind of breed this mystical little beast was. According to the information from the small beast's soul, this small beast had been living in the valley since it was young and had never left it. When it was born, there was not a single creature in the valley. There was also an inexplicable power in the valley that could confine it and prevent it from running out of the valley. As for the blue dragon and white tiger that Yi Qinghan saw, they all came from the north entrance of the valley. The magical power of the valley couldn't restrict their movements, so they could come and go freely. Based on the information in the small beast's soul, Yi Qinghan deduced that this mysterious small beast was a mysterious creature. It might have been abandoned by its parents in the valley. The lake in the valley might have some kind of magical power that attracted countless magical beasts to feed on it. Moreover, the mysterious power in the valley had actually confined the valley. If the magical beasts reached a certain age, they could not enter the valley. Magical power? Confined the summoning space? Yi Qinghan couldn't help but think of the Yi family's awakening ceremony. This awakening ceremony was too magical. It could be said that it had the power of God. All of this made Yi Qinghan very confused. Was there really a God in this world? If there was no God, then how could the various magical things in the Yi family's awakening ceremony be explained? The ancient altar. The dazzling color-changing halo, the mysterious summoning space, everything was so magical and mysterious. Moreover, there were miracles happening in the continent's divine city from time to time. How could this be explained? Also, during his awakening ceremony, what was the reason that made him succeed in the end? Was it because of the secrets of the god's blood? But when he used the secrets of the god's blood, how did his Yin meridian recover? Could it be that the secrets of the god's blood also had the function of self-healing? Before he fainted, he seemed to vaguely feel the white air that made his whole body comfortable. Unfortunately, he still fainted in the end, so he was very confused now. What kind of power healed his injuries, helped him to awaken his bloodline and successfully summon his beast? In the end, he couldn't figure it out. He attributed everything to his good character. However, he never thought that it was the imitation bronze ring that his father had left behind that emitted a white air at the most critical moment and saved his life. As for why the small beast turned into a lion-nosed dog after it was summoned, Yi Qinghan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The small beast's feedback indicated that this mysterious small beast was extremely weak after it was summoned. It was as weak as a newborn beast. Its single horn had also mysteriously retracted back to its head, and its tail had also lengthened a little. It had turned into a real lion-nosed dog. Originally, Yi Qinghan wanted to tell the elders the truth about everything that he had encountered in the summoned space, as well as the true appearance of this unicorn. However, when he had just stepped out of the circle of light, the moment everyone's gaze swept towards the small beast in his arms, Yi Qinghan inadvertently looked at the crowd and saw a flash of killing intent in the eyes of his uncle, Sang City's Lord Yi Jian. At that moment, Yi Qinghan's whole body turned cold. His brain worked very fast, and he understood many things. Combining the small beast's current appearance and the information about the small beast, he decided to tell a big lie. Hence, the unicorn that was comparable to a holy beast was finally judged to be a level 4 lion-nosed dog by the crowd. When Yi Qingyu heard everything that her brother had described, she was amazed and happy in her heart. However, thinking of the killing intent in her uncle's eyes, she said doubtfully, "Oh. So that's how it is. But brother, why would big uncle show killing intent towards the small beast that you summoned? Brother, for you to summon a high-level beast, to the clan, it's an extremely good thing, an extremely lucky thing. Why would he?" Yi Qinghan smiled coldly, his face as cold as ice. "Good thing. Hee, for many people in the family, it is indeed a good thing. However, for Yi Jian's family, it is not a good thing. Back then, the first branch had been suppressed by my father, Yi Dao, for several decades. They had finally managed to get out of this predicament. If I were to summon an 8th grade beast or a holy beast, then the first branch would definitely not be able to get out of this predicament. That's why I lied. I'm afraid that if they know the true situation of this beast, they will secretly do something to it and let it die prematurely. Before my beast fully matures and has the ability to protect itself, I don't intend to tell this secret to the public. Yi Jian, Yi Qinghuang, and Yi Rong, wait until my beast reaches maturity, you will have a good life." "Ah!" Yi Qingyu exclaimed, covering her mouth with her small hands. In her pure heart, she always thought that big uncle was family. How could they fight each other? "All right, little girl, it's already very late, go and rest. Remember. Don't tell anyone about my war beast." Yi Qinghan's expression was solemn as she cautiously said, "Okay, brother, you should rest early too." Yi Qingyu nodded. She knew the seriousness of the matter, so she nodded softly and obediently went to her room. Outside the window, the night sky was like water, and the cold wind was blowing. Yi Qinghan laid on the bed, but he couldn't sleep. Scenes of the past kept appearing in his mind, his father's imposing and domineering manner when he was young, his mother's loving gaze, the rainy night when he knelt in the elder courtyard after his mother passed away, the casual blow from Xue Wuhan that made him vomit blood on the street, Yi Qinghuang's arrogant and contemptuous gaze, and Yi Rong's vicious scar. "Father, mother, did you see that? Your son has summoned a beast that is comparable to a holy beast today. Soon, your son will be able to fulfill your mother's last wish and move your grave into the ancestral grave, allowing you two to be buried together. Moreover, in the near future, when your beast has fully matured, your son will definitely think of a way to move your grave into the Holy Spirit Hall of the Divine City, and enjoy the worship of the people." Yi Qinghan leaned on the corner of the bed, smiling as he muttered to himself. Next to him, the black small beast was curled up and sleeping soundly. How can this small beast sleep so much? It has been summoned for so long, but it has been sleeping all this time. I don't know when it will wake up. Stroking the small beast's smooth fur, looking at its lion-like nose, and its cute sleeping expression, Yi Qinghan couldn't help but smile. Outside the window, the moon was still shining with silver light. Many stars continued to twinkle, teasing the world. The next day, Yi family's west courtyard. Yi Qinghan carried the small beast and walked to an independent courtyard. War Beast Academy, these 4 words were carved on the courtyard's signboard in a flamboyant style. This was the Yi family's most important place. It was the place where the Yi family's children learned about beasts and learned combat skills. Taking a deep breath, Yi Qinghan slowly calmed himself down. The War Beast Academy was a place that he had yearned for many years. Many times when he was young, he would look at this place from afar, hoping that one day he would be able to bring his own beast and enter this place openly. In the past, Yi Qinghan didn't have a beast, and he wasn't valued by the family, so he couldn't even enter the main gate. However, he had come today. He had brought a mystical beast with him, and he had walked in openly. Yo, isn't this our honorable 7th child, Yi Qinghan? How could he enter here today? Oh. So he summoned a trash dog, haha. As soon as Yi Qinghan entered the main gate, he heard an evil voice. He couldn't help but frown and look sideways. He knew this person. He was the elder brother of a collateral descendant who went through the awakening ceremony with him yesterday. His name was Wuxia Xianxia. He seemed to be from the main branch, and he was the young master of a small city. In the awakening ceremony yesterday afternoon, only his younger brother had summoned a level 6 beast, Fire Eagle. He's Yi Qinghan. I heard that a 9-colored halo that was more advanced than the golden halo appeared yesterday, but he summoned a level 4 trash dog. Trash is trash, he wasted such a good opportunity. Yeah, if I could summon a 9-colored halo back then, I would definitely be able to summon a holy beast like ancestor Yi Ruoshui. This brat actually summoned a level 4 trash dog, really. His father Yi Dao was so awe-inspiring back then, but now he's such a trash. Like father, like son. What a pity. As soon as Yi Qingxia's words fell, the Beast Academy was in an uproar. Many of the disciples inside glanced at Yi Qinghan one after another. Their gazes were filled with curiosity, jealousy, pity, contempt, and all kinds of mixed emotions. After a while, all kinds of discussions, ridicule, surprise, and sighs were endless. Yi Qinghan smiled coldly and glanced at the crowd without replying. He had roughly guessed today's situation last night. The main branch was now powerful. First Uncle Yi Jian's family had 3 level 7 beasts, not to mention others. Yi Jian's level 7 beast was Blood Tiger, Yi Qingquang's level 7 beast was Violent Bear, and Yi Qingfeng's level 7 Wolf. 3 beasts that were comparable to Marquis Realm. What kind of strength was that? Moreover, his grandfather Yi Tianlong had never been in charge, so the power of the family was basically in the hands of Yi Jian. It was conceivable that the strength of the main branch in the Yi family could be described as the sun at high noon. Back then, his father Yi Dao summoned the level 8 dragon lion. His martial arts talent was also peerless, and he entered the emperor realm at the age of 28. Almost all the clansmen were optimistic about him. Yi Dao's light was like the sun and stars, suppressing the main branch to the point that they couldn't even lift their heads. But now, the second branch's father had fallen in the god-slaying mountain. It was said that they still had an uncle who was also a good-for-nothing like him and had been missing for many years. The second branch was now like a child without parents. They were lonely and forsaken, and anyone could step on them. Moreover, Yi Dao and the first branch had intense friction and deep resentment. Now that the first branch was powerful, it would be strange if they didn't suppress him. Today, those who ridiculed him were obviously from the first branch. Therefore, Yi Qinghan had long known about today's situation. He was not angry, nor did he respond. He just stood silently beside the gate and looked at the courtyard. Seeing that he didn't respond, the people in the courtyard felt bored and no longer paid attention to him. They all changed the topic to yesterday's awakening ceremony. The War Beast Academy was the place where the children of the Yi family studied and advanced. It could be said to be an important place for the Yi family. It was divided into 3 halls: elementary, intermediate, and advanced. At this time, the doors of the 3 halls were closed. It seemed that it wasn't time yet. Ugh! He had just summoned a beast, so he should go to the elementary class to study. Yi Qinghan stroked the small beast in his arms, his heart as calm as water. But just as he was silently thinking about what he would learn in the class today, he suddenly felt a sense of alarm. From the corner of his eyes, he saw a big hand sweeping towards his face from the side. Someone was attacking. Yi Qinghan was furious. Although he was still at the first level of the elite realm after many years of martial arts practice, his foundation was considered solid. Although he was angry, his body subconsciously leaned to the side slightly. Bang! The big hand was too fast and suddenly attacked. Although Yi Qinghan's reaction was fast, he was still hit on the shoulder. A strong force came, and he could no longer stand steadily. Moreover, he was protecting the beast in his arms, so his body became even more unstable. He staggered a few steps to the side and fell to the ground on his butt. Then, an extremely arrogant voice sounded. "Little bastard, why are you holding a bastard dog and standing at the gate like an idiot? Yi Qingquang, what are you doing?" Yi Qinghan stood up and glanced at the gate of the courtyard. At the gate of the courtyard, a young man in his 20s was standing proudly with a 5 or 6-year-old child. This young man in his 20s was wearing clothes whiter than snow. His face was as white as jade, and his lips were slightly thin. He was the young master of the family, Yi Qingquang. The 5 or 6-year-old child beside him was holding a gray wolf. He was Yi Qingquang's younger brother, Yi Qingfeng. "What am I doing? I'm asking you why you are blocking the gate." "What? Do you think you're awesome just because you summoned a bastard dog? Why don't I summon my violent bear and play with your bastard dog?" Yi Qingquang lightly flicked his clothes, not even looking at Yi Qinghan as he said indifferently. "Huh, child Quang. Don't joke around. That mongrel dog of his can be killed by a fart from your violent bear." Yes, this trash actually dared to block child Quang's way. Giving him a slap is already showing him respect. As soon as Yi Qingquang's words fell, everyone in the courtyard burst into laughter and disgust among themselves. "You!" Yi Qinghan was furious, his fists clenched together. Just now, he was clearly standing at the side of the courtyard's entrance, not blocking anyone's way at all. This was obviously Yi Qingquang being unreasonable and taking the opportunity to bully him. Taking 2 deep breaths, he told himself that he had to endure it. Right now, his strength was not strong, and he couldn't do anything even if he wanted to. He laughed coldly. "Heaven is watching what people do. Whether I am blocking the way or not, anyone with eyes can see it. If you want to bully the weak, I can't do anything about it." "Aha!" Yi Qingquang twisted his neck, squinted at Yi Qinghan, and sneered, "You're so eloquent, bullying the weak? So what if I am bullying the weak? Can you bite me?" Yi Qingquang's shoulders shook, and he sneered again, squinting at Yi Qinghan, as if he would not stop until he found something. Unexpectedly, just as he finished speaking. Suddenly, his face changed, and he quickly pushed Yi Qingfeng to the side, suddenly turned around, and punched backwards. Bang! After a loud noise, Yi Qingquang staggered, and only stood firm after taking 5 or 6 steps back. His face was pale, and his face was as cold as frost. His eyes looked at the courtyard's entrance in horror. Most people in the courtyard still didn't know what had happened. It wasn't until the noise subsided that they suddenly realized, and followed Yi Qingquang's gaze to the courtyard's entrance. So it's her. I was wondering who had the guts to attack child Quang. Miss Wu specially came back from the Divine City to celebrate the Fiery Dragon Festival with her family. I saw her yesterday. Oh, so it's Miss Wu. There's going to be a good show. Miss Wu is still so hot in her clothes. I can't take it anymore, my nose is bleeding. Miss Wu? Puzzled, Yi Qinghan followed everyone's gaze to the entrance, and the first thing he saw were 2 straight, dazzling white thighs. Beautiful legs of the highest quality. Yi Qinghan exclaimed in his heart. Looking down the thighs, he saw a pair of fiery red leather shorts, and above that was a small, white waist. The muscles on the waist were compact and smooth, without a trace of fat. Above the small waist was a tight-fitting fiery red leather jacket, and the two towering breasts in front of the leather jacket bulged. Further up was a pure and pretty face. An angel's face, a devil's body. What a royal sister. This dress is simply tempting. Miss Wu? Could it be the little witch, Yi Qingwu? A person's information appeared in Yi Qinghan's mind. Yi Qingwu was the granddaughter of one of the two grand elders of the family, Yi Qingniu. She was 20 years old this year. If Yi Qingquang was the genius of the family, then Yi Qingwu was definitely the genius of the House of Aries. The beast that Yi Qingwu summoned wasn't of a high level. Like Yi Qingquang, it was also a 7th-ranked beast, Snow Fox. However, her martial arts talent was comparable to Yi Dao back then. She was a level 1 martial at the age of 25, and if she merged with her beast, her strength was comparable to a level 3 martial. Last year, she was ranked 6th on the Earth ranking, even higher than the Shui family's genius, Shui Wuhan. One had to know that the cultivation of combat power got harder as one progressed. Many people spent their entire lives in the general realm. Moreover, Yi Qinghan's uncle, Yi Jian, was already in his 40s and had cultivated for more than 30 years, yet he was only a level 1 emperor. One could imagine how amazing Yi Qingwu's martial arts talent was. Chapter 15. Yi Qingwu, what is the meaning of this? Yi Qingquang looked unhappy. As the young master of the family and the future heir of the family, Yi Qingwu had attacked him in front of so many family members and humiliated him. Of course he was unhappy. Nothing. Why? Yi Qingwu said with a smile. Her pure face looked very innocent, as if what had just happened had nothing to do with her. You. Yi Qingquang's face became even colder. Nothing. Why did you attack me for no reason? Yi Qingwu suddenly understood. Oh, you're talking about that. What's wrong with me attacking you? Didn't you attack Yi Qinghan just now? I ambushed him because he blocked my path. Plus, I didn't ambush him, I just gave him a gentle push, Yi Qingquang quickly explained. Yes. Big Sister attacked you because you blocked Big Sister's path. Moreover, Big Sister only used 50% of her strength. If Big Sister used her full strength, I'm afraid that you would have lost your life. Yi Qingwu said indifferently. You're bullying the weak. You're being unreasonable. Yi Qingquang was fuming, but he didn't dare to fight Yi Qingwu. In the Yi family, he was not the most respected person. Instead, he was the little witch with a childlike face, huge breasts, and a devilish figure. Yi Qingwu's grandfather, Yi Qingniu, was the great elder of the family. Apart from the family leader, Yi Tianlong, he was one of the 3 saints in the family. Yi Qingniu was extremely powerful and ranked among the top few in the House of Aries. Plus, he was very protective and had a bad temper. Therefore, Yi Qingwu was treated like a little princess in the Yi family. In terms of personal strength, even though Yi Qingquang was also on the Earth roll, he was ranked at the bottom. He was far from being a match for Yi Qingwu, who was ranked 6th on the Earth roll. Ha ha. Yi Qingwu let out a long laugh. Her 2 peerless breasts slightly trembled, dazzling everyone and causing them to swallow their saliva. Bullying the weak? Isn't that embarrassing? Plus, I am bullying the weak. So what? Weren't you very arrogant when you bullied Yi Qinghan? So what if I am bullying the weak? TSK. Isn't it embarrassing to say that? I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen someone as shameless as you. Today, I'm going to say this, Senior Yi Dao is the person I respect the most. If any of you dare to bully Yi Qinghan, just wait to be remembered by me. After Yi Qingwu finished speaking, she turned her head and smiled sweetly at Yi Qinghan before turning to leave. Yi Qinghan was slightly stunned. He immediately smiled like a machine. He was a little shy and flattered. After living in the Yi family for so many years, he had been bullied hundreds of times. He had never seen anyone stand up for him. This time, Yi Qingwu actually beat up Yi Qingquang for him. He was stunned for a moment. When he came back to his senses, Yi Qingwu had already left. Everyone watched as Yi Qingwu left. At this moment, the way they looked at Yi Qinghan was a little strange. After all, it was not a good thing to be remembered by Yi Qingwu. This little demoness who kept saying, "sister," was infamous among the younger generation of the Yi family. Creak. Just when everyone was thinking about it, the gates of the three schools opened at the same time. 3 elders appeared at the gates at the same time. "Those who summoned their beasts yesterday, come here. The rest of you, go to the school of your own rank." The elder who stood at the gate of the elementary school said indifferently. He then turned around and walked into the school. Everyone listened to his order and walked into the school. Yi Qinghan patted his pants and looked coldly at the gloomy Yi Qingquang in the distance. He slowly walked towards the elementary school. The elementary school was not very big. It was only about 100 square meters. There were about 70 to 80 seats lined up side by side. Yi Qinghan walked to a corner alone and sat down. He took a few deep breaths and expelled the image of Yi Qingwu from his mind. He prepared to listen to the lesson quietly. Today, Yi Qingwu had helped him. He was very touched. He had also treated Yi Qingwu as someone close to him. Her beautiful face kept appearing in his mind. However, he was currently listening to the lesson and learning about beasts. Hence, he could only force himself to calm down and concentrate on the lesson. After the incident with Yi Qingwu, the students of the elementary class did not provoke him too much. They only sat far away from him, as if they disdained to sit next to Yi Qinghan. The elder of the elementary class looked ordinary and unremarkable. If he walked outside, no one would be able to recognize him as an elder of the Yi family. After the old man saw that everyone was seated, he said, "This old man is called Yi Tianxing. I am an elder of the Beast Academy and also your beast teacher. Listen, I don't have a lot of time. I will only teach you for 3 days. After 3 days, if you understand, you will understand. If you don't understand, don't look for me. First, I will briefly introduce the beasts. Beasts are very mysterious things. They are also your pets. A pet that has signed a soul contract with you will be loyal to you for life. If the beast dies, you might not die. But if you die, the beast will definitely die. Hence, you must take good care of your beasts. Because they will accompany you for life and fight with you for life." Beasts are divided into 3 categories: offensive, defensive, and auxiliary. Basically, most of our Yi clan's beasts are attack type. For example, City Lord Yi Jian's beast is a blood tiger, which is a high attack beast. For example, our clan leader's earth bear is a defense type beast. Of course, it doesn't mean that defensive attacks are bad. Our clan leader is known as the best in the Sage realm in terms of defense, but his attack is also ranked in the top few. I will talk about this here to let you understand what type of beasts you have, and then what direction you can develop in. So there was such a distinction. Yi Qinghan nodded. If these things were not here, they would definitely not be able to learn from the books. But what type of beast was his unicorn? Yi Tianxing saw that the students were deep in thought and was very satisfied. He continued, "As for what type of beasts you have, I will teach you how to identify them in the future. Now, let's talk about the 3 main stages of beasts. First is the weak stage. Currently, all of your beasts are in the weak stage. They have no fighting power and are prone to sleep. After the weak stage is the growth stage. The growth stage is different for different types of beasts, but the shorter the growth stage, the weaker the beast is. Next is the mature stage, when the beast reaches its peak in all aspects." As soon as Yi Tianxing finished speaking, a student raised his hand and asked, "Elder, how do beasts get through the weak stage?" "Yesterday, I fed my beast, but it didn't eat anything." "Idiot, beasts don't eat normal food during the weak stage. You only summoned a spotted pig, but you want to feed it pig food?" Before that student could finish speaking, Yi Qingfeng, who was sitting in front, immediately said with disdain. Everyone burst into laughter when they heard this. Don't make noise. Yi Tianqing glanced at Yi Qingfeng coldly. Yi Qingfeng immediately shrunk back. Before he came, his father, Yi Jian, had told him not to be rude to Yi Tianqing. Yi Tianqing nodded his head and continued, Yi Qingfeng is right. There are two ways to help a weakened war beast get through this period. The first way is to keep it in the war beast space in your body. The war beast will absorb a small amount of battle chi while you are cultivating, and it will slowly grow. The second method is to swallow a level 1 magic crystal, which is the core of a beast. Keep it in the beast space. Swallow a magic crystal? Yi Qinghan's eyes were filled with excitement. He already knew how to keep a beast in the beast space in his body, but he just didn't know how to use it. As for a beast swallowing a magic crystal to pass through the weak stage, this was the first time he heard of it. He immediately listened to the lesson more seriously. Yi Tianqing didn't care what the others thought, and continued alone. After you finish class, go to the clan supply hall to collect a magic crystal. As for how to use it, I will talk about it later. Next, let's talk about beast fusion. In theory, all beasts can fuse with their master after passing the weak stage. After the fusion, the master's strength, agility, and speed will be increased according to the beast's rank and type. For example, Yi Qingquan's beast is a level 7 violent bear, and his strength is currently at level 2 of the general realm. After he fuses with his beast, his strength will reach the peak of level 3 of the general realm. Moreover, his beast is still in its growth stage. If it matures completely, it will reach the martial realm after the fusion. This is the terrifying part of the Yi clan's beasts, and it is also the foundation of our Yi clans, battle the world crazily. Furthermore, after some of the beasts reach maturity, there is a very small chance that a fusion skill will appear. Of course, the chance of a skill appearing is very small. In the entire Yi family, there are only about 10 beasts that have a skill, but if a skill appears, it will be extremely terrifying, and their battle power will increase greatly. If a skill appears in your beast, you must inform the clan immediately. Alright, today's lesson ends here. Everyone, go back. After you go back, you can try to recall your beast back to the beast space. Take your time, there's no need to rush. The method to recall a beast, the method to pass the weak stage, beast fusion, and the mysterious beast fusion skill. Yi Qinghan listened to all of this, as if he was intoxicated. He seriously imprinted every word of Yi Tianqing into the depths of his mind. However, this concerned the future growth of his beast. His unicorn that was comparable to a holy beast, what kind of surprise would it give him after it matures? Yi Qinghan walked out of the school happily, and impatiently went to the supply hall. Chapter 16. The supply hall was located in the west courtyard of the Yi family. It was the place where the Yi family's money was managed. When Yi Qinghan arrived, he had already seen disciples of the same level coming out one after another to collect different amounts of magic crystals. Young Master Feng is really amazing. A rank 7 Grey Wolf can actually collect 100 rank 1 magic crystals a month. My rank 6 beast can only collect 50. That's right, my rank 4 beast can only collect 20. Just as Yi Qinghan walked into the supply hall, a group of people walked towards him. In the middle, there was a child who was like the moon surrounded by stars. He was carrying a small black wolf and had an arrogant look on his face. It was Yi Qingfeng. When Yi Qinghan looked over, his eyes met with Yi Qingfeng's. However, he found that Yi Qingfeng was looking at him with a smirk. He frowned, ignored him and quickly walked in. Hello, I'm here to collect magic crystals. A fat middle-aged man was sitting inside, lazily flipping through an account book. Oh, what's your name? What's your beast's rank? The fat middle-aged man asked lazily without turning his head. Yi Qinghan replied honestly, Yi Qinghan, rank 4 beast, lion-nosed dog. Oh, here, these are this month's magic crystals. Come back next month. The middle-aged man flipped through the account book and threw out 5 black things from a small bag beside him. Yi Qinghan carefully kept them. Seeing that the middle-aged man did not continue to throw out magic crystals, he asked doubtfully, Senior, Isn't there 20 magic crystals for a rank 4 beast every month? Why do I only have 5? The fat middle-aged man was obviously a little impatient. He looked at him coldly and said angrily, "What are you talking about? How many more do you want from a trash beast? Do you want it or not? Don't even have 5. Oh." Yi Qinghan suppressed his anger and walked out in a low voice. After Yi Qinghan walked out, the fat middle-aged man coldly snorted. "You offended child Kuang and young master Feng, and you still want 20 mana crystals? Giving you 5 is already giving face to your dead father, in the east courtyard." Yi Qinghan carefully placed his unicorn on the table. Then, he picked up a wooden plate and placed it in front of the small beast's mouth. The small beast was still the same as when it was summoned, only the size of a fist. It was curled up in a deep sleep. Yi Qingyu's eyes were wide open as she watched the fight with great interest. She curiously picked up a magic crystal on the table and said, "Brother, is this a magic crystal? How can I give it to the small beast? Don't tell me you wanted to eat it directly?" "Of course not. Beasts in their weakened state are very weak. We need to use our combat power to slowly melt the magic crystal and turn it into liquid before feeding it. This method of melting magic crystal into liquid is unique to our Yi family. I just learned it in the War Beast Academy this morning. Watch, I'll melt it for you." Yi Qinghan picked up a magic crystal and placed it in his palm. He placed his palm in front of the small beast's mouth and used a special method to melt the magic crystal on top of the wooden plate. Chi. Activating his combat power, the magic crystal in his palm was surrounded by combat power. After a while, it started to emit a sizzling sound and faint white smoke. Why isn't it awake yet? Didn't Elder Tianxing say that beasts will wake up when they smell the magic crystal melting? Yi Qinghan stared at the small beast's eyes in confusion. According to Elder Tianxing, beasts would usually be in a deep sleep when they were in their weakened state. They wouldn't eat normal food. Only the liquid from the magic crystal would attract them. Moreover, when it melted, it would produce a special smell that would attract beasts to wake up from their deep sleep and suck the liquid from the magic crystal. Seeing that the small beast was indifferent and continued to sleep, Yi Qinghan couldn't help but increase the output of his combat power. Immediately, the surface of the magic crystal started to melt. The sizzling sound became louder and the room was filled with a special smell. "It's awake, brother. The small beast has woken up." Yi Qingyu watched carefully at the side. Suddenly, the small beast opened its eyes, revealing 2 black eyeballs. It stared at the magic crystal in Yi Qinghan's palm. Suddenly, swoosh! The small beast stood up and stretched its head out. It opened its mouth and swallowed all the magic crystal. It even licked Yi Qinghan's palm carefully as if it was saving food. While licking, it looked at Yi Qinghan with its shiny black eyes and wagged its short tail with a fawning expression. This, Yi Qinghan and his sister looked at each other. This small beast was indeed not ordinary. It actually swallowed the magic crystal. Moreover, it looked like it wanted to eat it. "Do you still want to eat it?" Yi Qingyu waved the magic crystal in her hand and smiled sweetly. Swoosh! As soon as Yi Qingyu finished speaking, the small beast turned into a shadow and slid into her palm. Yi Qingyu felt that her hand was light. The magic crystal in her hand had disappeared. On the other side of the table, the small beast was holding the black magic crystal with its claws and eating it with relish. Crack! Crack! The little critter actually ate it with great relish, as if it wasn't a hard mana crystal, but a chicken drumstick. After eating another mana crystal, the little critter continued to grab the mana crystals on the table and ate them. In the blink of an eye, the 3rd mana crystal had been eaten. What a terrifying speed! What hard teeth! Yi Qinghan exclaimed in his heart. After that, he was ecstatic. It seemed that this small beast was definitely not ordinary. It actually had such a terrifying speed in its weakened state. Moreover, the most terrifying thing was its teeth. What was a magic crystal? It was the essence of a magic beast, the hardest part of its body. This small beast was chewing it slowly with its teeth. Its teeth could bite the magic crystal like tofu. What would happen if it bit a human body? Yi Qinghan felt a chill in his heart just thinking about it. This beast's strength was terrifying. If it could survive its weakened state, with its terrifying speed and hard teeth, its attack power would probably be comparable to a Commander Realm warrior. I have to get more magic crystals as soon as possible to let the small beast grow up. Yi Qinghan made up his mind. He couldn't wait to know how terrifying this small beast would be after it grew up. Brother. This small beast is so black, let's call it Xiaohei. Yi Qingyu said with a smile. Xiaohei, not bad. Let's call it Xiaohei from now on. Yi Qinghan nodded. He also felt that this name was not bad. As they were talking, the small beast finished eating 5 magic crystals. After eating, it wiped its mouth with its 2 claws in satisfaction. Then, it stood up on its hind legs, rubbed its belly with its little claws and walked around the room. Ha! Brother, Xiaohei is so smart. It can actually walk like a human. It's so cute. Yi Qingyu was amused and laughed, her eyes full of love. Come, Xiaohei, come to me. Yi Qinghan also laughed and said to the small beast. Whoosh, Xiaohei seemed to be able to hear human words. It squatted down and turned into a shadow, landing in Yi Qinghan's arms. Return. Yi Qinghan felt the soul connection between him and Duo. He used the method that Elder Tianxing had taught him to summon his beast back. Beast Xiaohei seemed to have sensed its master's intention and lightly yawned. It yawned lightly and turned into a white shadow, disappearing into Yi Qinghan's chest. After summoning his beast back, Yi Qinghan could clearly feel that there was an extra space above his heart. A small beast that was 10 times smaller than Xiaohei was quietly lying in that space, sleeping soundly. I actually succeeded. Didn't Elder Tianxing say that summoning a beast for the first time would be a little difficult? I need to summon it a few more times. How did I succeed on my first try? Actually, Yi Tianxing didn't explain it clearly. Beasts and magical beasts were essentially the same. The higher their level, the higher their intelligence. Beasts had already signed a soul contract with their master. The higher their level, the smarter they were. They would understand their master's intentions, so it was naturally easier to summon them back. Brother, where did you hide Xiaohei? Take it out and let me play with it. Yi Qingyu saw that Xiaohei had suddenly disappeared and frowned in confusion. Alright, Qingyu, I've kept Xiaohei back into the beast space. I need to train hard now and try to help Xiaohei get through his weak period. You should go to sleep early. Yi Qinghan lovingly patted his sister's head, letting her go back to rest. Yi Qingyu nodded and obediently left. After his sister left, Yi Qinghan sat on his bed and began to train his combat ability. He needed to train hard and try to help Xiaohei get through his weak period and grow stronger. His mother's vow was like a sharp sword, hanging in his mind at all times. He needed to become stronger as soon as possible. Activating the Night Emperor spell, he slowly absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This time, there were no accidents. The spiritual energy he absorbed turned into strands of battle aura after being converted by his body. And a third of the strands of battle aura flowed into the beast space above his heart. And the battle aura that entered the beast space directly flowed into Beast Xiaohei's body. Just like what Elder said, I'll add 6 more hours to train my battle aura in the future. Yi Qinghan blinked his eyes and raised the corner of his mouth. He revealed a happy smile and continued to train. Chapter 17. It was a sunny day with no clouds in sight. Tsang City was still bustling with people coming and going on the streets. Nilan Street was a famous street in Tsang City. It was located in the center of Tsang City. It connected the North City where the nobles lived and the South City where the commoners lived. There were many shops here, and most of them were selling strange things. The rich and poor people of Tsang City liked to come here to hunt for treasures and enjoy the taste of treasure. It was noon, but there was a hilarious show going on in a shop that specialized in magical crystals. Because it was noon, there were almost no people in the shop. At this time, a young man of about 15 or 16 years old walked in. He was dressed in ordinary clothes, was thin, and had a handsome face. The young man walked into the shop and went straight to the low-level magic crystal counter without looking at anything. He picked up the 5 level 1 magic crystals and looked at them carefully. He said with a satisfied expression, "Boss, I want these 5 level 1 magic crystals." "How much is it?" The shop owner was a short and fat middle-aged man. When he heard the voice, he immediately became interested. But when he saw that the young man only wanted 5 low-level magic crystals, he lost his arrogance and said casually, 80 crystal coins for one. That's a total of 400 crystal coins. What? 81 crystals? Why don't you go rob? The young man said loudly. The short and fat shop owner didn't think much of it. Bargaining like this happened every day. He curled his lips and said, "This is the market price. Take it or leave it." Market price? But the shop not far from you only sells it for 70 crystal coins. The young man continued, 70 is 70. Pay up. The middle-aged man said. The young man laughed, "I didn't buy it for 70 just now. Give me a little less, boss." No need to say any more. 6.15, the shop owner gave in again. The young man laughed again and said, "Hee hee, boss, actually I found out something. Your shop is quite shady. Such a level 1 magic crystal, if you go to the wild mountains in the south to buy it, it would only cost more than 10 crystal coins. How can you sell it for 615 in Sung City? That's 6 or 7 times the profit. You are really shady." When the shop owner saw that this person was making a personal attack while buying small things, he said angrily, "What does a child know? Do you know how far it is from the Savage City and the Savage Mountain Range to here? Do you know how expensive the annual fees of the shops in Sung City are? Are you going to buy it or not? If not, then leave." The youth didn't mind and continued, "The distance from Barbarian City to Tsang City is 460 kilometers. For normal missions, the mercenaries' fees are very low. Furthermore, you're transporting a large amount of goods at once. For a level 1 magic crystal, it's probably only 1 or 2 crystal coins. As for a shop in Tsang City, it's 50 purple crystal coins a year, which is equivalent to 5,000 crystal coins. Boss, I'm not wrong, am I? Actually, I didn't mean anything by it." Ugh. How do you know so clearly? Forget it, I'm afraid of you. 50 crystal coins for one, not one less. The short and fat middle-aged man looked as if he had seen a ghost. Is that so? The youth smiled in satisfaction and reached into his pocket to take the money. However, he frowned as if he suddenly thought of something. With one hand in his pocket, he looked around mysteriously. When he saw that there was no one around, he leaned towards the shop owner and said in a low voice, "Boss, I remember that those who have the golden token of the Yi family can get a 50% discount." "That's right." "Why? You have it?" The short and fat shop owner nodded and replied in confusion. The Yi family was the guardian of the South. As a member of the Yi family, he or she had a certain amount of authority in the South, and the golden token could give him a 50% discount. However, those who had the golden token were the direct descendants of the Yi family. Which direct descendant would lack money? Therefore, they rarely used the golden token to buy things. Hee hee. The youth touched his head in embarrassment. He reached out and took out a golden token. On the token, there was a big Yi character written in bold calligraphy. "I'm very ashamed. I'm a relative of young Master Yi Qingquang, so I borrowed his token to play around. Let's settle the bill, boss. 125 crystal coins." The short and fat landlord was speechless. This business was definitely a loss. Fortunately, this person had bought the cheap level 1 magical crystals. If he had bought level 5 or level 6 magical crystals, he wouldn't know how much he would have lost. "Alright, keep the money well. I'm leaving. Don't send me off." I'll definitely come back to take care of your business when I have time in the future. The youth beamed with joy. He took the 5 magical crystals and walked out of the shop. As soon as the youth walked out of the shop, a girl in white quickly leaned over and said in a low voice, "Brother, have you bought it?" That's right. These 2 people were Yi Qinghan and his sister. Hearing his sister's question, Yi Qinghan nodded. Like a thief, he looked around and said in a low voice, "All right, let's talk about it when we get back." The 2 walked quickly and left Nilan Street. They turned into their own courtyard from the small gate of the Yi family castle. Hee, I bought 5 magical crystals today. Each one is 10 crystal coins cheaper than yesterday. After entering the room, Yi Qinghan threw the magical crystals on the table, took a sip of water and said with a smile. He seemed to be very satisfied with today's results. "Brother, you're amazing. Quickly summon Xiaohei and let it eat it." Yi Qingyu picked up a magical crystal and smiled happily. For her, there was nothing in this world that could make her happy. As long as her brother was happy, she would be happy. "Well, Xiaohei, come out to eat." Yi Qinghan nodded and summoned his war beast, Xiaohei. A white stream of air flowed out from Yi Qinghan's chest and slowly condensed into a palm-sized war beast, Xiaohei. Xiaohei seemed to have just woken up. It stretched out its 2 claws and rubbed its 2 drunken and hazy eyes. When it saw the magical crystals on the table, it immediately cried out happily. It turned into an afterimage and flew to the table, grabbing the mana crystal and gnawing on it. Sha, sha. Looking at the war beast, Xiaohei's blissful expression as it ate the magical crystals. However, Yi Qinghan felt a pang of pain in his heart. It had been 10 days since Xiaohei was summoned. On the first day, Yi Qinghan collected 5 magical crystals from the family supply hall for Xiaohei to eat. He kept Xiaohei in the war beast's space and relied on his battle qi to help it get through its weak period. Moreover, he also spent 6 more hours every day to cultivate his battle qi, hoping that Xiaohei could absorb battle qi and grow. However, on the 3rd day, he discovered something tragic. Xiaohei actually stopped absorbing battle qi. It seemed that it did not like this kind of food. Helpless, Yi Qinghan could only reluctantly take out his savings for many years to buy magical crystals for Xiaohei to eat and help it get through its weak period. Although Yi Qinghan was a direct descendant of the family and Yi Tianlong's grandson, he was very poor, very poor. His father passed away early, and his father's belongings had already been taken back by the family. Once his father passed away, his family's position in the family plummeted. In the beginning, the family's monthly interest was not small, but ever since his grandfather went into seclusion, the monthly interest gradually decreased. Until now, it was just enough to eat and drink. After his mother passed away, he spent some money. Hence, Yi Qinghan was very poor, even poorer than the peripheral descendants of the Yi family. Hence, at the beginning, Yi Qinghan haggled and pressured to buy magical crystals. Later on, he even needed his sister to help him buy magical crystals. Using the family's gold token to buy things was a matter of losing the family's face. If the punishment hall found out, he would definitely be punished. So, this was not a solution. Xiaohei could eat so much, if this continued, it would definitely eat until it could not even afford to wear its pants. He imagined himself wearing only a pair of underwear, hugging his little beast and going around begging for magical crystals. Yi Qinghan shuddered and started to ponder. Many thoughts flashed through his mind, and in his heart, he had an idea. "Little girl, I want to discuss something with you. I want to go on a long journey." "Oh, go ahead." Yi Qingyu was hugging Xiaohei and playing around. She did not notice her brother's expression and said casually, I want to go on a long journey." Seeing that his sister did not understand, Yi Qinghan repeated himself. Seeing her brother like this, Yi Qingyu finally reacted and asked doubtfully, Long journey? Is it very far?" "Barbarian city, it's a bit far. It might take half a year to go back and forth," Yi Qinghan said solemnly. His eyes were filled with guilt. After all, He had left his younger sister at home without anyone to rely on. Yi Qingyu lowered her head and muttered to herself. Her light eyebrows slightly curled up, making people feel sorry for her. However, after a while, Yi Qingyu raised her head and raised Xiaohei in her hands, asking, "Is it because of Xiaohei?" Indeed, magical crystals are very cheap in Barbarian City. It's only a few crystal coins each. Our family is poor, you know that. Yi Qinghan laughed bitterly and explained. "En, when are you leaving?" "I'll prepare for you." Yi Qingyu smiled slightly, not showing any reluctance or grievance. "Tomorrow morning. The earlier we go, the earlier we can return." Yi Qinghan also smiled, not showing any reluctance or worry. The two of them smiled and started to pack up, their expressions natural. It was as if they were not going to Barbarian City that was a few hundred miles away. It was as if they were not leaving for half a year, but half a day. All the reluctance to part, all the concern in their minds, all the sorrow of parting, were deeply hidden in their eyes, all unspoken. Chapter 18. Tsang City was located to the south of the House of Aries. It was one of the 6 main cities in the prefecture. It managed 20 big cities and 100 small cities in the south. To the south was the vast savage mountain range that separated the House of Aries from the barbarian god mansion. The savage mountain range was winding and boundless. It was full of thorns and demons. It could be said to be a dangerous place. It was said that in the depths of the mountain range, there were holy beasts that were comparable to battle sages. It was a forbidden zone for life. It was comparable to the Dark Mountain Range, the second most dangerous place in the continent. Although it was dangerous, the Savage Mountain Range was not like the Dark Mountain Range, where humans would definitely die. As long as warriors did not enter the depths of the mountain range, they still had a chance of survival if they encountered powerful demons. Hence, the outer region of the Savage Mountain Range became the best paradise for adventurers in the House of Aries. It also became the best training ground for warriors. The small city near the mountain range, Barbarian City, gradually became prosperous because of the influx of adventurers. Barbarian City was originally one of the 100 small cities in the south. Due to its unique location, it developed into a scale comparable to the 20 big cities. Dark Moon Hotel. It was a famous hotel next to the south gate of Barbarian City. The hotel had 3 floors. The first floor was the restaurant, the second and third floors were the guest rooms. At this moment, a young man in green was sitting by the window on the first floor. The young man looked delicate and weak. He frowned as he looked at the people on the street. No one knew what he was thinking. This person was Yi Qinghan, who came from Tsang City a few hundred miles away. After saying goodbye to his sister that day, he followed a caravan alone. After half a month, he finally arrived at the southernmost barbarian city of the House of Aries. Barbarian City was indeed a paradise for adventurers. There were as many adventurers here as there were hairs on a cow. Every day, many adventurers would go to the mountain range to train and kill demons. Every time adventurers returned, they would bring back many demon beast furs and magic crystals. As a result, the magic crystals here were very cheap. Yi Qinghan was very excited when he first arrived. After all, it was his first time traveling far. Also, coming here was the right choice. He bought a lot of magic crystals at a very low price. Today was the 13th day that he had stayed in the Barbarian City. He had bought a large number of magic crystals for his daily expenses, and he did not have much money left. On the other hand, his beast, Xiaohei, was still the same as usual. After eating, it would sleep, and after sleeping, it would eat. It did not look like it was going to pass through its weak period. The only change was that it seemed to have grown a little. When it was first summoned, it was only the size of a fist, but now it was the size of a palm. Therefore, he felt a headache coming on. He decided not to meditate in his room when he had nothing to do. Instead, he went down to the dining room and ordered a cup of cheap wine to drink alone. It's been almost a month. I wonder how Qingyu is doing at home. Xiaohei. How many magic crystals do you need to eat to get through this period of weakness? Looking at the people coming and going outside the window, Yi Qinghan's mind was filled with a myriad of thoughts, and his eyes gradually blurred. It was as if he could see the quiet courtyard of his house, and the frail figure of his sister was standing in the courtyard, looking in the direction of the barbarian city. Sigh. He then thought of his current situation, and his eyes couldn't help but become even more confused. Talent. His talent was really too poor. In the past 20 days, he had not stopped cultivating. During the half a month on the road, he had been cultivating non-stop in the horse carriage. When he reached the barbarian city, other than going out to buy magic crystals, he had been cultivating in his room. When a warrior cultivated, the first step was to strengthen their body and enter the martial husband realm. The children of the Yi family had been practicing martial arts since young, and they would usually reach the martial husband realm at around the age of 6. After the age of 6, they would start to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into their body, turning it into a small amount of battle aura. This was the most common soldier realm. He had only used a little more than a month to reach this realm. His father was a genius, but he had also used a month to reach this realm. This meant that his comprehension was not bad, and his talent in martial arts could be considered to be above average. Following that, the elite realm needed to use the small amount of battle aura in the body to open up and expand the body's yang meridian, yin meridian, chong meridian, artery, left minor foot meridian, right minor foot meridian, left breathing meridian, right breathing meridian, and the 9 heavenly meridian. The 9 meridians of the heavens were the 9 small meridians in the body. If all of them were opened, one could enter the commander realm. The commander realm needed to open and expand the 3 main meridians in the body, the Ren meridian, the governing meridian, and the extraordinary meridian, as well as condensing the dantian. When all 3 major meridians were opened and condensing the dantian, one would reach the general realm. The training of the elite commander realm and the elite commander realm focused a lot on the individual's body and talent. Many people in the House of Aries were stuck in these 2 realms for their entire lives. Yi Qinghan was one of these people. There were a lot of blockages in the 12 meridians in his body, almost 80% of them were blocked. Therefore, after 10 years of cultivation, Yi Qinghan had only opened the yang and yin meridians. Now, he was focusing on opening the chong meridian with all his might. In these 20 days, Yi Qinghan had bitterly cultivated his battle aura and tried his best to open the chong meridian, but the results were not very good. He had only opened 2 to 3%, which was too low. As for the beast Xiaohei, it had been eating and sleeping every day for more than 20 days. It did not look like it had passed through its weak period. He remembered the words of Elder Tian Xing in the War Beast Academy: the higher the level of the beast, the longer its weak period. It seemed that it was unrealistic to let Xiaohei pass through its weak period in a short period of time. He had made a mistake in his thinking. Originally, he thought that with his savings, he could come to the barbarian city and buy a large amount of level 1 magic crystals to let the beast pass through its weak period and merge with him. Then, he could openly return to the family and become a core disciple. He did not expect. He could only take the risk and enter the mountain. Yi Qinghan touched the bag in his arms and made a decision in his heart. The bag was filled with the miscellaneous items he had bought at the shop the day before yesterday, as well as some tools to enter the mountain. The money he had on him was almost depleted. If he wanted to continue obtaining magic crystals, he could only rely on himself to enter the barbarian mountain range to hunt. Just as Yi Qinghan was deep in thought, a tall and mighty man with a giant sword on his shoulder walked into the inn. As soon as the man entered the door, he sat down on a chair and shouted, "Dear little Yu, quickly give me a pot of blue enchantress. I haven't drunk the wine you brewed in a long time. I miss it so much." The restaurant was attracted by the man's loud voice. A skinny warrior with long hair and a shawl stood up and said, I was wondering who it was. So it's our big brother Raptors. Raptors, I don't think you're thinking about the Dark Moon's wine, but our beautiful lady boss Dark Moon, Hee hee. Go to hell, Zhao Tai, you brat, you even dare to take liberties with me. Be careful that I don't suck you dry tonight. A beautiful young woman behind the counter walked over leisurely with a wine jar in her hand. This beautiful woman looked to be about 22 or 23 years old. She had a voluptuous figure, a face like a peach blossom, and a pair of phoenix eyes that were full of charm. She was very attractive. The beautiful young woman rolled her eyes at the skinny middle-aged man and placed the wine on the raptor's table. A snow-white arm leaned on the raptor's shoulder and said with a charming smile, "Raptors, you brat, do you have a new lover? You don't miss me anymore? You only came here after half a month? Hee hee." The raptor stretched out a dark palm and was about to touch Dark Moon's perky butt. Dark Moon seemed to have already known this. She swung her hand and sent the raptor's hand flying. She rolled her eyes and walked away while twisting her butt. The raptors laughed lewdly and said, "Xiao Yu, you always say that you want to do this and that with me. Why don't you let me touch you once?" "That's right, my beautiful lady boss Dark Moon. You always say that you want to suck me dry. Why don't you do it? You make me wash up early every day and wait for you in the room. But every night, I'm alone in my room. I'm as lonely as the snow." The skinny middle-aged man named Zhao Tai swept his hair and looked extremely coquettish. When the raptors saw that the limelight had been stolen by Zhao Tai, he laughed and scolded, "You're alone in your room, my ass. Xiao Yu, I'm reporting Zhao Tai. He went to the 10,000 flower house some time ago. His private life is very messy. He's so thin, I'm afraid he's already in the late stages of being poisoned." When Zhao Tai heard this, he slammed the table and scolded, "Raptors, you're bullsh** ting. Don't think that you always practice mutual combat in front of Dark Moon's portrait at night. Do you think I don't know that you're second masters?" Seeing that the two of them were about to fight, Dark Moon's face turned cold. She glared at them and said angrily, "All right, you two, even if you're familiar with each other, you'll still have to compensate me double if you break the table. You both want to f***ck me, right? Fine. No problem, when you can beat me, I'll wash up and send myself to you." The two of them immediately shrank back. Just now, they were as powerful as tigers, but now, they were like mice that had encountered a cat. This beautiful young woman, Dark Moon, had unfathomable skills. Don't be fooled by her usual debauchery, she was merciless when she attacked. Seeing the two of them acting coquettishly, everyone in the restaurant laughed. Yi Qinghan couldn't help but smile when he heard this. This pair of clowns was really interesting. However, he also admired the extremely coquettish lady boss. Her way of doing business was simply at an extremely high level. Most of the men in this room were here for her. Moreover, this Dark Moon's figure was really not for show. She was perky in all the places that should be perky. Just looking at her was a feast for the eyes. She was a beauty on the same level as the little witchy Jianghu in the family, but the lady boss was more mature. She was invincible. "Hee, you always stare at me. Do you also have some thoughts?" Yi Qinghan's gaze attracted the lady boss's attention. Dark Moon held a glass of red wine and giggled. She walked over and sat opposite him. This little boy was sitting alone in front of the window. He was obviously young, but he exuded a sense of vicissitudes, which inadvertently attracted her attention. At this moment, seeing Yi Qinghan looking at her, she took this opportunity to get some information out of him. "Hee, sister, you're so charming. Any man would have some thoughts." Yi Qinghan indifferently glanced at Dark Moon's bulging chest. This mature sister's methods were indeed extraordinary. She immediately turned everyone's attention to him. "Hee, can you even be considered a man? I'm afraid you haven't even tasted the taste of a woman." Dark Moon deliberately shook her chest. Her face was seductive, which caused everyone in the room to burst into laughter. "Hee, whether I'm a man or not, you'll know after you try. How about we go and practice now?" Yi Qinghan leisurely picked up the wine glass on the table and took a sip. He said with a somewhat evil tone. The 15 years of oppressive life in the Yi family had made his heart feel a little depressed. Today, they arrived at the barbarian city, more than 400 miles away from the Yi family. He couldn't help but feel a little relaxed. It was like a carp leaping over the dragon's gate. The vast sea and sky were free for birds to fly. Moreover, as a person who had lived 2 lives, he didn't have any stage fright in front of this kind of romantic battle. Therefore, contrary to his usual behavior, he actually counterattacked. Dark Moon was speechless. She always teased others, and today, she was finally teased by someone else. Yes. You, go and try. Suck him dry if you can. Dark Moon finally met her match. This young man has a bright future. He's incomparably flirtatious. Everyone in the restaurant saw Dark Moon being defeated for the first time. They all laughed and followed suit. After all, Dark Moon was a veteran in the romantic arena. She rolled her eyes and had an idea. She giggled and said, "Not bad, you have character. How about this? I'm currently a 2nd-level general. I'll use half of my strength to fight you. If you beat me, I'll accompany you for a night. What do you think?" TSK. Dark Moon, you're cheating. This young man's battle aura is obviously only at the 1st-level elite. You're a 2nd-level general, 2 levels higher than him. Moreover, he doesn't have enough battle experience. How can he fight you? Yes, Dark Moon is bullying. You have to suppress at least 2/3 of your battle aura. The people at the side were unhappy. Even if a 2nd-level general used half of his strength, it was obvious that an elite martial artist couldn't defeat him. Everyone wanted to make the show more exciting and started to jeer again. Alright, I agree. Yi Qinghan thought for a while and smiled evilly. He suddenly said, however, can this battle be postponed for 3 months? 3 Moon Queen, I'll fight you. If I lose, I'll do odd jobs for you for 3 months. If I win, you have to accompany me for a night. What do you think? 3 months? Dark Moon looked at Yi Qinghan's evil smile and felt goosebumps. The people at the side were unhappy and shouted, "Don't worry, Dark Moon. The Dark Moon is not afraid. 3 months of chores in exchange for a night of fun. This is a good bet. I support you. Dark Moon, promise him. Don't go back on your words." How far can an elite martial artist reach in 3 months? Yes, Lady Boss, if you go back on your words, we won't come here anymore. Dark Moon looked at the people who were like bulls in heat and felt a little regretful. However, on second thought, this young man was only at the 1st-level elite martial artist after cultivating for so long. At most, he would reach the 2nd level in 3 months. She could easily defeat him with only half of her battle aura. Helpless, she nodded and said, "Alright, I'll bet with you today. If I lose, won't I have to accompany you for a night? I'll make a profit. I'll bet. Hee, everyone, be my witness. I'll be back in 3 months." Yi Qinghan drank the wine in his cup in one gulp and walked toward the door. "Little brother, I have high hopes for you." The tall man, Meng Long, laughed heartily. This brat had given them face after all. However, when he saw Yi Qinghan picking up his bag and walking towards the door, he couldn't help but ask curiously, "Where are you going now?" "I'm going to the Savage Mountains to practice combat experience. I'll be back on time in 3 months." A voice came from afar. Everyone in the restaurant was speechless. This kid was really strong. What did it mean to sharpen one's spear at the last minute? This was called sharpening one's spear at the last minute. Everyone in the hotel was speechless. This kid actually dared to bet with Dark Moon without any combat experience. One had to know that to be able to open a hotel in the Savage City, where all sorts of people lived, one had to have a certain level of ability. There were also some people who had a different attitude. This kid looked very calm. Maybe he was hiding some tricks. However, most of them hoped that this kid could win. Dark Moon, this tough woman, opened the Dark Moon Hotel here 3 years ago. Every day, she would flirt with the customers as if it was easy to get the hang of it. However, in the past 3 years, no one had been able to touch her. Let alone touch her, it was difficult. These people had been holed up here all year round, but they didn't even get to touch her. Of course, they hated this kid and hoped that he could represent them to take her down. Oh no. Don't tell me this kid really has no combat experience. He will lose his life if he enters the mountains so recklessly. The majestic raptors suddenly shouted. He walked to the door and looked around. However, there were people coming and going outside, and there was no sign of Yi Qinghan. Ugh! Everyone thought for a while, and their eyes revealed a trace of worry. The savage mountains were not ordinary mountains. People would die if they ventured deep into the mountains. Moreover, the most dangerous thing in the mountains was not the magical beasts, but the hunters. I hope that this little brother doesn't encounter a hunter. The coquettish boss Dark Moon also felt a trace of regret and sincerely prayed for him. At this time, Yi Qinghan had already left the savage city and was walking on the main road in the mountains. The savage city was located at the edge of the mountains. Once he left the city, he would enter the savage mountains. Many years ago, there was a legend that magical beasts would often run into the city and cause tragedies. However, after so many years of hunting by adventurers, there were very few magical beasts at the edge of the savage city. Yi Qinghan took out a small bag from his bosom. Inside were some necessary items for entering the mountains. He had already prepared these items. Inside was a small dagger, some dry rations, some fresh water, and some miscellaneous items. Actually, he had wanted to enter the mountains to hunt magical beasts for a long time. In theory, with his elite combat power, it was not a problem for him to deal with level 1 and level 2 magical beasts. As long as he did not go deep into the mountains and did not encounter a group of level 1 and level 2 magical beasts, his life would still be guaranteed. However, his own beast, Xiao He, needed a large amount of magic crystals to survive its weak period. Since he was poor, he had no choice but to hunt by himself. As for why he only entered the mountains today, it was because Yi Qinghan had never entered the savage mountains and had no combat experience. Therefore, for the past 2 days, Yi Qinghan had been collecting and inquiring about this knowledge. Today, he had made a bet with the lady boss Dark Moon, and finally made up his mind to directly enter the mountains. Shah. Holding the dagger in his hand, he activated his battle chi and quickly walked on the mountain path. According to his understanding, there were basically no magical beasts in the surrounding 20 li of the savage mountains. It was already afternoon, so he had to travel 20 li before the sky turned dark. He had to enter the periphery of the level 1 magical beasts territory and find a safe place to spend the night. Then, he would start hunting level 1 magical beasts the next morning. The savage mountains were densely packed with magical beasts, but the areas where the magical beasts lived were very orderly. Generally, the outermost area was filled with level 1 magical beasts, with a small number of level 2 magical beasts mixed in. Further in was the area where level 2 magical beasts lived, with a small number of level 3 magical beasts mixed in, and so on. Of course, there was also the possibility of high-level magical beasts roaming around in the depths of the mountains. If adventurers encountered high-level magical beasts roaming around, then they could only blame themselves for being unlucky. Chapter 19. The sky gradually darkened. Through the dense leaves of the ancient trees, one could see the afterglow of the setting sun slowly fading away. Yi Qinghan activated his battle aura and walked quickly for a while. Then, he slowly relied on his physical strength to recover his battle aura. After recovering his battle aura, he continued to move forward. Walking and stopping like this, he had already left Barbarian City in the afternoon. He was now nearly 20 kilometers deep into the mountain range. Phew. Let's call it a day. Let's find a place to rest. Yi Qinghan carefully looked around. About 20 kilometers deep into the mountain range, the environment had changed greatly. There were ancient trees that were dozens of meters tall everywhere. Their leaves covered the sky, and the ground was covered with unknown ancient vines and weeds. Whoosh! Yi Qinghan kicked the ground and leaped lightly. Grabbing with both hands, he jumped onto an ancient tree branch that was the size of 3 people standing side by side. After a few leaps, he used both his hands and feet to pass through the dense leaves and climb to the top of the ancient tree. This place is not bad. Let's rest here for the night. High up on the ancient tree, a few thick branches stretched out side by side, just like a few wooden planks put together to form a natural bed. Yi Qinghan lay down on it, feeling quite comfortable. He decided to spend the night here. Taking out some dry food and fresh water, Yi Qinghan ate hastily and closed his eyes to meditate. Absorbing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, he used the Night Emperor mantra to slowly recover the battle aura he had used up in the afternoon. Leaning against the tree trunk, he fell into a deep sleep. At the same time, under the same night sky, in Sung City a few hundred kilometers away. Yi Qingyu, however, could not fall asleep. The cold air of the spring night was still present, but she stood alone in her own courtyard, gazing into the distance towards the south. Her brows were furrowed, and her face was filled with worry. Stars shone on the ground, and also on Yi Qingyu's snow-white face. Her clothes were whiter than snow, and when the night wind blew, her sleeves fluttered. From afar, Yi Qingyu looked like a fairy that had fallen to the mortal world. Looking up at the sky, she didn't know when she would be able to return to heaven. "Brother," Yi Qingyu suddenly opened her mouth and said. Her two beautiful eyes that were like stars unconsciously became misty. Her body trembled slightly. After a while, she wiped away her tears and began to mutter to herself in the direction of the south. It seemed that she had many things to tell her brother who was far away in the south. "Brother. Where are you? You don't know this, but after you left the Moon Queen, someone from the family suddenly came. She said that she wanted to marry me to the Shui family, to Shui Wuhan. At that time, I was scared stiff and refused. At that time, you don't know the situation. You almost couldn't see your sister anymore. They were also scared silly and didn't dare to threaten me too much. But, brother, do you know, they came back a few days later. They actually threatened me, saying that if I didn't agree, they would send people to kill you. Woo. I didn't know what to do, I really didn't know what to do. In the end, I could only lie to them and say, it's fine to marry him, but I have to wait for your return, or else I'll commit suicide. I really didn't know what to do. Now that they have people watching me all the time, I don't know what to do. Brother, come back quickly." As she spoke, Yi Qingyu's pretty face was filled with tears. Her delicate expression was heartbreaking. Ever since Shui Wuhan saw Yi Qingyu in Yolan Street, he called his bodyguard Old Shi to rush back to the family and bring 20 bottles of high-grade pills to exchange for Yi Qingyu's hand in marriage. He knew that Yi Qingquang and Yi Rong had been coveting his snow panacea for a long time. He planned to marry Yi Qingyu, who had the jade spirit body, with a 20th grade pill. More than a month later, Old Shi returned to the Yi family. At the same time, he brought 20 bottles of high-grade snow panacea. Shui Wuhan went to look for Yi Qingquang that very night and told him that he liked Yi Qingyu very much. He hoped to exchange 10 bottles of snow panacea for Yi Qingyu to be his concubine. As expected, Yi Qingquang went to look for Yi Rong that very night. The two of them had a secret discussion and decided to do it secretly. After all, if this matter was reported to the family would definitely agree to it. However, out of the 10 bottles of snow panacea, they would be lucky if they could get even one bottle. Therefore, they made a false report in the name of the family. Yi Qingquang also sent one of his right-hand men, Yi Xianxia, to announce the marriage. Who knew that Yi Qingyu, this girl, was actually very strong-willed on the inside. When she heard the news that day, she actually wanted to commit suicide in front of Yi Xianxia. Yi Xianxia had no choice but to leave in a hurry and inform Yi Qingquang and Yi Rong. Yi Qingquang and Yi Xianxia didn't dare to make this matter big. They were afraid that if the family found out, they would not only get nothing, but they would also be accused of colluding with outsiders to bully an orphan. After a few days, Yi Rong came up with a plan. He continued to send Yi Xianxia to tell Yi Qingyu that if she didn't get married or committed suicide, someone would harm her brother. As expected, Yi Qingyu panicked and didn't dare to cut her wrist. In the end, she could only lie to Yi Xianxia that she had to wait for her brother to come back before getting married. Otherwise, she would rather die. The Yi family's side courtyard was brightly lit. "Young master, how do you think we should deal with this matter? In the courtyard, Shui Wuhan, who was dressed in white and had a face as white as jade, sat in the middle of the main seat. He had an imposing air of nobility and an extraordinary temperament. His eyes were shining brightly like a crown prince walking out of the palace. Beside him, two old men, one white and one black, stood respectfully. The one who spoke was old Shi in white. Seeing that Shui Wuhan was silent and seemed to be thinking about something, old Mo's face turned gloomy. Yi Qingquang and Yi Rong, you two useless things. You can't even handle such a small matter. Why don't the two of us directly kidnap that girl and bring her back to the drifting snow city? No need. Shui Wuhan waved his hand and finally spoke, don't act rashly and alert the enemy. If the three old men from the Yi family are drawn out, we won't be able to get anything. You should know that ordinary people can't see the jade spirit body, but the three old men can definitely see it. Moreover, that girl is very strong-willed. If she wants to die, then all our efforts will be in vain. Old Shi and old Mo nodded slightly. Only a living one could be called the jade spirit body. A dead one could be called a corpse. The Yi family's clan leader and the two supreme elders were extremely powerful. If they were drawn out, it would be troublesome. Next, we'll do two things. Tell Yi Qingquang to add another 10 bottles of snow panacea after the matter is settled. Ask him to think of a way to settle this matter. Also, send Shui Yi and the others to the barbarian city to take down Yi Qinghan and force Yi Qingyu to give in. I must get the jade spirit body. Yes, young master. It was deep into the night. At this moment, hundreds of miles away, Yi Qinghan was still sleeping soundly. He didn't know that a conspiracy against him and his sister, Yi Qingyu, was slowly unfolding, quietly blending into the thick darkness of the night. The sky gradually brightened. The golden sunlight from afar shone through the mottled leaves and onto the ground, illuminating the entire barbarian mountain range. Yi Qinghan had already woken up and was cultivating his battle qi as usual. He operated the Night Emperor method, and slowly converted the spiritual qi between heaven and earth into a faint trace of battle qi in his body. This battle qi was then stored in the cells and meridians of his body. The cells of the human body could only store a small amount of battle qi. Furthermore, when battle qi was used, the circulation speed was very slow. Therefore, battle qi was basically stored in the meridians after cultivation. Everyone was born with some impurities in the meridians more or less. Therefore, this required a martial artist to cultivate after birth. Using the small amount of battle qi in the cells of the body to dissolve, impact, and dissolve the impurities in the meridians, making the meridians clear and thick so that they could store more battle qi and circulate it faster. From there, a large amount of battle qi could be used to form more powerful attacks, defenses, and other functions. Right now, Yi Qinghan was using the yang meridians, yi meridians, and the battle qi in the cells of his body to dissolve and corrode the impurities in the meridians of his body. Battle qi and the impurities fused together and slowly corroded each other. After battle qi was used up, he would use the Night Emperor method to absorb the spiritual qi between heaven and earth and gather battle qi. After gathering, he would continue to corrode the impurities. Over and over again, the cycle repeated. Phew. Too slow. 2 hours later, Yi Qinghan opened his eyes and stopped cultivating. Every time he cultivated, he would feel a trace of bitterness in his heart. There were too many impurities in his meridians. The 12 meridians were like 12 rivers filled with sand. Every time he cultivated, it was like holding a small shovel and slowly shoveling the sand out. Moreover, he couldn't go too fast, otherwise the riverbed would collapse and he would be finished. After cultivating, it was time to hunt for magical beasts. Chapter 20. He packed his luggage and swung down from the tree lightly. His eyes were filled with excitement, and his movements were agile as he quickly headed into the depths of the mountain range. The barbaric mountains had existed for tens of thousands of years. There were ancient trees of thousands of years and all sorts of rare species everywhere. The trees were so big that even a few people wouldn't be able to wrap their arms around them. Unknown flowers and plants, ancient vines, thorns, and poisonous insects were everywhere. Fortunately, Yi Qinghan wasn't a reckless person. He had bought some medicinal powder in Barbarian City and sprinkled it on his body. The poisonous insects didn't dare to get close to him, but he didn't dare to be careless either. He carefully followed the path that people had taken before him. Sha. After walking for a dozen miles, Yi Qinghan finally met his first magical beast. At this moment, he was lying in a pile of weeds and looking into the distance. Not far away, a wild boar the size of a calf was wriggling under a small tree. Its two snow-white tusks reflected the sunlight, giving off an eerie chill. Fanged wild boar, rank 1 magical beast. Yi Qinghan's eyes were glowing, and his face was filled with excitement. Information about the fanged wild boar appeared in his mind. Fanged wild boar, rank 1 magical beast. A special breed of wild boar that liked to wander alone. Its tusks were long and sharp, and it had extraordinary strength. And, this is it. Yi Qinghan slowly took out his dagger and held it tightly in his hand. However, he didn't attack immediately. Instead, he carefully observed and listened to the movements in his surroundings. Swish. A moment later, he stomped on the ground and arched his body slightly. Like a sharp sword, he fiercely shot towards the fanged wild boar. Roar! The fanged wild boar seemed to have sensed danger and suddenly raised its head. Its two triangular eyes glowed with red light, and its two long tusks stabbed straight at Yi Qinghan's speeding figure. Such a fast reaction. Yi Qinghan was slightly surprised, but he didn't hesitate. He pulled back his body and tapped on the wild boar's tusks with one leg. With a backhand slash, he borrowed the force to jump away. Roar! Roar! The fanged wild boar's back was slashed open, and fresh blood flowed out. It became even more enraged. It roared twice, and its triangular eyes became even redder. Its two thick hind legs scratched the ground, causing the grass and leaves to fly everywhere. Meanwhile, the fanged wild boar turned into a gray torrent and charged towards Yi Qinghan. So fast. As soon as Yi Qinghan turned around, he saw a gray torrent rushing towards him like a tide. Startled for a moment, he hurriedly activated his battle chi and quickly moved away. Bang! An ancient tree fell to the ground under the impact of the fanged wild boar, raising a cloud of dust. Ugh! This strength was at least the strength of a few horses. If he was hit by it, wouldn't he be smashed into minced meat? Yi Qinghan was shocked, but he became even more excited. It was as if he had the blood to fight in his veins. He tightened his grip on the dagger in his hand and focused all his attention on defense. Boom! 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 The fanged wild boar turned into a gray torrent and charged at Yi Qinghan again and again, as if it wanted to smash him into pieces. However, Yi Qinghan dodged it skillfully, and from time to time, he would slash the wild boar's body. Slowly, the fanged wild boar lost more and more blood, and its speed became slower and slower. Huff! Luckily, this fanged wild boar only charges in one direction. After all, it is a low-level magical beast with low intelligence. I can slowly grind it to death. Yi Qinghan panted heavily, his body slightly arched, and his eyes narrowed. He held the dagger tightly in his hand, and his eyes locked onto the fanged wild boar. Bang! With another collision, an ancient tree the size of a head was knocked down. However, this time, the fanged wild boar didn't turn around, and actually charged straight ahead. Trying to escape. Too late. Yi Qinghan smiled faintly. He quickly twisted his body and chased after them. Originally, he wouldn't be able to keep up with the fanged wild boar, but now that the wild boar had lost too much blood, and its stamina was being depleted very quickly, Yi Qinghan actually managed to catch up. Earth-splitting slash. Yi Qinghan leaped high into the air, and his whole body curled up in the air. He held the dagger with both hands, and fiercely stabbed it into the wild boar's head. Bang! Apart from the hilt, the entire dagger was buried in the wild boar's head. The fanged wild boar fell to the ground, and a large amount of blood flowed from the corner of its mouth. Its 4 thick legs trembled non-stop, and after a while, it completely died. Huff! Huff! Yi Qinghan sat on the ground. This was his first battle, and he had used up a lot of stamina and energy. He was momentarily exhausted, and felt a little drowsy. He forced himself to stay awake, picked up the dagger, and dug out a black magic crystal from the wild boar's head. He then cut off a few pieces of meat from its hind legs, wrapped them up with leaves, and quickly left. In a few leaps, he burrowed into the dense foliage and disappeared. Amidst the leaves of an ancient tree, Yi Qinghan sat cross-legged on a branch, circulating the Night Emperor mantra to slowly replenish his battle aura. The battle just now had almost used up all the battle aura in his body, and it had also given him some insight. A real battle is indeed extremely dangerous. If my reaction speed was a little slower, or if I didn't encounter a fanged wild boar, I would have been doomed eternally. Yi Qinghan squinted his eyes as he carefully thought about the battle just now. He reflected on his mistakes, and calculated what he should do in similar battles in the future. He wanted to use the least amount of battle aura to achieve the greatest damage output. It was his first battle just now, and he was a little nervous. His reaction speed was also very slow, and his attack method was also wrong. However, he gradually found a way to deal with the fanged wild boar. The fanged wild boar was a strength-type magical beast, and most level 1 magical beasts only had the strength of 5 horses at most. For example, although Yi Qinghan had the strength of 10 horses at the elite realm, he lacked actual combat experience, and it would be good if he could display the strength of 3 or 4 horses. Moreover, the wild boar's fighting style was very straightforward, and it had increased speed and strength. If he were to fight it head-on, he would definitely be asking for trouble. He could only rely on his reaction speed to slowly wear it down. Xiao He, it's time to eat. After thinking carefully for a long time, Yi Qinghan smiled and summoned his beast. Under his call, a black stream of air gushed out from his chest, and slowly condensed. A black, lion-nosed dog, the size of a palm, appeared on his thigh. Its round nose trembled, and its 2 shiny black eyes looked sleepy, as if it had not woken up yet. He took out 5 magic crystals from his bag, including the one from the fanged wild boar, and placed them next to Xiao He's mouth. The beast Xiao He immediately became energetic, and its half-opened eyes shone brightly. It used its 2 paws to pick up a magic crystal and ate it noisily. Crunch, crunch. In just a short while, 5 magic crystals had been eaten. Xiao He cupped its ears and wagged its tail. It jumped happily on Yi Qinghan's body, looking very intimate. All right, you don't have to flatter me anymore. Go back to sleep, I'll continue to prepare food for you. Yi Qinghan laughed and scolded. He grabbed Xiao He, swept its head, and threw it into the beast's face. He did not have time to play with Xiao He. This small beast the size of a palm needed to eat 5 magic crystals a day. If he did not hurry up and prepare magic crystals for it, it would probably run out of food in a few days. He immediately packed his luggage and continued his journey to look for prey. Bang! Another fanged wild boar fell to the ground. The wild boar's mouth was full of blood, and the area around it was also a mess. Yi Qinghan easily picked up the dagger and stabbed it into the wild boar's head. He then flicked it, and a gray magic crystal jumped out. He waved his hand and grabbed it, putting it into his bag. This was the 5th day since Yi Qinghan entered the mountain. After the first battle with the fanged wild boar on the 2nd day, his battle experience slowly increased. After that, he specifically targeted the fanged wild boar. From the first time he narrowly escaped death, he was full of openings. Later on, his chances of making mistakes decreased, and his battle experience increased. Now, he only needed to use 1/5 of his battle aura to kill a fanged wild boar, which was extremely easy. The fanged wild boar was a level 1 magic beast after all, so its attack method was very simple. Its strength was at most 5 horses. A warrior at the peak of the martial man realm would have the strength of 5 horses, a soldier realm would have the strength of 10 horses, and a level 1 elite like him would have the strength of at least 10 horses. During this period of time, he had been killing non-stop, and his experience kept increasing. He slowly got used to using all the strength in his body. 10 horses against 5 horses, there was no suspense at all. He could easily kill it. If it was a high-level warrior, they could kill it with a casual blow. As for Yi Qinghan, he had trained for 10 years. Although his realm and battle aura were not high, he had a solid foundation. After the initial battle, he was easy to deal with. Moreover, Yi Qinghan knew that he had some skills, so he never went deep into the barbaric mountains. Anyway, he only needed level 1 magic crystals, so he only focused on the fanged wild boar and quickly retreated when he saw other magic beasts. It was also very safe. I got 10 magic crystals today. I can rest now. Through the branches and leaves, the sun was slowly sinking into the ground, and the sunset glow illuminated half of the mountain in a blood-red color. He decided to find a place to rest. The night was the world of magic beasts. If he walked around recklessly, he wouldn't even know how he died. Leaning against the tree trunk, Yi Qinghan supported his head with his hands and chewed on an unknown grass root. He looked at the distant starry sky through the gaps of the branches and leaves. The night was like water, and the moon was like a silver plate hanging high in the sky, emitting a cold silver-white light. The stars were dazzling, like diamonds twinkling brightly. Chapter 21. Qingyu, what are you doing right now? Yi Qinghan's mind was filled with a myriad of thoughts. He thought of his previous life on Earth, of his parents who had died, but he thought of his sister Yi Qingyu who was far away in Sang City, that gentle and weak little girl. His sister's beauty, gentleness, understanding, and that delicate and frail body. She had always touched the softest part of his heart. Was it familial love? Or was it an unknown emotion? Yi Qinghan didn't know, but at this moment, he missed Yi Qingyu very much. G. In his embrace, little Duo's 2 little claws kept scratching his chest, but its mouth kept chirping non-stop. These 2 days, the little beast actually liked to play outside, although it didn't have much time to play. However, Yi Qinghan also felt extremely happy. This meant that the little beast was slowly getting over its weak period, and was gradually growing. What chirping! Yi Qinghan regained his senses and looked at Xiao He with a slightly reproachful gaze. He smiled and said, Xiao He, you are a high-level beast, why are you acting like a mouse, chirping? You can't be like a dragon or a lion, you should at least bark like your appearance and sound nicer. If you act like this, others will say that you are not even comparable to a lion-nosed dog, chirp. Xiao He was puzzled. Its little eyes rolled around randomly, as if it didn't really understand. Chirp your head. Screw your second grandpa. If you chirp again, I'll cut off your little penis. I'll make you have no penis, let's see how you can chirp then. Yi Qinghan was furious. This chirping sound was really unpleasant. If he brought this kind of beast out, people would laugh at him, chirp. Xiao He still looked like a dead pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water, as if it was determined to be called like this. Yi Qinghan was helpless. He was just about to recall the little bastard back into the space. However, all of a sudden, Xiao He seemed to have sensed something. His eyes no longer shone with a mischievous light. Instead, he had a stern expression on his face. The hair on his head stood up, as if he was a lion cub that had met its natural enemy. Is there a situation? Not good. At this moment, Yi Qinghan also felt that something was wrong. He felt a chill run down his spine. After fighting non-stop for the past few days, he made the correct decision in just 1 second. He immediately summoned the little beast back into the beast's space, then with a tilt of his body, he suddenly fell straight down from the tree trunk. Bang! Although Yi Qinghan's reaction speed was very fast, the beast that came to ambush him was even faster. Just as he was falling down from the tree, a black shadow descended from the sky. Its 2 sharp claws glowed coldly under the moonlight as it fiercely clawed at the tree trunk that he was sleeping on. The tree trunk that was even bigger than a human was actually split apart by its claws. At the same time, the left side of Yi Qinghan's chest was also ruthlessly clawed by it. At that moment, Yi Qinghan felt as if the left side of his body had been torn apart. A heart-wrenching pain instantly spread throughout his body. He couldn't help but let out a low groan. He felt that at least 2 or 3 ribs on the left side of his chest had been broken. After the intense pain, the left side of his chest started to feel slightly numb. At this moment, his brain started to work quickly. Calm down. Calm down. He told himself that he had to calm down, otherwise he would definitely die tonight. His body was still falling rapidly, and the black shadow above him also quickly jumped down, as if it wanted to take advantage of his weakness to take his life. Under the huge change, Yi Qinghan's brain actually started to slowly clear up. Under the rapid thinking of his brain, it was as if time had slowed down a bit. Looking at the black shadow that was getting closer and closer, he actually grinned. Damn you, you want to kill me? Even if I die, I will drag you down to hell with me, you beast. He knew that if he tried to think of a way to escape at this moment, he would definitely die today. His body was seriously injured, and the black shadow above him had only slightly scratched his body, but a few ribs on the left side of his chest had been broken. The tyrannical strength was evident. He estimated that this beast had at least the strength of 15 horses, which meant that it was at least a level 3 beast, or even a level 4 beast. Let me ask you, as an elite martial artist, even if he was at full strength, he wouldn't be a match for this beast, let alone now that he was seriously injured. Run. I can't live. Then I won't run. Doesn't this beast want to eat me? Then I will deliver myself to its doorstep. But even if I die, I will drag you, you beast, down with me. At this moment, Yi Qinghan had this kind of crazy obsession. He began to use the branches of the ancient tree to slowly descend. This allowed the beast to land at the same time as him, and he began to try his best to make his body flat, so that when he landed, his whole body would be in contact with the ground. The larger the area of impact, the lighter the injuries when landing. Level 3 Beast, Saber-toothed Tiger. Looking at the black shadow close by, with the help of the faint moonlight, he saw a bloody and cruel mouth, spitting out a fishy smell. Its snow-white teeth were like sharp swords, and its 2 huge eyes glowed with a cold light. The word king twisted slightly. It was actually a level 3 beast, saber-toothed tiger. Moreover, it was one of the more advanced level 3 beasts. Come on, beast. Let me feel your strength. Hua, la. The ground shook, and the 4 thick legs of the huge saber-toothed tiger pressed Yi Qinghan to the ground fiercely. 1 man and 1 beast, adding up to a few hundred pounds, completely pressed out a square on the weeds on the ground. Yi Qinghan felt as if he had been hit by a speeding car, and all the bones in his body were broken. A huge pain enveloped his whole body, and a mouthful of blood involuntarily gushed out from his stomach, violently spurting out. Like a prey that was about to die, he tried his best to shed the afterglow. And the saber-toothed tiger used its cold eyes to carefully size up the prey under its claws, as if to see where to bite. However, when Yi Qinghan madly spurted out a mouthful of blood, the saber-toothed tiger seemed to be unwilling to let the dirty blood of the weak human in front of it stain its noble head. It actually slightly turned its head to the side. At that moment, the eyes of the seemingly dead Yi Qinghan emitted 2 sword-like rays of light. With a cruel smile on his lips, he tightly held a black dagger in his right hand, and like a flying meteor, he heavily slashed across the neck of the saber-toothed tiger. Chi! The saber-toothed tiger slightly twisted its neck and looked at Yi Qinghan, its eyes filled with fear and despair. Then, like a broken dam, blood violently gushed out from its neck. With a tremble, the saber-toothed tiger loudly fell to the side. Its eyes were wide open, as if it had died with a grievance. Huff, huff, when he saw that the saber-toothed tiger was completely motionless, Yi Qinghan violently gasped for breath, and his whole body began to curl up. Just now, because he was in a dangerous situation, he had to forcibly forget the pain, and put himself at death's door to live. Only by killing the saber-toothed tiger would he have the slightest chance of survival. Otherwise, he would definitely die in the mouth of the saber-toothed tiger. It seems like I won't be able to meet you again in a dangerous situation. But after killing a beast like you, I can die in peace. Father, mother, your son is coming to accompany you. Soft words, sigh. Soft words. Yi Qinghan was very clear about his injuries. Aside from his right hand and head, most of the bones in his body were either slightly or severely fractured. His body was bleeding profusely, and it was still bleeding. Most importantly, he had no strength left. He didn't even have the strength to move a finger, let alone sit cross-legged and forcefully suppress his injuries to circulate his energy to heal himself. I came gently, just like I left gently. With a wave of my sleeves, I didn't take away a single cloud. At this moment, such a poem appeared in Yi Qinghan's mind. Life is like a painting. I didn't draw the flame dragon continent well. I hope that in my next life, I can draw a beautiful land and mountains again. Soft words, soft words. I'm going to leave soon. I don't know how much suffering you'll have to suffer if I leave you alone in this world. He sighed in his heart, and felt the life force in his body slowly recede. He closed his eyes, and quietly waited for death. At this moment, a warm current suddenly surged into his ring finger, and his gradually lost consciousness suddenly woke up. He carefully sensed it. Suddenly, his soul trembled, as if he had encountered something unbelievable. In an instant, an incredibly ecstatic thought surged into his heart. This current is repairing my body. I'm saved. Heavens! I'm saved. Huh? Where did this current come from? Ring finger? It's the bronze ring on my ring finger. Could it be? Could it be? The knockoff is the original? Chapter 22. The knockoff is the genuine one? Yi Qinghan was pleasantly surprised. After feeling the white stream of energy circulating in his body once, his wounds had actually healed. After another round, the external wounds actually began to slowly clot, and the bleeding gradually stopped. The most important thing was that the white stream of energy was circulating in his body, and the pain in his body was slowly diminishing. His whole body felt as warm as if he was lying in a hot spring on a cold day. It was warm and comfortable. White stream of energy, right? I remember that during the awakening ceremony, the meridians in my body burst due to the loss of blood. It seems like this white stream of energy also saved my life. This is too magical. This knockoff version of the ring actually has the ability to automatically protect its owner. Damn it. I've hit the jackpot. In the future, other than being instantly killed, will I be able to survive no matter how heavy my injuries are? Sacred tool, this ring is definitely a sacred tool. Feeling his body gradually recovering, Yi Qinghan was ecstatic. It should be known that the treasures in the Fire Dragon continent could be classified into different grades. Spiritual tools, treasured tools, sacred tools, and even the legendary divine tools. And a sacred tool with the ability to automatically protect its owner was the manifestation of a sacred tool. Sacred tool, sacred tool. It should be known that the Yi family only had one sacred tool after thousands of years of inheritance. It could be seen how precious a sacred tool was. Moreover, this sacred tool actually had the ability to heal. This was the most precious part. Having this ring was equivalent to having a life. As long as he wasn't instantly killed, Yi Qinghan could be resurrected. This was definitely a heaven-defying treasure. I didn't expect this, I didn't expect this. Dad, you really are my most awesome dad. I apologize for saying that you are a pirate, a vagabond, and an insurance broker. Fortunately, I didn't throw it away back then. TSK. Sacred tool, as expected of a sacred tool. In such a short period of time, other than the broken bones that were slowly recovering, the rest of my body has actually recovered. This is too miraculous. Even the ruptured meridians can be healed. Wait. Ruptured meridians can be healed? Yi Qinghan's mind was filled with incomparable ecstasy. As he was thinking, he suddenly seemed to have thought of something. His eyes suddenly opened and his body trembled. He was so excited that he was about to jump. "Ah! The pain is killing me," he shouted. Just now, he was lost in thought and excited. He had forgotten about his current injuries. He struggled to jump up, but in the end, he triggered his injuries. The pain made him break out in cold sweat, and his back was completely drenched. But at this moment, his eyes were abnormally excited, even more excited than when he found out that his counterfeit ring was the genuine one. Meridians ruptured. Even broken meridians could recover. He thought of a possibility. If this possibility could be realized, his strength would skyrocket, and his battle chi cultivation base would break through at a terrifying speed. It's definitely possible. In theory, it's definitely possible. Absolutely. Yi Qinghan endured the pain and clenched his fists. At this moment, he even felt that the bronze ring's recovery speed was so slow. He couldn't wait to recover from his injuries and carry out the experiment in his mind. If others knew what he was feeling right now, they would definitely curse him madly. With such a terrifying healing ability, recovery speed, and such a terrifying sacred artifact, he actually thought that its functions were not strong enough. Time ticked by like a small river. The night was still very long. The sky gradually brightened, but the mountain range was still dark. The cold morning wind blew through the forest, and the leaves rustled. Phew! Thank God, thank God, thank Buddha. Yi Qinghan sat up with difficulty. After a night of treatment by the bronze ring's white qi, his injuries were almost healed. Other than the faint pain from his broken bones, the rest of his body was completely healed. Looking at the situation, I should be completely healed by the afternoon. This ring is too awesome. I like it. He gently raised his left hand and kissed the bronze ring. His right hand fondled it fondly. This place isn't safe. I'd better hurry up and heal and leave as soon as possible. Once my injuries are healed, I can test whether my idea is feasible or not. Hee. If it really works, I'll be rich. Yi Qinghan looked around and sighed inwardly. Fortunately, he was lucky. The place where he fell with the saber-toothed tiger last night was a patch of thick grass. This patch of grass was very dense, about half a person's height. He was now in the middle of the grass, and it was impossible to see him from the outside. Fortunately, it was in the middle of the grass. If it was an open space, he wouldn't have been able to move last night. Any level 1 magical beast would have been able to dismember him. Right now, he had not fully recovered from his injuries and was still in a dangerous area. He didn't think too much about it. He circulated his battle chi and slowly circulated it along the cells of his body to his injured bones, using the battle chi to assist in the healing. Battle chi was a magical thing. It could be circulated to every part of the body through the cells. When warriors absorbed the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, it was also transmitted to the meridians through the cells. Of course, the circulation of battle chi through the cells was very slow, but the meridians were different. The meridians could quickly circulate battle chi to every part of the body. Therefore, when warriors cultivated, they first needed to open their meridians. 2 hours. 4 hours. Half a day passed. Yi Qinghan suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze was like lightning, and he was very excited. He slapped the ground with his left hand, and his whole body flew into the air. His hands and feet nimbly made all kinds of movements before he slowly landed on the ground. All healed. After half a day and a night, such a serious injury had actually recovered to its original state. He looked at the ring on his ring finger with a burning gaze, and the corner of his mouth revealed a smile. He grabbed the black dagger on the ground, and in a few moves, he smashed the saber-toothed tiger's head into pieces. He took out an orange magic crystal and threw it into his bosom. His legs kicked the ground, and his whole body shot out like a sword. Following his memory, he quickly came to a small river, took a quick bath, and changed his clothes. Last night, his clothes were torn by the saber-toothed tiger, and the smell of blood was very strong, which could easily attract high-level magical beasts. And the clothes he was wearing now were the last set of clothes he had, which he bought in Barbarian City before he entered the mountain. Here it is. After washing up, he quickly left and found a place to rest. It was a big tree, and there was an ancient tree about 10 meters away from it. The branches and leaves were not connected. The ancient tree he rested on last night had already been checked, and there were no magical beasts in it. The saber-toothed tiger had obviously come over from the ancient tree next to it. Learn from your mistakes. Don't be anxious when you make a mistake, but those who make the same mistake a second time are pigs. Let's begin. After hastily eating some dry rations, Yi Qinghan sat cross-legged on the trunk of the tree, his eyes closed, and his expression was very excited. Calm down, I have to calm down. He told himself to be calm, to be as calm as still water, and to be calm. Because he had decided to do something very dangerous, something that no one had ever done before. He wanted to break the cultivation method of his predecessors, and use a cultivation method that no one had ever done before, and no one would be able to do so in the future. If he succeeded, then his cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds, and he would be able to break through the hat of trash that had been on his head for the past 10 years. He decided to use battle aura to break through the blockage in his meridians. That's right. Not to dissolve, not to corrode, but to impact, a powerful impact. As everyone knew, the first 5 realms of a martial artist were the martial man realm, soldier realm, elite realm, commander realm, and general realm. The main purpose of these 5 realms was to absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, and then convert it into battle aura in the cells. With battle aura, one could use battle aura to slowly corrode, dissolve, and divide the blockage in the meridians, thus giving battle aura a place to store and circulate. The human body had 9 minor meridians. 3 major meridians, and 9 minor meridians were opened. A minor circulation was formed, allowing battle aura to circulate in the 9 minor meridians. This would allow one to break through the peak of the elite realm and reach the commander realm. Then, 3 major meridians would be opened, allowing battle aura to circulate in the 12 meridians, and then condense into the dantian, allowing battle aura to circulate in the dantian and the 12 meridians to form a major circulation. This would allow one to reach the general realm. The cultivation of these 5 realms could be said to be easy, very easy. For geniuses, with few blockages in their meridians, it was very easy. For trash, with many blockages in their meridians, these 5 realms were as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Many people on the continent would be stuck in these 5 realms for the rest of their lives, unable to cross this threshold and unable to accomplish anything for the rest of their lives. Yi Qinghan belonged to the latter. For an ordinary genius like Yi Qinghuang, it would only take him 10 days to half a month to clear a meridian, but Yi Qinghan would need a few years. 10 days to half a month and a few years. What kind of concept was this? That was why his father, Yi Dao's Heart Sutra of Martial Arts, said that everything below the realms depended on one's talent. If one's talent was not good, one would not achieve much in life. There were thousands of cultivation techniques in the House of Aries, and there were strong and weak ones. However, the cultivation methods for the first 5 realms were almost the same. The only difference was the speed of cultivation. Meridians. They were the weakest part of the human body, but also the most important part of the human body. Therefore, when clearing the blockage in the meridians, no one dared to be fast. Everyone had to be careful and meticulous. This was because battle aura was extremely violent and contained extraordinary power. When using battle aura to clear the blockage in the meridians, one had to be careful and slow. Because if one was too fast and used too much force, then one's meridians would explode, and one would die.